Chapter 41, 41. First mission. Thank you, our full Santos, for upgrading to a top-tier member. Shout out to you. Enjoy. Team 7 continues their usual routine, taking on missions in the morning and training together in the afternoon. Recently, however, Kakashi has noticed something strange about Naruto's eyes. They now convey emotions like empathy, sympathy, and excitement. This puzzles Kakashi, as Naruto's eyes have become unusually expressive. When questioned, Naruto brushes it off with responses like, "It's nothing, don't worry about it," or "You just have to live with conviction," further deepening the mystery. But everyone is accustomed to Naruto's quirks by now, so Kakashi doesn't dig deeper. The truth behind Naruto's strange expressions lies in what he learned from his mother, Kushina. She informed him that his chakra reserves are nearly 10 times those of Kakashi's under normal conditions. This knowledge leaves Naruto struggling to contain his emotions whenever he sees Kakashi, a living unit of chakra measurement. Despite Kakashi's rigorous training under Kushina's watchful eye, which made him somewhat stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline, he still can't compete with the immense chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto is only 12 years old now, but as he matures and his body strengthens, the gap will widen even further. He might easily burn through a few hundred calories without breaking a sweater, not to mention the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Naruto once asked Kushina how much chakra he had exactly. Kushina, with a mysterious smile, simply told him to learn chakra perception jutsu and see it himself. Shaking off his thoughts, Naruto puts on his training weights and starts his physical exercises. As for the Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and chakra sensing training, he leaves those to his shadow clones. Naruto is determined to strengthen his physique. After all, whether he uses the Nine-Tails chakra mode or Sage mode in the future, it's like adding multiple buffs to his abilities. With the Uzumaki clan's physicality and the resilience of a Jinchuriki, it would be a waste not to focus on physical training. Meanwhile, Sakura has already finished reading another book. According to her, she has memorized the previous one completely. Naruto is impressed. Sakura's knowledge is akin to a high school student having memorized the entire Oxford Dictionary, leaving him with nothing to say but, "That's insane." Given Sakura's dedication, Naruto introduced her to Shizune, a medicanin who assisted in his birth along with Sarutobi Biwako. On the day of the Nine-Tails attack, Shizune was saved by Minato. After several years, she left the Anbu, got married, and now works at Konoha Hospital. She has a habit of pinching Naruto's cheeks and making him call her sister, which at least provides enough guidance for Sakura in her medical training. Sakura was too shy to bother None Rinyakushi, who was always busy at the orphanage. Now, Sakura has learned basic medical ninjutsu and can heal minor wounds. In addition to her standard ninja tools, she now carries a medical kit and plans to further expand her medical knowledge. Sasuke's progress with the Chidori has been relatively smooth. He's managed to generate some sparks, but he's still far from mastering the technique. One day, Team 7 received the infamous Catch the Cat mission. This cat, named Tora, isn't just any Katu, it's the beloved pet of the Fire Daimyo's wife. Its frequent escapes have contributed significantly to Konoha's economy. How the cat managed to escape from the Daimyo's residence to Konoha is anyone's guess. Due to Lady Daimyo's special status, she's always personally received by the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who often assigns these tasks to Team 7. Catching the cat was uneventful, but when they returned to the Hokage's office to report, Naruto met Lady Daimyo, a heavily adorned, plump woman. After handing over the cat, Lady Daimyo clutched it tightly, fussing over it as she was escorted out by her entourage. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if she would hire Konoha ninjas as guards when she left, contributing even more to Konoha's economic growth. After Lady Daimyo left, Minato stopped Kakashi, who was about to lead the team, out and said, "Hold on. I have a C-rank mission for you." At that moment, an elderly man stumbled through the door, reeking of alcohol. The old man wore a bamboo hat, carried luggage, and clutched a bottle of sake. Naruto instantly recognized Hinata Yuna, a famous NPC from the Land of Waves arc, the bridge builder who lied about the mission's rank and guilt-tripped Team 7 into helping him. Tazuna eyed Naruto and the others with disdain, muttering, "Are these kids supposed to protect me? They don't look very reliable." Naruto knew what kind of man Tazuna was, so he didn't react. But Sasuke and Sakura glared at him, clearly offended by his lack of faith in their abilities. Minato wasn't bothered by Tazuna's attitude and calmly explained, "You requested a C-rank mission, and Team 7 is one of Konoha's top generation squads. Kakashi Hatake, their leader, is my former student. They're more than capable of handling any situation that might arise." Upon hearing that Kakashi was the Hokage's student, Tazuna took a closer look at the team. Noticing their competent appearance and the blonde-haired boy who resembled the Hokage, he hesitantly asked, "Is that boy your son?" Minato didn't hesitate to confirm, "Yes, that's my son, one of the top graduates of the Ninja Academy." The gears in Tazuna's mind started turning. For the cost of a C-rank mission, he had managed to secure Hokage's student, and so what a bargain. Tazuna quickly dropped his attitude and agreed, eager to ensure they wouldn't change their minds. Kakashi took the mission details, then turned to his team. "The mission to guard the Land of Waves might take some time, so go prepare. We'll meet at the village gate in half an hour." Kakashi and the rest of the team departed to make their preparations. Only Naruto stayed behind, looking at Minato and saying, "Dad, can you take me home?" Minato raised an eyebrow, puzzled that his son, already grown, would make such a request. Naruto quickly explained, "I just want to experience the Flying Thunder God Jutsu a few more times so it might help with my training." "Ah, I see." "All right then," Minato agreed. 3 seconds later, Naruto found himself at home, courtesy of the Namikaze Minato Express. Kushina happened to be home as well. Her squad had just completed a simple mission. Minato briefly explained the situation before returning to his office. "You're going away, and for a long time?" Kushina asked, her worry evident. Even though Naruto was mature for his age, she couldn't help but fret. "I'll help you pack right away," Kushina declared, rushing to get everything ready. "Ah. You don't need to go through so much trouble." Naruto only had time to reach out with a half-hearted protest as his mother bustled around, too concerned to listen. "Hey everyone, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 42. A Mother's Love. 20 minutes later, Naruto stared in disbelief at the huge pile of luggage in the living room, towering taller than he was. Kushina proudly explained, "This bag has enough clothes for half a month. This one has dry food and water. We've got medical supplies, weapon kits, and military food pills in this one. This one's full of fruit, snacks, and other treats. Over here are ninja tools, ice-cold pills, and explosive tags. Everything's ready." "Mom, we're going on a mission, not a camping trip. We don't need all this stuff." Kushina suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. You should also take tents, sleeping bags, emergency torches, and some kitchen utensils." With that, even more things were added to the pile. Naruto was close to tears. "Mom, I can't carry all this. I just need some basic ninja gear and clothes." Kushina pulled out a few scrolls. "Why can't you take it? Didn't you learn the sealing technique?" "Seal." With a snap, all the items were neatly packed into the scrolls. Kushina handed the scrolls to Naruto. What could Naruto say? There's a saying, "Nothing is colder than when your mom thinks you're cold." Since his mom had prepared everything, he might as well take it. Better safe than sorry, especially with all those explosive tags. He'd give them back to her when he returned. "Okay, I'm off." "Wait, take these two." Kushina handed Naruto 2 red-edged scrolls, one labeled Endurance and the other Love. "What's this?" "If you're ever in danger, open both scrolls at the same time to summon help. But if you open just one, it'll release a genjutsu to protect against the enemy." "A powerful summoning?" Naruto carefully tucked the scrolls away. Knowing his mum, he might end up summoning either her or his dad. With these scrolls, Naruto felt confident that as long as he didn't go to the village hidden in the rain, he'd return safely. When Naruto arrived at the village gate, everyone else was already there, each carrying a bag. Naruto, however, had nothing in his hands, which made him stand out. Sakura noticed and asked, "Naruto, didn't you bring any luggage?" "It's all here." Naruto patted the scrolls on his waist. "Wow, those scrolls must be expensive, right?" "No, my mom made them. She said that when she was pregnant, she had a lot of free time, so she made a bunch of them. She even sold some to help support our family." Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls and handed them to Sasuke and Sakura. "These are ones I made while practicing sealing. They're better than the standard ones, but not as good as my mom's. You can use them." As for Kakashi, he could make his own. After all, he wasn't one to freeload. Sasuke took the scroll without a word, putting it into his ninja pouch. Sakura carefully examined her scroll before storing it away. "All right, everyone's here. Let's move out," Kakashi said. As they left, Naruto glanced back and noticed the 2 guards at the gate weren't Izumo and Kotetsu. A small disappointment. The group set off. Naruto and Sasuke led the way, Tazuna followed a few meters behind, and Kakashi and Sakura flanked him on either side. Kakashi put away his Iyaka novel as soon as they left the village, maybe to stay more alert. Sakura, curious about the Land of Waves, asked, and Kakashi explained, "The Land of Waves is a small island nation. They don't have their ninja village, so they hire shinobi from the mainland. Our mission is to protect Tazuna on his journey home and ensure the completion of his bridge. We shouldn't run into any battles with other shinobi. At most, we'll encounter samurai or bandits." Tazuna's eyes darted nervously. He hadn't told Konoha the full truth. After walking for a while, they came across a small puddle on the road. Kakashi glanced at it but said nothing, pretending to be distracted. Naruto used his basic sensory jutsu and detected 2 faint chakras, both weaker than Sasuke. Seeing that Kakashi didn't react, Naruto decided not to warn anyone. He just tensed up, ready to attack if needed. Sasuke didn't notice anything unusual but saw Naruto's change in posture. He silently prepared for a possible fight. When the 5 of them were just past the puddle, the water bulged, and 2 figures burst out, chains in hand, heading straight for Tazuna. Naruto reacted instantly. With the fastest hand speed of his life, he formed a Rasengan and slammed it into the back of one of the attackers' heads. Sasuke, just a bit slower, used his body flicker technique to appear beside the other attacker and kicked him squarely in the face. The demon brothers were down. "Che, weak," Sasuke said with disdain. Naruto looked at the man he hit with his Rasengan. The guy's head had left a hole in the ground and no way he was surviving that. The one Sasuke kicked had crashed into a tree, smashing his head. Naruto smirked. "If you're that weak, why even bother covering your faces? Do you think you're Kakashi, or is the manga artist just too lazy to draw your faces?" Kakashi, feeling slightly targeted by Naruto's comment, examined the attackers' outfits. "These are the demon brothers from Kirigakure. They're known for doing whatever it takes to complete a mission." He then turned to Tazuna. "Their target was you, which means you didn't tell us that you were being pursued by shinobi. This is beyond the scope of a C-rank mission." Tazuna, sweating, realized how close he had come to death. Kakashi addressed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Given that the client lied about the mission's difficulty, we can abandon the mission. What do you all think?" Sasuke, in his usual cool tone, said, "I'm fine either way." He figured that if all the enemies were this weak, it'd be a good practice. Sakura felt she didn't have the right to decide, so she went along with her teammates. Naruto thought for a moment and then said, "We're just genin. It's against the rules to take on missions above C rank. Even though I believe we can handle it, this is about risking our lives." "Are you going to abandon me?" Tazuna's voice trembled. Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm saying that if we risk our lives, we should get more than a C rank reward. So you'll need to pay us more." Hey everyone, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 43, 43. Manipulation of Tazuna. Naruto's abrupt involvement nearly surprised Kakashi. He glanced at Naruto solemnly and thought, when did you become so greedy for money? When Tazuna heard this, he immediately began to play the sympathy card, claiming that the Land of Waves was poor, that all their hopes were pinned on the bridge, and that he truly couldn't afford the fee for a B-rank mission. Finally, Tazuna pulled out his ultimate move, immoral blackmail. Even if you don't want to protect me, it's fine. If I die, at most my daughter and my 8-year-old grandson will resent Konoha for the rest of their lives and cry every day. But don't worry, I won't blame you. It's not your fault. Tazuna's eyes gleamed cunningly. Kakashi scratched his head, finding the situation troublesome. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, and Sakura's expression turned grim. But Naruto wasn't fazed by this trick. He calmly said, well, I guess there's no choice. Why don't we put in some extra effort and head to the Land of Waves? Tazuna felt triumphant, thinking his plan had worked, and a sly smile crept across his face. The team sensed that Naruto was up to something. Kakashi decided to play along with Naruto's act. You want to continue the mission? No, what I mean is, it wouldn't be good if they hated Konoha forever. So why don't we work extra hard, go to the Land of Waves, and kill his daughter and grandson? That way, the whole family will be reunited. Naruto then turned to Tazuna with a malicious grin. And of course, we'll take care of the real culprit who lied about the mission level first. Tazuna collapsed to the ground in fear. No, you can't do that. Naruto responded righteously, if you eat a bowl of ramen, you should pay for it. It's only fair. We can't accept a low-level mission fee while doing a high-level mission, can we? Naruto was adamant about setting things right. Lying about a mission's level could have serious consequences, or it could be overlooked if Tazuna settled the matter by paying the correct commission or forfeiting the mission altogether. After all, Tazuna's deliberate withholding of information was akin to endangering the lives of the fourth Hokage's son and the Uchiha clan's prodigy. In true shinobi style, ensuring the family's neatness wouldn't be unreasonable. What was most infuriating was Tazuna's attempt to manipulate them through moral blackmail. It was like reading a bad novella where you can predict the plot exactly. In the end, Tazuna apologized sincerely and requested Team 7 to continue protecting him. He promised to clarify the mission level and make up the commission once they reached Konoha. It didn't matter much to Kakashi whether they continued the mission or not. With his strength, he could handle any unexpected situation, and no village would bother to send an assassin just to kill a foreman. Sasuke wanted to continue training and face strong opponents outside the village, so Sakura followed Kakashi's lead. Naruto mainly wanted to test his current strength and see if he could go head-to-head with Zabuza. So the group continued their journey. Along the way, they experienced hunger and thirst and spent the night in small inns. But they reached the seaside pier and prepared to take the waterway. As they boarded a motorized boat, Naruto found it fascinating. While the land was still dominated by horse-drawn carriages, the boats had engines, a complex mix of technology. Now that we're here, Mr. Tazuna, why don't you tell us more about your situation? Kakashi began the conversation. Naruto, seated comfortably, took out some melon seeds from his scroll and started munching, offering some to his teammates as well. Go on, let's hear your story. So Tazuna continued with his tale, trying to evoke sympathy by explaining how the Land of Waves was oppressed by the evil merchant Gato. The general summary was, Gato is ruthless, treating people like animals. The people of the Land of Waves suffer under his tyranny. However, the people are too afraid to resist. Fortunately, Tazuna decided to build a bridge to rally the people's courage, shouldering all the burdens on his own. The atmosphere grew heavy after hearing this, but Naruto remained indifferent. If the people didn't stand up for themselves, who could they blame for being oppressed? That might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the truth holds. With so many workers, can't they just pick up a hammer and sickle and fight back? If that doesn't work, why not post a bounty on the underground black market for Gato's assassination? Just mark it as a D-rank mission and note that Gato is filthy rich. Perhaps a kind-hearted old man in his 90s would take on the task, saying, I don't care about the reward, I'm just curious how much money Gato has. Of course, If you don't dare to make the payment, you might find yourself having a heart-to-heart conversation. It's not because the old man is stingy, it's just that there's a certain spendthrift in the organization who asks for money every day. As Naruto was lost in these thoughts, the ship approached the dock. This was Naruto's first time leaving the land of fire and stepping onto foreign soil. For a moment, he felt a surge of emotion, a broken bar, and the urge to shout, "Land ahoy!" After docking, there was still a long road ahead to reach Tazuna's house, and they could be attacked at any time along the way. Naruto took out a stack of explosive tags, then grabbed some from Sasuke's ninja pouch and handed them to Sakura. "Sakura, take these for self-defense." Sakura was the least lethal member of the team. Sakura's hands trembled. Too many? There were dozens, if not hundreds, of explosive tags. The little money she'd earned from missions since graduating probably wouldn't cover the cost. "It's fine. You can return what you don't use. Besides, Sasuke's family is in this business, so you can get a discount from him later," Naruto said generously, and Sasuke nodded in agreement, showing support for his teammates. Sakura carefully stored the tags and enthusiastically answered, "I've never been in such a well-funded fight before." As they walked, a mist gradually formed around them, and suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Kakashi quickly knocked Tazuna down and shouted, "Get down!" The three genin reacted swiftly, crouching just in time as a massive sword, nearly 2 or 3 meters long, spun over their heads and embedded itself in a nearby tree. A figure leapt out of the woods, landing on the sword's hilt, arrogantly turning its back to the group. "I didn't expect to run into the famous copy ninja Kakashi." No wonder the demon brothers failed. Kakashi also recognized Zabuza. His face was unreadable, but his eyes grew serious as he held back Sasuke, who was eager to fight. "It's the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza. This isn't an opponent you can handle. Form up and protect Mr. Tazuna." With that, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three genin quickly stood and formed a protective circle around Tazuna. Naruto gauged the situation and decided that Kakashi could protect them. Naruto secretly made some hand seals, planning to give Zabuza a nasty surprise. "Hey everyone, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 44. Zabuza vs Team 7. Naruto quietly moved behind Kakashi, quickly forming 3 hand seals. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What if I hit Kakashi with the mysterious art of Konoha right now? No, focus. This is a battle, he reminded himself. Inclusive thoughts are dangerous. Shaking off the weird idea, Naruto launched his ninjutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon, easily 4 or 5 meters wide, erupted from the water, cutting through the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. "You call that a water dragon jutsu?" In an instant, Zabuza grabbed the giant sword at his feet, kicked off the tree trunk, and swung it with both hands, striking the water dragon's head. The force of the strike launched him away, and he landed a bit awkwardly in the nearby lake. Watching this, Naruto thought, is this really how you're supposed to use the executioner's blade? He recalled an episode where Azeda Ring and Itachi were able to strike down most of the Hunter-nin, but Yabura entered his version 2 form and launched a tailed beast ball toward Azeda Ring. Naruto had been stunned back then. Azeda Ring was impaled by his sword. With little time to react, Azeda Ring attempted to deflect the attack with a Kubikaribe Ring Cha Ring but failed. Even if Itachi didn't join Akatsuki in this timeline, Juzo probably still would have died on some mission for Kirigakure. It was funny how all 3 wielders of the executioner's blade, Juzo, Zabuza, and Suigetsu, ended up as rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. Maybe the sword has some weird curse that makes its wielders defected. Back to the fight. The water dragon's head shattered, sending the rest of the water crashing into the large tree where Zabuza had been standing a moment before. The tree, already weakened from Zabuza's earlier attack, swayed and then broke. Water cascaded down, flooding the forest, though it was a bit of a waste. Zabuza stood on the water, raising one hand to the sky and the other in front of his chest, striking a pose that practically screamed mid-level boss. He sighed dramatically, as expected of Hatake Kakashi using such a large-scale water-style jutsu without me noticing. It made sense. No one would think that 3 genin could pull off such a high-level water-style jutsu. Kakashi, though, didn't bother correcting him. When did you see me using a water-style jutsu? But explaining things mid-battle would only give away his weaknesses, and Kakashi wasn't about to do that. Hidden mist jutsu. Zabuza's voice echoed as the already thick fog became even denser, and he disappeared into the mist. Everyone, be careful. He's a master of silent killing, Kakashi warned the team. Zabuza killed over 100 of his fellow students during the Kirigakure graduation exam, earning him the title Demon of the Hidden Mist. Don't take him lightly. Zabuza's eerie voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. There are 8 vital points in the human body: the throat, the cervical vertebrae, the lungs, the liver. A broken bar. So, where should I start? Naruto muttered. Where's the silent killing if all you do is yap? The fog thickened so much that even Kakashi, standing just 2 meters away, was almost invisible. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 shadow clones popped up around Naruto, forming a protective circle around Sakura and Tazuna. Suddenly, one of the clones pulled out a kunai and stabbed another clone. Naruto and the others immediately realized, right, we've got sensory ninjutsu. Naruto made a mental note, number 001, you're getting extra ramen tonight. Naruto started using the sensory ninjutsu he had recently learned to search for Zabuza. But it wasn't easy. Lots of shinobi had techniques to hide their presence, and Zabuza was a master of it. So, Naruto and his clones didn't find anything for a while. Oh, shadow clones? That's pretty impressive for someone your age, kid. You're worthy of being killed by me, Zabuza taunted. Sasuke and Sakura were already trembling. Sasuke was overwhelmed by the intense killing intent from the 2 J-Ring-nin. The feeling of helplessness in the face of death made him consider ending it. He even raised a kunai to do it. A nearby shadow clone noticed and smacked him on the back of the head. Get it together, or I'll tell Big Brother Itachi about your cowardice. Sasuke snapped out of it instantly. I can't disappoint my brother. With his Sharingan now activated, Sasuke's eyes sharpened as he searched desperately for Zabuza. The Tomo in his eyes spun wildly, and in a moment, one Tomo turned into 2. The clone was speechless. What the broken bar? Is Itachi like an instant power-up for you? Just mentioning him levels you up? As for why Naruto wasn't affected by the killing intent and still had the energy to joke around he grew up with the 9 tails. Zabuza's aura was nothing compared to Kurama's. Sasuke threw his kunai with all his might. Naruto was still muttering to himself, what a coward. You said you were going to kill me, but you attacked Kakashi instead. As Zabuza swung his blade at Kakashi, Kakashi dodged, but the attack turned out to be a water clone, which dispersed on impact. In truth, Zabuza was in a tough spot. He wanted to kill the yellow-haired kid or Tazuna first, but the shadow clones surrounded them like an iron wall. There was no way he could slip through without being noticed. Assassination requires stealth. If you're caught, it's just an attack, not an assassination. So, Zabuza decided to take out Kakashi first, the strongest opponent. Once he was down, the kids would be easy. But somehow, those 2 brats sensed his water clone's movements. Are they using some kind of sensory ninjutsu? If Zabuza kept targeting Kakashi, the 2 kids would keep getting in the way. But if he went for Tazuna directly, the shadow clones might hold him off just long enough for Kakashi to interfere. Maybe I should wipe out all the shadow clones with one strike or lure them away. I can hold off Kakashi with my main body while the water clone deals with Tazuna. Zabuza finalized his plan. Hidden in the mist, he swiftly formed 44 hand seals in rapid succession. Zabuza unleashed the water dragon jutsu using the lake water, but it wasn't as strong as the water dragon jutsu Naruto had just used. The water dragon roared and surged forward, aiming to wipe out all 23 targets, including the shadow clones. No way 3 genin could defend against that. The 5 clones in the front row were obliterated as expected, unable to react in time. But as the first clone disappeared, Naruto immediately reacted, forming 2 seals. Water release, water formation wall, Sanjutsu Bairoma's version. Chapter 45. It's a trap. Normally, a water wall takes 6 hand seals to create, raising a water barrier from the ground. But Tobairoma's version only needs 2 seals. A massive amount of water shoots out, spiraling and rising to form a hollow water column. If left uncapped, it almost looks like a water-based version of a different jutsu. Zabuza's water dragon clashed with Naruto's water wall. The dragon's head and body started to wear down, some of it merging into the water wall and strengthening it, while the rest splashed out, injuring a nearby shadow clone. Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna were safe inside the water wall. The remaining 5 shadow clones rushed toward where the water dragon had gone, each holding a small blue orb. Zabuza swung his giant sword, slicing through 3 clones with one swipe and kicking another aside. When the last clone was about to smash its Rasengan into his waist, Zabuza blocked with his sword. The Rasengan hit the blade, causing a thin crack to appear in it before the clone was taken out too. At the same time, the water dragon dissipated, and the water wall gradually came down. Naruto noticed Kakashi snapping out of his stillness, charging at Zabuza with lightning crackling in his hand. Kakashi's lightning cutter sprint was incredibly fast. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Zabuza reluctantly raised his large sword to block. With a loud clang, the executioner's blade shattered, the broken half scratching Zabuza's calf before sinking into the water. Just then, an ice wall shot up, blocking Kakashi's attack. Ice release. Kakashi dispersed the lightning cutter, stepping back cautiously, eyeing the masked boy who had come to Zabuza's aid again. Retreat. Zabuza growled, knowing his leg injury would only get worse if he kept fighting. He had no choice but to pull back and recover. Hoku quickly helped Zabuza retreat, but Kakashi didn't pursue them. As the thick mist slowly cleared, Naruto sent several shadow clones to try and retrieve the broken blade that had sunk into the water. They couldn't find it, so the clones dispersed themselves in frustration, feeling guilty for not completing their task. Naruto rubbed his temples, a bit exasperated. You guys tried hard, why feel bad about it? Kakashi lowered his headband to cover his Sharingan, sighing in relief. Zabuza probably won't be back for a while. Let's keep moving. Naruto watched Kakashi for a moment. Did we win this time, or was it just another draw? He wondered. Kakashi didn't seem too worn out. The group of 4, plus Tazuna, continued westward. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Sakura was annoyed that she hadn't done much in the fight, despite Naruto giving her so many explosive tags she never got to use. Sasuke, with his Tsutomu Sharingan active, was lost in thought, already thinking about when he could spar with Naruto again. A grin spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Hey, Kurama, can you sense if Zabuza's coming back? Of course, Kurama replied curtly. Then why didn't you warn me earlier? I could have hit him with a water cannon and ended it. Didn't you say you wanted to practice your sensory ninjutsu? But that's for training. This was a real fight. I can practice later. Don't you humans believe that progress happens faster when your life's on the line? But Zabuza isn't strong enough to make me feel any real danger. Are you relying on that white-haired guy up front, or the 2 scrolls Kushina left you? Both. And besides, you give me plenty of confidence too. Wait, did you just call my mom by her name? Are you not mad anymore? Kurama usually called Kushina that woman or something similar. Why the change today? This fox can call her whatever he wants. Oh, Naruto mumbled, feeling a bit awkward. Kurama fell silent. His attitude toward Naruto's family had changed a lot over the years. It started with Naruto himself. Kurama noticed the kid was never afraid of him, even telling him stories when they first met. When Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, his first thought was to lend it to Shukaku, and now he even complained when Kurama didn't help him. Then there was Kushina. She had said something pretty bold to Kurama back when she first sealed him. You have the power to dominate the world, but I can dominate you." For over a decade, Kurama had hated her, wanting to crush her when he was finally free, even though his real anger was aimed at the one who controlled him with the Sharingan. But later, as Naruto's sealed space evolved, so did Kushina's. The fox and the woman argued daily. But no matter how intense their fights got, Kushina never restricted Kurama's movements within the seal. Oddly enough, Kurama started to enjoy their quarrels because Kushina treated him like a person, not a beast. And then there was Minato and Naruto. Their chakra had a warmth to it, and under Naruto's influence, Kurama noticed they held no malice toward him. The most surprising thing was that whenever Naruto's family talked about Kurama, they referred to him as he in the common ninja language, not it. Kurama closed his eyes. Strange humans. The group finally arrived safely at Tsuyuna's house. They were greeted with what seemed like a modest but hearty dinner, with plates full of fish. Naruto thought it must be a specialty of the Land of Waves and decided to give it a try. Tsunami, Tsuyuna's daughter, wasn't bad at cooking, and everyone ate with gratitude. The next day, Naruto, realizing he wouldn't stay healthy without some greens, took out a scroll his mother had prepared. He pulled out a variety of vegetables, fresh meat, and other ingredients, handing them to Tsunami while asking for a healthier, balanced meal. Tsunami didn't refuse, though she felt a bit embarrassed, knowing the household was already tight on resources. After breakfast, Tsuyuna went to work on the bridge, and Kakashi took the students to guard him while they trained nearby. Kakashi leaned against a tree, his hands in his pockets. Sakura sat under the tree, fully engrossed in her book. But while Kakashi read an 18-plus novel, Sakura was deep into medical textbooks. Their reading choices couldn't have been more different. Sasuke, with his Sharingan active, focused on honing his Chidori, the sound of chirping birds echoing through the area. He pierced a tree with his first Chidori, then another with a second, grinning like the 12-year-old he was. It seemed like he might unlock a new level of his Uchiha heritage at any moment. Naruto, meanwhile, released 30 shadow clones. 10 worked on improving sensory ninjutsu and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, 10 trained Razingans to smash trees and stones, and the last 10 worked on refining his wind nature transformation. The real Naruto strapped on weights, ran a few kilometers to warm up, and then found a random tree to punch and kick. Kakashi glanced up occasionally, watching his 3 students. It was great that everyone knew what to work on and was making progress without much guidance. The birds chirping here and the explosions were a bit noisy, but Kakashi contentedly turned to the next page of his book, only to find that the chapter had ended. Hey everyone, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 46. Training. In the evening, the team of 4 Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi headed home with Tsuyuna after a long day of work on the bridge. Naruto had pushed himself to the point of exhaustion, as usual. The strain from maintaining 30 shadow clones all day finally caught up with him. As the clones dispersed and their fatigue returned to his body, Naruto staggered and began to fall forward. Kakashi caught him just in time, pulling him onto his back. Naruto laughed, feeling a familiar warmth from Kakashi, a bond he cherished. Just for this, Kakashi, I'll get Jiraiya's autograph for you one day, Naruto thought. Unaware of Naruto's thoughts, Kakashi sighed and spoke softly. Naruto, using shadow clones to train can speed up your progress, but it also doubles the fatigue. You're pushing yourself too hard. If you keep this up, you'll hurt yourself. Naruto brushed off the concern with a grin. It's fine, sensei. I'll just sleep it off tonight. But deep down, he knew he couldn't continue at this pace. They were not in Konoha, they were in dangerous territory. Zabuza could attack at any moment. He needed to be more careful with how many clones he used the next day. It wasn't that Naruto wanted to work himself to death, or it was the fox's reminder that made him doubt whether he could make progress without facing a life and death crisis. In his previous life, he'd lived a comfortable, sheltered life, far from any real danger. He'd never even met a thief in 20 years, let alone experienced a true sense of crisis. He used to be an ordinary student who liked to quietly level up in games until he could overpower others with ease. Now, in this world, Naruto had plenty of ways to protect himself. Unless the entire Akatsuki gang showed up to snatch Kurama, it was hard for him to feel any real danger. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke, offering advice. Sasuke, with your current stamina, using Chidori 4 or 5 times a day is your limit. It's not that you don't have enough chakra, but Chidori puts a huge strain on your body. Yeah, Sasuke replied, his face pale. He was so drained that he needed Sakura's help to walk. Sasuke didn't say much. He had been pushing himself hard, trying to keep up with Naruto's insane training regime. But even with his Sharingan, Sasuke felt like he was no match for Naruto's monstrous stamina. Sakura didn't expend as much energy as the others. She spent most of her time studying medical books, taking breaks every hour or two for physical training to stay in shape. Her goal was clear: to become a qualified medical ninja as quickly as possible. Because of this, she could now carry Sasuke on the road with a contented smile. Back at Tsuna's house, Kakashi laid Naruto down at the dining table. Sakura reluctantly let go of Sasuke's hand. Seeing Tsuna's tired face and Naruto and Sasuke covered in dust, Inari couldn't help but think of his father. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out, "Why do you all work so hard? No matter how hard you try, you can't beat Gato's men. Why do you even fight?" After shouting, Inari ran back to his room and locked the door. Inari, Tsunami, concerned for her son, chased after him. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke exchanged confused glances, but Naruto seemed to understand. He remembered the reason behind Inari's outburst. Frankly, Naruto didn't like the kid's attitude. Naruto had to resist the urge to smack Inari, reminding himself, he's just a kid. What's the point of arguing with an 8-year-old when Naruto himself was only 12? There were plenty of kids who had gone through worse. Look at the children in the Konoha orphanage, or even Sasuke, who lost his entire family. Heck, even Kakashi lost his father at a young age. Did these people give up? The real problem was this messed up ninja world. Maybe if Madara Uchiha had forcibly united the world and then let Hashirama Senju rule with a softer touch, things might have been better. But that was a pipe dream. Both Madara and Hashirama were too stubborn. And with Black Zetsu manipulating things behind the scenes, chaos was inevitable. But was Black Zetsu wrong? After all, he was trying to save his mother by any means necessary. In the end, it all came down to the gods who created this world. Their whims led to tragedies everywhere. That kid was never like this before. Tazuna began to explain Inari's backstory to everyone. It turned out that when Gato first arrived in the Land of Waves, he used fear to control the people. Inari's father, who dared to resist, became an example killed by Gato to crush the spirit of the entire country. Ironically, Inari's father had an X-shaped scar on his chin. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if this guy was somehow related to Danzo, remembering the conspiracy theories he used to joke about when watching the anime. The team couldn't do much to help. Naruto knew that no amount of talking would solve Inari's psychological issues. After all, they were ninjas, not therapists. They couldn't just wave away his problems. Their job was to deal with Gato, and once he was out of the picture, Inari might start to heal. Until then, they focus on their mission. After a quiet dinner, everyone went back to rest. The next morning, Naruto was full of energy again, as if he hadn't been dead tired the day before. Sasuke, however, was still recovering. He clenched his fists, frustrated. Damn it, how long will it take to catch up to him? Kakashi noticed the state of his students. In the past, it wasn't as obvious. But now, with Naruto around, Sasuke's progress seemed more normal in comparison. They started their training as usual. Naruto decided to halve the number of shadow clones he used, saving more energy for potential emergencies. Sasuke hadn't fully recovered yet, so he took it easier than before. Sakura continued her routine of studying and physical exercise, sticking to her own pace. Kakashi was pleased. His students seemed to be listening to his advice, and as a teacher, it was satisfying to see. Even the way he turned the pages of his book was more relaxed. Thanks to the calm weather the day before, A few more workers had come to help Tizuna with the bridge, speeding up the project slightly. And so, 3 days passed, with a small boat slowly rowing across the sea. Hey everyone, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 47. Return of Demon. 1. Naruto, there's malicious intent approaching, Kurama suddenly warned. Naruto, who was warming up with a run, stopped abruptly. His fingers touched the ground as he closed his eyes to sense the presence. They aren't hiding their presence. It must be Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi-sensei, we have an emergency. Naruto quickly removed his training weights and sprinted in the direction of Tizuna, with Sasuke and Sakura following closely behind. Kakashi was even faster. By the time the three of them arrived, Kakashi had already blocked the senbon Haku had aimed at Tizuna with his kunai. Zabuza was still standing on the bridge more than 5 meters away, taunting, "It's been a long time, Kakashi. Are you still dragging these brats around? Don't you think they're just dead weight?" Kakashi, never one to back down, smirked and retorted, "Aren't you also dragging a brat along this time?" HMPH, Zabuza sneered. "Haku is different from them. I've trained him since he was a child, and today, nothing will stop us." With that, Zabuza began forming seals to use the hidden mist jutsu. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the battlefield just in time. Seeing the seals forming, Naruto threw a kunai and shouted, "Sakura!" Sasuke understood. Sakura also threw a kunai. Zabuza, dodging the kunai, scoffed, "Such childish tricks. Wait. An explosive tag?" His eyes widened as he quickly leapt sideways, barely avoiding the explosion. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, had already predicted Zabuza's landing spot and launched the Phoenix Fire release, sending a barrage of fireballs toward him. Zabuza, still in midair, had to pull out his massive sword to deflect the fireballs, his actions clumsy and awkward. Though not particularly damaging, the attack was undeniably humiliating, prompting Zabuza to roar, "You brats!" Naruto turned to Sakura. "Sakura, don't forget to keep using those explosive tags. We can't let him complete any jutsu." "Got it," Sakura replied eagerly, glad to finally contribute. She quickly threw 3 more shuriken, each laced with explosive tags. Naruto then shouted to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, we'll handle him with long-range attacks. Just hold him off until we wear him down." "Leave it to me," Kakashi said, remembering how well the team had worked together during the graduation exam. He was confident that as long as he took out Haku quickly, the kids could manage until he returned. Boom, boom, boom. Sakura's shuriken explosions forced Zabuza to keep dodging. The blasts blew his headband off, leaving him seething with rage. "Don't get cocky, you brats. Do you even know who I am?" "Haku, keep Kakashi busy. I'll take care of these kids." "Yes, Zabuza-sama." Haku, trusting in Zabuza's strength, moved to engage Kakashi. As Kakashi and Haku clashed, the battlefield shifted further away, leaving Tizuna in the middle of the chaos, confused and unsure of what to do. Naruto quickly formed the water dragon release and sent a massive water dragon hurtling towards Zabuza. Despite his efforts, Zabuza was forced to defend. Whenever an enemy starts talking during battle, Naruto sees it as an opportunity. If you don't take advantage of their distraction, you're wasting the moment. Zabuza dodged the water dragon, splashes of water hitting his face, bringing him back into focus. He realized he had to be cautious, or these kids weren't ordinary genin. Although Zabuza was reluctant to admit it, he recognized that these brats were skilled enough to force him into a tactical retreat. He wanted to use the hidden mist jutsu, but every time he tried, Sakura's explosive tags interrupted him. Sakura's physical skills hadn't improved much since graduation, but watching Sasuke train with the body flicker and Chidori every day had sharpened her eyesight. If she couldn't track Sasuke's high-speed movements, how could she admire his handsome face? This was the power of love, obsession, and affection, madness. Zabuza desperately tried to avoid getting blown up by the explosive tags, but before he could regroup, Naruto's water release or Sasuke's fire release would be right on top of him. The team's seamless coordination kept him from getting close, and their relentless mid to long range attacks prevented him from forming seals. The plan was clear: either take him down from a distance or stall until Kakashi could help. No matter how laid back Kakashi usually was, he was still one of Konoha's elite join. He wouldn't struggle against Haku for long, right? Right? 10 minutes passed, and Zabuza was growing increasingly frustrated. He tried to charge forward multiple times, but his attempts were always thwarted. He couldn't help but question how this pink-haired girl had so many explosive tags. It seemed endless. Were they free in Konoha? Was their economy tanking from overproduction? And that blonde brata, was he cheating? How could his water release be stronger than Zabuza's own, without even using seawater? Meanwhile, the Uchiha kid was sweating but still keeping up. What kind of monsters were these genin? Something was off. The Uchiha's fire release was stronger than any he had seen before, in both scale and temperature. If this was the standard for genin, what were those other chunin he'd encountered? Naruto didn't know that Zabuza was on the verge of losing it. He only knew that Sasuke couldn't hold out much longer, so he decided to end it. As Zabuza dodged yet another explosive tag, Naruto formed the seals and shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu!" 10 shadow clones appeared, and together with Naruto, they all formed seals, water release, water dragon jutsu. X11 Today, Naruto would show Zabuza what it meant to be outclassed by sheer numbers and tactics. Zabuza's eyes widened as he saw 11 water dragons blocking all his escape routes, and he muttered in disbelief, "You call this a water jutsu?" Hey everyone! If you want to read 20+ advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 48. Return of Demon 2. 11 water dragons collided with each other, but they didn't slice through. Unable to cut cleanly, they had to adjust their positions, managing to form 6 seals to summon a water wall. Compared to Tobirama Senju's version, it was like the difference between a wall of rammed earth and a cement brick wall. The water dragons crashed down, shattering the water wall on impact, and a large wave of water surged forward, washing away much of the building materials. A few seconds later, Naruto spotted Zabuza again. Zabuza was kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, one hand on the ground, and gripping his sword with the other. A small hole was pressed into the bridge deck by his knee, with fine cracks spreading out around it. The 10 shadow clones charged forward under the lead of clone number 001, each wielding a small blue Rasengan. Naruto had learned from countless battles to never leave an enemy alive, even if they seemed incapacitated. Who knew if they were faking it? From novels anime, the shadow clones understood this as well, so without hesitation, they aimed their Rasengans at Zabuza. Suddenly, Zabuza raised his head and threw a smoke bomb on the ground. Smoke quickly enveloped Zabuza and the 10 shadow clones. Naruto then sensed 2 clones being slashed apart, followed by several explosions within the smoke, their echoes reverberating across the bridge. When the smoke cleared, Zabuza was gone. The 9 remaining clones looked around but couldn't find him. They scattered, some searching the distance, others checking the sea on both sides, while a few stayed close to Naruto's original body. Sakura remained vigilant, her gaze sharp. Naruto glanced at the clones, frowning. 1, 2, 3. Wait, how did 8 clones become 9? Something felt off. Naruto's eyes widened. One of the shadow clones was an imposter. At the same moment, Sasuke's Sharingan flared red, and he shouted, "Naruto!" The chakra in the front clone is off. As he spoke, he quickly formed a Chidori. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, the clone transformed back into Zabuza, who slashed down with his massive sword, yelling, "Brat, die!" Zabuza had used the smoke to conceal his movements, killing the 2 nearest clones before transforming into Naruto's likeness and blending in with the shadow clones. Sasuke rushed forward with Chidori, striking Zabuza's arm. The sword slipped from Zabuza's grip, clattering to the ground, while golden chains wrapped around his legs, immobilizing him. Sakura's kunai flew, pinning Zabuza's arms. This time, she didn't activate the explosive tags attached, worried about accidentally injuring Sasuke due to their proximity. Zabuza grunted, looking down at the chains on his legs in shock. What's happening? My chakra. Could this be a sealing technique? How is this possible? This brought a broken bar. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, panting as he leaned on his knees. The day's battles had exhausted him, with almost continuous use of fire-style jutsu and Chidori. Sakura started tidying up her ninja tools. She grimaced as she realized how many she'd used, lamenting, "So many Kunai broken bar. How many did I throw out today?" After a moment's thought, Naruto controlled the golden chains to extend and wrap around Zabuza's upper body, binding him like a mummy. At that moment, Kakashi approached, holding the unconscious Haku. Upon seeing Zabuza's bound form, memories of a painful past resurfaced, causing his eyelids to twitch. Still, seeing someone else in such a predicament made Kakashi almost want to laugh. He coughed and joked, "Isn't this Zabuza, who looked down on the kids next to me? Why did you end up losing so quickly?" "HMPH, it's just the way of the world. If you're going to kill me, then do it," Zabuza said with hardened resolve. He'd already accepted his fate when he failed to assassinate the Mizukage. As a ninja, dying on a mission was an honorable death. He couldn't help but glance at Haku. Naruto also glanced at Haku, focusing on his neck. There was an Adam's apple, though not very prominent. So, here's a guy, Naruto thought. "Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with these two now?" Naruto asked. Kakashi replied, "There are generally 3 ways to handle this situation. First, we could hand them over to Kirigakure since they are rogue ninjas from there. Second, we could kill them on the spot, which is the usual approach when dealing with rogue ninjas. Third, we could bring them back to Konoha, though that might attract a pursuit squad, which would be troublesome." "Wait." Zabuza struggled to speak, his expression shifting. Finally, he said, "I'm just a rogue ninja. Do with me as you will." "But Haku a broken bar. He's only a wandering ninja, following me temporarily." "Please, don't a broken bar." Zabuza-sama. Haku, regaining consciousness, cried out with tears in his eyes. "I failed to complete my mission. I'm just a useless tool." "You don't have to do this for me," Zabuza roared. "If you're a tool, then shut up." "I didn't expect the demon of the mist to say something like that," Kakashi said, scratching his head. The situation was proving difficult, and he wasn't exactly cold-blooded. Naruto didn't want to kill them either. There wasn't any deep hatred. It was just a conflict between ninjas, essentially a professional rivalry. In his past life, Naruto had admired these two, a pair of tragic partners who shared a deep bond. Even though some might call him soft-hearted, Naruto thought they deserved a better ending. But figuring out how to resolve this was tricky. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto. "Leave it to me." Under the puzzled gazes of his teammates, Naruto used a sealing jutsu on both Haku and Zabuza, sealing away their chakra. Then, he removed the golden chains and tied them up with regular ropes. "The chains are strong but consume a lot of chakra. Even though I've got plenty, it's always good to save some when you can," Naruto said, clapping his hands. "Better safe than sorry, right?" With that, Naruto said, "Wait here for a bit, I need to make a call." Tazuna, who had been watching everything, thought to himself, "Does anyone remember me?" Chapter 49, Kurama Communication Network. Naruto closed his eyes and prepared to activate his mental link with Kurama. "Hey, Kurama, do me a favor." "What do you want now?" Kurama responded, hearing Naruto's request but unsure what Naruto was up to. Was he asking him for help making a call? Naruto grinned. "You should be able to contact the other half of yourself or help me reach my mum." Kurama stared at Naruto with a hint of annoyance. Naruto continued, playing his trump card, "Come on, help me out, and once we're done here, you can get back to eating all the tasty food in Konoha." With some reluctance, Kurama contacted the other half of his chakra, and Naruto was pulled into a strange space where he encountered the other half of Kurama. This was a special way of communicating with tailed beasts. In the anime, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto used this method to meet other Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. They even granted him some of their chakras. For Naruto, This felt like a video call chat room, better than the virtual conference calls the Akatsuki organized. "Yo, other Kurama, how's it going?" Naruto greeted with a smile. Since there was no distinction between yin and yang at the time of the sealing, the two halves of Kurama looked identical. To make it easier, let's call the Kurama in Kushina's body the red Kurama and the one in Naruto's body the orange Kurama. Red Kurama stared at Naruto for a while, then suddenly smirked. "Hello, kid." System message: Uzumaki Kushina has joined the chat room. Of course, the above message was just something Naruto made up when he saw Kushina appear. "Where am I?" Kushina asked, still a bit disoriented. Kurama had suddenly told her that Naruto needed to speak with her and asked her to cooperate, so she showed up rather confused. "Mom," Naruto called out, waving. "Naruto, what's going on?" Kushina asked, still trying to figure out what kind of ninjutsu this was. "This is a special communication method with Kurama. He can explain it to you later. For now, can you help me contact Dad? I need to ask him for something." Naruto then told Kushina everything that had happened after she left, focusing on the situation with Hakuin's abuser. He explained that he wanted to help them but didn't know how to do it. "I'm still just a 12-year-old kid, so of course I have to ask my parents for help with things I can't solve. It's not too much to expect a father to come up with a solution for his son, right?" "All right," Kushina replied, understanding what Naruto was asking. "You want to save those two, but you don't know how to do it." "I'm on a mission with Hinata and the others right now, so I'll send a shadow clone to inform Minato." "Okay, fine." "Kurama can contact me like this again if needed." System message: Naruto Uzumaki has left the chat room. Again, this was just Naruto's playful imagination. "Thanks, Kurama. My mom will contact me later." "Annoying," Kurama grumbled. Naruto opened his eyes and said, "I've told Mom everything, so Dad's going to have a headache pretty soon." "Do you have any ninjutsu that can directly contact Konoha?" Kakashi asked, considering the tactical and strategic uses of Naruto's communication method. "No, this technique is something only I and my mom can use right now. Unless, of course, Naruto distributed Kurama's chakra to others and tried to create a Kurama-linked network, but that would require Kurama to act as the server. Given Kurama's temper, it would be a miracle if he wasn't picky about it. Or there was another way out, one Naruto had read about in a novel, by bringing a fragment of the slug sage out of the Shikatsu forest. By splitting it into multiple small slug clones, each person could have one in their hand. Since all the small slugs share the same consciousness with the main slug sage, their information would synchronize, and the slugs could act as mobile phones for real-time communication. The problem is that the slugs summoned by the summoning technique have a time limit. When the time expires, they return to the Shikatsu forest, so they can't stay around for long. Additionally, the number of slugs Tsunade can summon with her chakra is also limited. Maybe when Tsunade returns to Konoha, she can research a way to improve the summoning contract, finding a method to keep summoned creatures around without continuously draining the summoner's chakra. Naruto's family is proficient in sealing techniques, space-time ninjutsu, and summoning. Maybe they really could figure it out someday. Kakashi had already deduced from Naruto's explanation that it was either due to the special blood connection of the Uzumaki clan or the unique ability of Naruto as a Jinchuriki. Either way, it didn't seem like this method could be widely applied anytime soon. With some time before Konoha responded, Naruto went up to Zabuza and asked, "Hey, why hasn't Gato sent his men to take care of things these past few days?" Zabuza snorted disdainfully. "He has no men left." "No men? What do you mean?" Zabuza's expression darkened as he explained, "Remember when my Kubikaibe ring CHA ring got broken by you a few days ago?" Everyone glanced at the large sword. Naruto thought about the Kubikaibe ring CHA ring's unique ability and had an idea of what happened. "I remember the broken blade sinking to the bottom of the water," Kakashi said, picking up the now intact Kubikaibe ring CHA ring. "There were no signs of any repairs," Zabuza sneered. "The Kubikaibe ring CHA ring isn't an ordinary sword. Whether it's broken or damaged, as long as it absorbs human blood, it can gradually restore itself. Now that my sword is fully restored, How much blood do you think it absorbed? And where do you think that blood came from? If it weren't for the principle that ninja don't kill their employers." Everyone's expressions changed as they pieced together the situation. Haku tried to explain, perhaps to save face for Zabuza. That day, after the failed assassination attempt on Tazuna, Zabuza returned injured and was mocked by Gato and his men. Gato even put a knife to Haku's neck. Already in a foul mood from being bested by a bunch of kids, Zabuza snapped when they threatened the person he cared about most, and he went on a rampage, leaving Gato with no subordinates. This was interesting. Many in the Land of Waves despised Gato, and he had been oppressing the people with his hired samurai, ronin, and thugs. But now, with no men left, who knows what the angry citizens of the Land of Waves will do? Naruto didn't care much either way. It was an internal matter for the people of the Land of Waves. His only responsibility was to inform Tazuna of the situation. Whatever Tazuna decided to do with that information was up to him. If Gato ended up being killed by the angry civilians, it might just mean that Tazuna would finally have the money to pay for the mission. Just as everyone was about to continue their conversation, Naruto received a message from Konoha. "Hey guys, if you want to read 20 advanced chapters, you can join Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 0 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 50. Minato's arrival. "Hey, Naruto, I need you to hand me that special kunai." "A special kunai?" "Sure." Naruto pulled out the Flying Thunder God kunai and placed it on the ground, recalling his days of playing video games, where he always carried a warding totem for extra vision. This kunai served as Minato's teleportation marker. Whenever he went out, he always took one along. It made him feel more secure. "Hey, Kurama, why didn't you create a chat room this time?" Kurama thought about it for a second, then glanced at Naruto with irritation. "I did, but then Kushina and I got into a fight." "Huh? Weren't you both fine just now?" "Ask her yourself when you get back." Kurama closed his eyes, clearly done with the conversation. Why should he explain? It was all because this brat had exposed their secret communication method. Then Kushina started demanding that they should chat with Naruto more often, like daily phone calls. Seriously? This old fox is the Nine-Tails, the strongest tailed beast. Did they expect him to be a messenger for his mother and son every day? How embarrassing. That's how the fight started. Naruto was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. After all, Kurama and Kushina argued daily, and it only seemed to strengthen their bond. Naruto wondered if bringing out the kunai now meant his father wanted to teleport over himself. After a while, Minato appeared, wearing his forehead protector, blue ninja attire, and his signature Hokage cloak. "Dad, why'd you come here in person?" Naruto asked. "Because this involves one of my current plans, and I needed to bring them back." "Knew it," Kakashi thought as he saw Naruto take out the kunai. He wasn't surprised to see Minato. "Lord Fourth," Sakura exclaimed, shocked that Minato had traveled from Konoha to the Land of Waves in an instant. Although the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is Minato's signature jutsu, not everyone knows the details. Many even confuse it with simple teleportation, so it made sense that Sakura was clueless. "Uncle Minato," Sasuke greeted politely. Minato nodded in response, smiling. "Kushina informed me about what was happening. You all did well on this mission." "Leave Zabuza and Haku to me." The team, proud of their work, smiled and wondered what Minato had planned. Minato turned to Zabuza and Haku, who were securely bound, and asked, "You're Momoki Zabuza, the demon of the mist, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right?" "Fourth Hokage, the famed yellow flash of Konoha." "I've heard much about you," Zabuza replied with cautious respect. Naruto observed the scene, feeling it resembled the tense negotiations when Kakashi first met Zabuza. Was this some ninja custom he didn't know about? Luckily, Minato cut through the awkwardness. "I'll be direct. I need your help with something. It won't violate your ninja code, and if you succeed, it'll benefit you." Zabuza remained silent for a moment before glancing at Haku. "Looks like I don't have much choice." "Then return to Konoha with me, and we'll discuss the details." Minato then turned to Tazuna, his expression turning serious. "Mr. Tazuna, regarding your deception and the false mission rank, I expect you to come to Konoha after the bridge is completed to explain yourself and help with the aftermath. Is that clear? Why yes, of course. Tazuna stammered, shocked by the young Hokage's stern demeanor. Sakura tugged on Naruto's sleeve and whispered, "Hey, Naruto, isn't Lord Hokage supposed to be gentle? Why is he so strict today?" Naruto replied, "Because he's Hokage. He's gentle with his own, but that old man tried to trick us, so it's only right to be strict." They say that during negotiations with the Land of Lightning a few years ago, Dad's presence was even scarier. Sakura nodded, trying to understand. This was how a Hokage should be, kind to his own, like the friendly neighbor everyone loves, but firm with outsiders. "We'll head back to Konoha now," Minato said, preparing to teleport with Zabuza and Haku. Naruto leaned in. "Dad, can your chakra handle such a long distance?" "It's fine. This distance isn't as taxing as summoning a Mabunta. And don't underestimate your dad's chakra reserves." "Oh, do you want to take us back too?" "We're done here anyway," Naruto asked hopefully. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi spoke up. "No, Naruto. This is our mission. We started it, so we'll finish it ourselves." Completing the mission properly is part of a ninja's training. "Oh," Naruto sighed, resigning himself to walk back. "You ninjas have so many rules." But he didn't argue. When he mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he could teleport home while others walked. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair and turned to Kakashi with a proud smile. "You're becoming a great teacher, Kakashi." It's nothing," Kakashi replied, embarrassed by the praise. Naruto couldn't resist teasing. "You'd be an even better teacher if you didn't read those weird books in front of us." Hey, Kakashi stammered, flustered. "PFFT, Sasuke snickered. Sakura also giggled behind her hand. Zabuza and Haku watched this interaction, a look of disbelief in their eyes. Such casual banter between students and their jonin was unheard of in the Bloody Mist. Minato sighed. "Are you still reading those? When I recommended Jiraiya-sensei's book to you, it was The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Because of that, Kushina's given me quite a few lectures. Maybe I'll let her handle you." Then, with a casual wave, Minato teleported away with Zabuza and Haku to Konoha. "No, Minato-sensei." Kakashi reached out, but it was too late. Remembering Kushina's gentle teachings, he froze in place like a scarecrow in a field. "Ha ha ha ha!" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura burst into laughter, filling the air with joy. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 51. Naruto. After the fourth Hokage left, Tazuna didn't immediately start constructing the bridge. Instead, he and the workers spread the news that all of Gato's men had been killed by the rebels. The residents of the Land of Waves rejoiced. Hundreds of people armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find, farm tools, sticks, anything, and rushed together toward Gato's residence. Naruto didn't know what happened to Gato, but he noticed that Tazuna returned with more workers than before. While the residents of the Land of Waves were organizing, Naruto sat with his teammates, debriefing the recent battle. Their encounters with Zabuza had exposed some weaknesses. Naruto started. "First, our team's sensory abilities are too weak. We were practically blind when Zabuza used the hidden mist technique. It forced us to stop him from using ninjutsu at all costs in the second battle. Kakashi-sensei could summon ninja hounds, but they were mostly used for tracking, not combat. He was the only one who could use Earth Release. I'll handle this," Naruto continued. "I'm practicing sensory ninjutsu. If it works, I'll gain a powerful new ability." With that, Naruto formed a hand sign, created 30 shadow clones, and sent them off to practice. The clones dashed into the woods, full of energy. After finding a suitable spot, one of them pulled out a small round card, stuck it on his chest, and it read number 001. Number 001 announced, "I cleared Elden Ring with only 3 lives, but this time we've got 30. If we can't manage to learn sensory ninjutsu with this many, we'll have no face to show to the original brothers. Let's start training." Number 001 and the other 28 clones began practicing. Meanwhile, one clone muttered, "We're all shadow clones, so why are you the only one being dramatic?" That clone then transformed into a blonde, twin-tailed Naruto and began practicing with a smile. Number 001 glanced at Naruto, adjusted the sign on his chest, and went back to training. Naruto had no idea what his clones were doing, so he continued the meeting. Sakura raised her hand and said, "Explosive tags are really useful, but they're expensive. Isn't it a bit wasteful to use so many?" Sakura shouted excitedly, "Explosions are awesome. It's pure art." Then she calmed down. "But yeah, they're too costly." Naruto reassured her, "We're just rookies fresh out of the academy. It's worth it if a few dozen explosive tags can hold down a jonin for that long." Kakashi wanted to protest. How could Naruto still call himself a rookie after that? But he held back. Sasuke nodded in agreement and added, "My chakra and stamina need improvement. The tactics we use today are too exhausting. I can't use them often, right?" "Facing someone like Zabuza isn't common," Naruto replied. "For regular shinobi, the strategies we used against Kakashi-sensei during training should be enough. But you should still work on your endurance. Lasting only 10 minutes is too weak." Sasuke glared at Naruto but didn't argue. "Not everyone is as overpowered as you," he thought. He continued, "The way Zabuza transformed into you and blended in with your clones was pretty clever. When outnumbered, we could consider using a similar tactic to directly target the enemy leader." Naruto wanted to point out that they're rarely outnumbered because of his ability to make so many clones. But he took Sasuke's suggestion. "It was risky when Zabuza threw that smoke bomb. We should have countered by blowing up my clone along with him. We'll do that next time if we're in a similar situation." Sakura asked hesitantly, "Doesn't it bother you? Shadow clones send their memories back to the original when they disperse. Won't it be uncomfortable?" "It's just a few clones," Naruto said with a grin. "Better they take the hit than us. Anyway, when my clones die, they're usually pretty happy about it." Kakashi couldn't help but interject, "Speaking of which, I've been wondering." Normally, shadow clones share the same memory and thought process as the original. But your clones act like they have their personalities. Maybe you should visit the Yamanaka clan for a checkup. "The Yamanaka clan? Isn't that Konoha's psychiatry?" Naruto stared at Kakashi, thinking, "I treat you like a brother, and you call me crazy." "If the Yamanaka clan saw what was in my head, they'd go mad before I did." Deciding to let it slide, Naruto explained, "I'm perfectly sane. If I hadn't, my mum would have taken me to Yamanaka ages ago. It's probably just because my mind is so full of thoughts because of that when I make clones, some of them come out with exaggerated personalities." His teammates didn't ask about the clone that liked to transform into Naruto. They just sighed in relief, knowing Naruto wasn't sick, and continued to discuss battle strategies before starting their training. Naruto focused on his sensory ninjutsu training, aiming to master Kagura's mind-eye quickly. Sasuke intensified his physical and chakra control training to boost his stamina. Sakura continued studying her medical scrolls and added survival training, learning to dodge various attacks from Naruto and Sasuke. After all, according to the rules of the medical ninja, those who can't protect themselves are of no use to the team. Kakashi, as usual, leaned against a tree, took out his favorite book, and flipped through a couple of pages before closing it. "My students are working so hard. As their sensei, I should do the same," Kakashi mused. In reality, Kakashi was a bit dissatisfied with his performance today. It shouldn't have taken him so long to deal with a single enemy, causing his beloved students to face such danger. It seemed he needed to step up his training. Maybe he should spar with Gaia Broken Bar Youth. Kakashi shook his head violently. What a terrifying thought. Later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura occasionally noticed flashes of lightning in Kakashi's direction. "This lazy sensei wants to train seriously?" The three exchanged glances and smiled, pushing themselves even harder. 3 days later, the bridge in the Land of Waves was officially completed, and the workers cheered and celebrated. With Gato gone and the bridge finished, the Land of Waves finally had hope. Tazuna bid farewell to Kakashi, mentioning that he would visit Konoha soon to finalize the mission details and pay the appropriate compensation. And so, the four of them set out on their journey back to Konoha. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 0 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 52. Mission completed. The mission in the Land of Waves had finally ended, and Naruto was on his way back to Konoha. Living in the Land of Waves has been uncomfortable, but it wasn't because Tsuna's family hadn't been welcoming. Naruto just felt out of place. There's nothing like returning to your own home and sleeping in your bed. The journey back was much easier than the trip there. Without the responsibility of protecting Tsuna and with no mission hanging over them, there was less concern about ambushes or sneak attacks. As they traveled, Naruto realized he had neglected to bring any souvenirs from his first trip outside of Konoha. He had intended to, but after wandering through the streets, he discovered there was nothing worth bringing home. The Land of Waves was too poor. It was a country in name, but it felt more like a small fishing village. Should I bring back some salted fish? Naruto wondered aloud, glancing at Kakashi, who already had one slung over his shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, will there be more missions like this in the future? Sakura asked, her voice curious. Sakura enjoyed missions away from the village. It meant she didn't have to deal with Ino and their rivalry over Sasuke. Most genin missions are in or near the village, Kakashi replied. Especially for you new genin. Oh, Sakura said, a little disappointed. When you become Chunin, though, the mission level goes up, and you'll have more chances to leave the village. Naruto perked up. Aren't the Chunin exams starting soon? In about a month, Kakashi said after thinking for a moment. Are you all planning to participate? The three nodded eagerly, each with their reasons. Naruto just wanted to join in on the excitement. With Konoha's current lineup, Orochimaru wouldn't dare attack the village. He thought about Itachi, Sasuke, and Kimimaro. If they were all there, who would Orochimaru target? Maybe it's time to start calling him Auntie Snake. Sasuke, on the other hand, wanted to see how he measured up against other genin. Sparring with Naruto every day made it hard to gauge his strength. And of course, becoming a Chunin would mean he was one step closer to catching up to his brother. Sakura had her motivations. She wanted to become a Chunin as soon as possible so she could spend more time with Sasuke without Ino around. She saw these four-person missions as her and Sasuke's little world, with Kakashi buried in his book and Naruto off practicing on his own. Naruto even gave her opportunities to be alone with Sasuke. In Sakura, as long as I can marry Sasuke. In her mind, becoming a Chunin meant Sasuke was practically hers already. She was determined to take the exam. All right, I'll sign you up, Kakashi said. But as your teacher, I have to remind you that Chunin exams can be very dangerous. How dangerous are we talking? Naruto asked. Kakashi hesitated. No matter what, the Chunin exams couldn't be more dangerous than facing Zabuza. He was confident in his students. Even the talented Neji Hyuga, whom Gai was always bragging about, wasn't necessarily stronger than his team. Neji might be gifted, but he was just a genin who had graduated a year ago. Had he seen fire jutsu and explosive tags in action, or an enhanced water dragon jutsu? The four of them chatted as they walked, sharing what they knew about the Chunin exams. By evening, they had returned to Konoha. Izumo, Katetsu, it's your turn to stand guard again? Kakashi greeted them lazily. Naruto perked up. These two were the legendary Konoha gatekeepers who had supposedly scared away pain at the front gate. But no matter how he looked at them, they just seemed like two ordinary Chunin or maybe special jonin. Kakashi, did the mission go well? Izumo Kamizuki asked. Other than a few surprises, it went fine. Kakashi handed over the mission details and the entry certificates. The process was routine. Katetsu again looked over the papers. Everything seems fine. Welcome back. See you later. I've got to submit a mission report. Kakashi waved casually. Once inside the village, they disbanded. Sasuke couldn't wait to get home. He hadn't seen his brother in a while and didn't know if he was there. Sakura also hurried home. Despite always complaining about her parents, she still missed them after being away. Naruto wasn't in a rush. He had a few video calls with his parents while in the Land of Waves. Kurama had even helped Kushina call Naruto a few times. His relationship with Kurama was always like that, a pair of happy rivals. Kushina had mentioned that Minato was trying to hack into the chat room, but it didn't go well. Naruto walked slowly, kicking a pebble as he thought about his next plan. He. A lewd laugh caught Naruto's attention. No way. Naruto turned his head, and sure enough, there he was. Chapter 53. A pervert sage. Naruto looked up at the figure on the roof, who was laughing strangely. The person had white hair, wore a red shirt, and carried a large scroll on his back. Peeping over the roof, there was no doubt who he was. Isn't this Jiraiya, the pervy sage of the ninja world, always getting into trouble? Naruto's eyes moved from the roof to the door of the women's bathhouse. Yep, it all made sense. In broad daylight, right in the middle of the village, Naruto, as a responsible young ninja, couldn't let such bad behavior slide. But going over there directly might make him look guilty by association, so he hid in a corner, created a shadow clone, and pointed at Jiraiya. Go get him. Yes, sir. The clone saluted, then transformed into Naruto and walked away. Hey, Naruto groaned. Do you have to transform like that? Naruto smiled sweetly and asked, then who do you want me to be? Sakura, Tsunade? Don't tell me you want Sasuke. Naruto slapped his forehead. It doesn't matter who you turn into. Just can you change your clothes? Naruto looked down and noticed her outfit. Oops. My bad. How did I end up in such a revealing outfit? Naruto changed into a cute little skirt and walked toward the bathhouse. When she got to the door, she screamed, "Ya tilde, a pervert is peeping." Naruto winced. That scream. Do I have a talent for dolphin sounds? Oops. Jiraiya was startled by the sudden scream, slipped, and rolled off the roof. But he quickly jumped back up as if nothing had happened, as expected from someone who could survive a punch from Tsunade. Soon, the bathhouse was filled with screams and shouts. Jiraiya, about to run away, suddenly stopped when he saw Naruto. His eyes widened. Oh, this. Naruto shot him a look of disdain, formed a Rasengan, and happily knocked herself out of existence. Did she just knock herself out because I was staring? Jiraiya froze as if hit by a huge blow. He stayed like that until a wooden tub from the bathhouse hit him on the head, snapping him back to reality. He quickly ran off. Out of danger, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. That move. Was that Minato's Rasengan? And that hair color? Could Minato have had another daughter? Jiraiya hopped lightly to dodge a leg that tried to trip him. Oh ho, the old pervert is pretty quick. Naruto remarked playfully with his arms crossed. Jiraiya looked Naruto up and down. The blonde hair, blue eyes. It was like seeing Minato as a kid. And with that bright chakra, this kid is Minato and Kushina's child. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. It was your shadow clone messing with me, wasn't it? Using the transformation jutsu and shadow clone jutsu like that. Really? Then Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement as he grabbed Naruto's shoulder. That's awesome. How did you come up with that? Also, what's your name? Naruto pushed Jiraiya away, feeling annoyed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Good point. Jiraiya jumped back and slapped the ground with his hand, and a large toad appeared under his feet. Jiraiya spun his long hair around, stepped forward, and struck a pose. I am the Toad Sage, master of the toads of Mount Myoboku, and my name is Jiraiya. Naruto quietly watched him perform, unsure whether to run away. Jiraiya had brought many smiles to Naruto's face in his previous life and had also made him cry a lot. He always felt that Jiraiya was a mix of contradictions. You could say he was a bad guy, but he was kind and brave, always willing to risk his life for the village. You could say he was a good guy, but he would happily spend Naruto's pocket money on drinks and women. But he was devoted. He waited for Tsunade for decades and never settled down with anyone else. Despite his wandering eyes, you could say he was single-minded, but he still loved to peek in bathhouses and hot springs. You could say he hadn't achieved much. Even the title of Sanin was given to him. Tsunade and Orochimaru after they survived a battle with Hanzo are like a consolation prize. Yet, You could also say he was extraordinary. The students he taught were some of the most powerful in the ninja world. If they stood together, they could shake the entire world. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Now it'll end a bit better, I hope. The final chapter, I'll call it, Frog at the Bottom of the Well drifts off into the great ocean. That was Jiraiya's final thought about himself. Naruto still didn't know if those words were heroic or just sad when Jiraiya said them. But what made Naruto admire Jiraiya wasn't those words. It was the moment Jiraiya broke a popsicle in half and gave one piece to Naruto. Humans are strange creatures. Sometimes they laugh when they cry, and sometimes they cry when they laugh. Now, with Jiraiya standing in front of him alive, all of Naruto's thoughts boiled down to one simple phrase, "Oh, Puppy Sage." Bang! The toad disappeared, and Jiraiya stumbled. "It's the Toad Sage." The Toad Sage. Then he leaned in again. "Naruto, come here, let's talk about your ninjutsu. Hee hee. This old perverter, how could anyone respect him as an elder?" Naruto was annoyed. "I've heard my parents talk about you." "Oh? What did they say?" "My dad said you were his most respected teacher and an amazing ninja." Jiraiya coughed, trying to look serious. Naruto continued, "But my mom told me not to hang out with you." "Hey? Question mark. Why?" Jiraiya's jaw dropped. "Kushina, you've changed. When you and Minato told me you'd name your child after the hero in my novel, you weren't like this." "Because she was afraid you would corrupt me." "There must be some misunderstanding." Jiraiya desperately tried to defend his reputation. "Yeah, I used to think so too, but after seeing you today, I'm convinced." "How is it?" Jiraiya asked, hoping for a twist. Naruto shook his head. "Turns out, kids should listen to their mums. So, I'm heading home now. Goodbye, Puppy Sage." Naruto waved his hand, walked past the stunned Jiraiya, and started heading home. Jiraiya quickly turned around and chased after him. Wait, I'm coming too." "I was planning to visit your house anyway, Puppy Sage." "It's the Toad Sage." "The Toad Sage." "Oh, Puppy Sage." As the evening sun bathed the streets of Konoha in golden light, the shadows of the old and young stretched long behind them. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to vote to left. Chapter 54. Family, I'm back. Naruto exclaimed as he pushed open the door, followed closely by Jiraiya. Kushina came to greet him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Welcome back, Jiraiya-sensei." "Yo, sorry for intruding." Jiraiya greeted with a wide grin. Kushina asked curiously, "How did the two of you meet?" Naruto began to answer casually, "Well, on my way back, I ran into this girl." But before he could finish, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth, smiling nervously. "Haha. Nothing to worry about. We just happened to bump into each other." I recognized Naruto right away as Minato's son and decided to come along. "Really, Tilda?" Kushina eyed him suspiciously. Yeah, that's exactly what happened." Jiraiya nodded vigorously, pressing down on Naruto's head. Naruto struggled to break free, grumbling, "Puppy Sage, that's enough." All right, come inside," Kushina sighed, already familiar with Jiraiya's antics. She led them in, adding, "Minato will be back soon. Have a seat and some tea." As Kushina turned to prepare the tea, Jiraiya pulled Naruto aside and whispered, "Naruto, could you, forget about that little incident? It's kinda embarrassing." Naruto looked unimpressed. "Didn't you say you were just gathering research material? Now you're worried about embarrassment?" "Embarrassment? More like self-preservation. If Kushina found out, especially given her friendship with Tsunade, I'd be in serious trouble." Jiraiya rubbed his ribs, recalling past pains. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. "Anyway, if you keep quiet about it, I'll teach you a super cool jutsu." Naruto scoffed. "Jutsu? I could just learn something from Dad." "This one is different. My art of the Raging Lion's Mane is unique, and no one else in the entire ninja world can do it." Naruto shrugged. "I'm gonna take a shower." As he walked away, he muttered to himself, "But that hair jutsu does sound kinda interesting." As he imagined it, Naruto could see his yellow hair growing longer and shining with a golden light, powered by Kuruma's chakra. "Ha! I'd look like a Super Saiyan. After his shower, Naruto returned to find the table full. Dad, Kimimaro, Kakashi-sensei, good evening. Good evening, Kimimaro and Kakashi replied in unison, one with cool detachment, the other with his usual laid-back demeanor. We were just waiting, Minato said, beckoning him to sit down as they all began to eat. Minato and Jiraiya soon fell into conversation. So, Sensei, what brings you back today? I've sent messages through the toads multiple times. Jiraiya chuckled. There were always reasons. Naruto rolled his eyes. Reasons, sure. Probably just chasing after Orochimaru and gathering more research material. I can't believe Naruto's grown up so much, Jiraiya mused. And you even adopted a child. Minato smiled proudly. Kimimaro is a great boy. His strength and character are almost flawless. Kimimaro nodded modestly. Thank you for the compliment. Jiraiya, too, was impressed. He's very polite. A good kid indeed, he said, shooting Naruto a pointed look. Naruto rolled his eyes again. Unaware of the tension, Minato asked, so, how's Naruto's ninjutsu training coming along? He's doing all right, Naruto answered. My Kagura's mind-eye technique has improved a bit. The Flying Thunder God is still tougher. I feel like I'm just a step away. I also want to learn a more powerful water-style jutsu. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Kagura's mind-eye? What's that? It's a sensory technique, Kushina explained. Naruto likes to call it that because he says it's like having a mini-map in his head. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, then laughed. As expected of your son, Minato. Ha ha ha, right? I always knew Naruto inherited my talents. Minato beamed with pride. Jiraiya choked. That's not quite what I meant. Sensei, Minato began, I was thinking of teaching Naruto the summoning technique. It's a type of space-time ninjutsu, and it might help him. If it was just a simple summoning, Minato wouldn't have mentioned it. Jiraiya knew he was talking about the Toad contract with Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya smiled warmly. That's a great idea. I'll give you the scroll later so Naruto can sign it. Minato hesitated. Are you sure? Of course. You're my most talented student. It's about time. I won't let you down. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Oh, Dad, what happened with Zabuza and Haku? Minato answered, they're in Konoha. Their movements are restricted for now, but I'll figure something out. Kushina pretended to be angry as she turned to Kakashi. Speaking of which, Kakashi, how could you have Naruto and his classmates face someone as dangerous as Zabuza while you only dealt with Haku? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his face half hidden by his mask. Well, at the time, those three kids insisted on going after Zabuza. I didn't have much of a choice. Have you been slacking off again? No. Then why does Kakashi always read those trashy books by certain trashy authors? Kushina glared pointedly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused mid-bite. Is she talking about me? My fan just got roasted. Should I step in? But one look at Kushina's fiery red hair made him reconsider. Sorry, Kakashi, you're on your own. Kakashi stammered, well, I've been working on new jutsu. Sometimes, reading helps me relax and inspires creativity. Yeah, that's it. The famed copy ninja of Konoha, stuttering and stumbling over his words, was a rare sight. He'd rather face an Akatsuki member than endure this lecture. Is that so? Kushina's tone was sharp. Well, I've decided. When your team isn't on a mission, you'll be training with us. Yes ma'am. Kakashi replied weakly, the food suddenly tasting bland. Naruto snickered at Kakashi's plight. He nudged Kimimaro. How are your teammates these days? Same as always, Kimimaro replied. Recently, Gai-sensei brought his new student to meet us. Have you ever seen 5 people, all dressed in green, hugging each other and shouting about youth? It's disturbing. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 55. Matchmaking. Thank you, Schwifters, for becoming a lead member on Patreon. Shout out to you. Enjoy. Speaking of those odd teammates, Kimimaro had a lot to say. Having been with the team for 3 years, He had more or less grown accustomed to his teammates' quirks. But when asked by someone close to him, he couldn't help but vent a bit. The most troublesome thing is that Lee, Tenten, and Neji keep urging me to change my hairstyle, change my clothes, and shout slogans. Yes, I admit that Gai-sensei is very powerful. But there's no need to imitate him completely. To keep the peace, I just told them that whoever can beat me can decide my look. Naruto chuckled, intrigued. And then what happened? Then it got even worse, Kimimaro replied, his tone dry. They started challenging me 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. If I lost, they'd train even harder, so I had to keep up. Ha ha ha. Naruto burst out laughing. They're persistent, huh? Even forcing you, the usually stoic Kimimaro, into this situation. Naruto gave Kimimaro a playful pat on the shoulder. Well, it's a good thing your teammates are so energetic. I think they're interesting. Kimimaro remained expressionless. If you like them so much, maybe I'll bring them over to help your team train sometime. Eh? That's not necessary, Naruto exclaimed, a bit alarmed. When did Kimimaro pick up this sly side? Naruto knew well that in pure taijutsu, he wouldn't stand a chance against Kimimaro. Fighting him would just be asking for a beating. As the brothers bantered, on the other side, Kushina suddenly thought of something important. Kakashi, haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend yet? Kakashi, caught off guard, replied, well, a broken bar, I'm not in a hurry. You're not getting any younger. What do you think of Anko? Or maybe I could ask Mikoto to introduce you to some Uchiha girls, so they're very pretty. Kakashi tried to deflect the conversation. Kushina sighed. It's all Jiraiya-sensei's fault for writing those ridiculous books that corrupted you. Hey, how is this my fault? Jiraiya protested. I'm just a writer. If your kid's picking up bad habits, that's on you. My books are clearly labeled for adults. Speaking of which, Naruto jumped in. Jiraiya-sensei, you're still single, huh? Waiting for Tsunade-sama? A broken bar? Well, a broken bar, Jiraiya stammered. For all his bravado and his famous novels, he was surprisingly shy about his feelings. Naruto, enjoying the chaos, was already planning how he could help Jiraiya and maybe even find a partner for Kakashi. But then, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Listen up, Naruto, Kimimaro, Kushina said sternly. You two better not pick up any bad habits from these guys. This is important. Kimimaro remained silent, but Naruto quickly retorted, Mom, I'm only 12. What's that supposed to mean? Your father was already a broken bar. Kushina blushed and trailed off, embarrassed. Jiraiya and Kakashi, knowing the story, burst out laughing. Naruto, imagining the scene, couldn't help but think, yeah, my dad was amazing. He was already sneaking around under the moonlight with you when he was 12. The next morning, Minato and Jiraiya headed to the Hokage's office, while Kimimaro went off to meet his enthusiastic teammates. Naruto and Kushina walked to the mission hall together. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. Good morning, everyone, Kushina greeted with a smile. Morning, Akamaru, Hinata, and a broken bar. Naruto's eyes darted to where he instinctively felt was the most unlikely spot, and sure enough, a broken bar. Shino. Good morning, Kushina-sensei. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted shyly. Kiba, noticing Naruto's focus on Akamaru, shouted, Hey, Naruto. You haven't seen me in so long. And you only notice Akamaru? Wow! Akamaru barked happily, his tail wagging. Naruto scooped Akamaru up, petting him with a grin. How can I not notice Akamaru? He's adorable. You, Kiba, are just his sidekick. Kiba, indignant, yelled, You bastard! How can you betray me? Oh, go ask Sasuke to fight you. Naruto responded dismissively. Why fight when petting the dog was more fun? As they waited, Naruto struck up a conversation with Kurama in his mind. Hey, Big Fox, can I pet your head? Kurama smiled mischievously. Naruto's eyes widened as a giant tail appeared before him, and then a broken bar. Wham! He was sent flying. Ow! You just wait, Kurama. One day, I'm gonna. Naruto winced, rubbing his head. Kushina, watching her students interact with Naruto, couldn't help but smile. Especially when she noticed Hinata sneaking glances at Naruto, She was even more pleased. Looks like yesterday's decision to train with Kakashi's squad was the right call. I'll keep an eye on both Kakashi and Naruto, are two birds with one stone. Alright, let's pick up the mission first. You can do what you like in the afternoon. Yes. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino responded in unison, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Kushina's authority was unquestionable, and even the rambunctious Kiba wouldn't dare defy her. Naruto reluctantly handed Akamaru back to Kiba and continued waiting for his teammates. Sasuke and Sakura arrived on time. Kakashi must have crossed paths with a black cat or something. He was only 10 minutes late today. Not too bad. Let's go, Kakashi said lazily. Today's mission was a dog walking assignment. There wasn't much choice here. Most missions left to Genin were mundane tasks like finding lost pets, babysitting, pulling weeds, or running errands. Each of the three took a dog, leashed it, grabbed a plastic bag, and set off on their mission. The walk was uneventful. These were just ordinary dogs, not as smart as Akamaru, nor as cute, so Naruto didn't feel the urge to play with them. After submitting the mission, Kakashi reached for some snacks from his ninja pouch but decided against it. Alright, let's go train with teammate today. Sasuke didn't care, but Sakura asked curiously, why are we suddenly training with another team? Kakashi sighed inwardly. Do you think I want to? Kushina-sensei gave me orders, and I'm not about to disobey her. But how can I explain that to you? Naruto stifled a laugh, giving Kakashi an out. Maybe he wants us to see how we measure up against another team. Yeah, that's it, Kakashi agreed quickly, relieved. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 56. Naruto's strength. After submitting their assignment, Team 7 hurried to the training ground. Kushina joked, "You're on time for once, Kakashi." "That's worthy of praise." Kakashi sighed helplessly. "Is my image that bad in your mind?" "Ha ha ha, alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get a match started." Kiba, itching to fight, jumped out impatiently and shouted, "Let's have a showdown, Naruto." Naruto couldn't do much but agree. He knew that if he didn't beat Kiba thoroughly, he'd never stop. Okay, let's fight." As Naruto said this, everyone heard him, and he signaled that he was ready. Kushina excitedly stepped into the middle to preside over the match. The others stepped back to make space. And now, the first friendly match between Team 7 and Team 8. Kiba Inuzuka vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Get ready your start. Naruto and Kiba exchanged the seal of opposition. Kiba didn't miss the chance to talk tough. "Give it your best, Naruto. This time, Akamaru and I will defeat you." Woof! Akamaru barked in agreement, wagging his tail. "Give it my best? Are you sure?" Naruto asked. Kiba was full of confidence. "Yes. Give it your best. I've gotten a lot stronger. Don't underestimate me." Sasuke, hearing this, looked at Kiba with pity. Naruto nodded. "Alright, let's do this." "Akamaru, get ready." Woof! Naruto thought for a moment. "What's my full power?" He decided to start with 1000 shadow clones. Naruto shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." As soon as Kiba and Akamaru got into their attacking stance, they were met with a bang 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 bang. Countless Narutos filled the field, packed so tightly that even the spectators were nearly drowned in the sea of clones. "Hey, you stepped on my foot, idiot." "My arm's about to be crushed, you jerk." "Move over, give me some space." "Eliminate yourself." "Hey, who touched the, are you gay? Are you a bastard?" The clones were noisy and shoving each other, causing chaos that resembled a crowded marketplace, a packed train during rush hour, or a bus during peak hours. Looking around, the entire training ground was filled with little blonde heads. Anyone who didn't know about the fight would think they were in a sunflower field. Kiba was completely overwhelmed by Naruto's clones. He couldn't even move, let alone fight. Akamaru was plucked up by one of the Narutos and passed through the clones back to Naruto. Kushina, who was closest to the battlefield, had a tick mark on her forehead as she found herself surrounded by the clones. Kushina raised a hand irritably. The match is over. Naruto wins. Now get rid of those shadow clones, right now. Naruto obediently dispelled the shadow clones. Over 1,000 of them vanished instantly, and the remaining chakra returned to him. Naruto, feeling a bit drained after having his chakra split into 1,000 parts, regained his composure. Though the sheer number of clones looked intimidating, they didn't have much combat power. In the anime, Naruto overwhelmed Mizuki with thousands of clones because he had used the Nine-Tails chakra in his rage. But now, Naruto was using only his chakra, so each clone had less than 0.1 of a chakra point. The issue was that even if you combined Kiba and Akamaru's chakra, they only had about 0.23 points of chakra. No matter how much Kakashi was mocked for having low chakra, he was still a Jonin. Kiba, on the other hand, was just one of the better genin, so he was completely out of his league. After the shadow clones disappeared, Kakashi glanced up at the sky. Was that necessary? Sakura was relieved. She had been squished into Sasuke's arms and apologized weakly. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I got pushed over accidentally. Sakura, however, was punching the air. Nice job, Naruto. It's fine, Sasuke muttered, rubbing his chest, feeling a bit sore. Hinata's face was red, her fingers twiddling together, and her head was almost steaming. She had been too close to Naruto. As for Kiba, he was crushed. He slumped to the ground as if he had lost all hope. What just happened? Wham! Kushina punched Naruto on the head. That was too much. He told me to do my best. Sorry, Naruto apologized sincerely, realizing he might have overdone it. Kushina noticed Kiba was feeling down and quickly went over to comfort him. Actually, in a real battle, you just have to outlast him until he runs out of chakra. This tactic isn't practical in a real fight. Of course, Kushina didn't mention that there are other ways to counter this, such as using large-scale ninjutsu to clear the field or creating the same number of shadow clones to counter him. But with Naruto's growth rate, this move might become useful in the future. Akamaru jumped out of Naruto's arms, whimpered, and licked Kiba's hand, trying to cheer him up. Being a hot-blooded kid, Kiba quickly regained his spirit. Naruto, I lost this time, but next time. Sasuke looked at him with pity once again. So naive. I thought like you when I was 4. Now I'm 12. Naruto and Kiba left the stage after exchanging the seal of reconciliation, and Kushina shouted, next up, Hinata Hyuga vs. Sakura Haruno. The two girls walked to the center of the field, exchanged the seal of opposition, and faced each other. Hinata didn't know much about Sakura, but she had always envied her for being on the same team as Naruto-kun. She also admired Sakura for having the courage to confess to the one she liked. But even though I admire you, Hinata thought quietly as she glanced to the side where Naruto was watching, I want to win. Sakura didn't know much about Hinata either. All she knew was that Hinata was a shy, introverted girl. She always thought of Hinata as a good persona. Any girl who didn't try to take Sasuke away from her was a good person. But even though you're a good person, Sakura glanced at the sidelines where Sasuke was watching. I don't want to lose in front of Sasuke. Hinata assumed her gentle fist stance, her eyes firm and determined. Sakura encouraged herself quietly, feeling the power surging within her. Sakura made the first move, rushing at Hinata with her fists flying, cutting through the air with surprising speed, and then she froze. What happened? Why? What is this? Is this Hinata? Under Sakura's shocked gaze, Hinata's Byakugan activated, the veins around her eyes bulging as she effortlessly dodged Sakura's punch. Then, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, Hinata's hands slipped through Sakura's defenses with ease, striking her in rapid succession, hitting her 32 times in an instant. Chapter 57, Hinata's strength. Sakura felt as if her entire body had been struck with countless small hammers, leaving her powerless to fight back. When Hinata finally stopped her assault, Sakura's strength gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The chakra she usually controlled with ease now refused to respond. What's going on? Hinata, A girl who is usually so quiet and reserved, has become so strong. I lost, Sakura admitted, barely managing to prop herself up as she sat on the ground, her voice filled with disappointment. Hinata quickly trotted over, offering her hand to help Sakura up. "I'm sorry, Sakura, are you alright?" she asked softly. "It's alright, Hinata." "You're amazing." "What was that just now?" "I feel completely drained." Yes, Hinata explained shyly, "it's the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. It disrupts the flow of chakra by targeting specific tenketsu points. I just sealed 32 of your chakra points, but I'll unlock them for you right away." Hinata, who had just been precise and decisive in battle, reverted to her usual timid demeanor as she began unsealing Sakura's chakra points. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, was amazed. In terms of coolness, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is definitely among the best. When Hinata was using the gentle fist, each move was so fluid and elegant it looked especially graceful. Compared to the slow-motion martial arts films that have been popular in the last few years, this was far more impressive. The graceful young warrior look that Hinata displayed was miles above what anyone would expect. Even Sasuke was taken aback. "Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan?" Sakura couldn't even put up a fight. Sasuke had always thought of Hinata as just a shy girl who barely made her presence known. Kakashi, however, wasn't particularly surprised. He had seen the gentle fist many times before. Hinata's level is decent among her peers. He couldn't help but wonder how she would measure up against Neji Hyuga, whom Gai often praised. As Hinata helped Sakura off the stage, Ki brushed forward to praise her, with Akamaru barking excitedly at his side. Hinata felt embarrassed by the praise and occasionally stole glances at Naruto to gauge his reaction. Sakura noticed Hinata's shy looks and smiled knowingly, like an aunt who just figured something out. "Alright, the third match next is Shino Abiram vs Sasuke Uchiha." The next battle was incredibly intense, though Naruto couldn't remember much about it afterwards. No one seemed to remember who won. When Naruto later asked Sasuke about it, Sasuke just grumbled, "It's none of your business." "I didn't lose, alright?" Oddly enough, no one thought to ask Shino, who was also in the battle. But why not? After the 3 matches were over, Naruto slyly suggested, "How about a battle between the teachers?" Kushina cracked her knuckles and smiled. "I wouldn't mind." Kakashi immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Why does this kid always try to get me in trouble?" "I'll pass. I have some training to do," he said, slipping away into an inconspicuous corner. Naruto wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that the area where Kakashi was training looked much brighter than usual. Naruto then turned his attention to teammates training. Hinata is throwing gentle fist strikes at a wooden dummy with a determined expression, though she occasionally seems a bit distracted. Shino is busy practicing his insect manipulation, all while dodging surprise attacks from Kushina. In many ways, the Abiram clan is similar to the puppet master, so they both relied on manipulating something other than their bodies in battle, making their main bodies vulnerable. Kiba's training is the most intense. Not only was he running around on all fours like Akamaru, but his mimicry of Akamaru's attacks was incredibly precise. The most shocking, though, is Akamaru's airborne dynamic marking technique. Akamaru would leap high into the air, spin 720 degrees, and accurately spray his target. It is truly terrifying, a psychological blow more than anything. Naruto silently vowed, "If Kiba ever uses that move on me, I'll end him, and not even Kushina will be able to save him." Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke continued their usual training routines. However, while Naruto is practicing his sensory abilities, he has a sudden, unconventional idea. He remembered how Luffy in One Piece had learned observation haki by being blindfolded and dodging attacks from Rayleigh. Luffy had been forced to develop his ability through sheer practice. So, Naruto gritted his teeth and blindfolded himself, asking Kushina to attack him from different directions so he could sense her movements and evade. As for how Kushina managed to guide teammate while helping Naruto train, Kushina is a master of shadow clones, so multitasking wasn't an issue for her. But that wasn't all. Naruto created 100 shadow clones, scattered them throughout the forest, and had them pull down their headbands to cover their eyes. They played a high-stakes game of blindfolded tag. If a clone sensed another, they would strike, but the challenge was to avoid being detected themselves. One by one, the clones were taken down except for Naruto, who kept getting pummeled. How was Kushina's punch? Everyone who's experienced it would agree it was no joke. Naruto's screams could be heard echoing across the training grounds. Meanwhile, Kakashi's lightning was flashing brighter, Kiba's training was more lively, and Hinata seemed to be spacing out more often. After more than 30 clones were killed in the game, Naruto finally managed to dodge one of Kushina's punches for the first time. Feeling proud of his accomplishment, he got excited only to be hit again. 2 hours later, only one clone remained in the forest. It let out a sigh of relief. This time, the clone didn't disperse. On purpose, surviving the game was a reward in itself. Compared to the clone's joyful game, Naruto had to endure not only the painful memories of his clones being defeated but also the physical pain of the punches himself. Kushina is a true mother, serious about anything related to training, and she didn't hold back when it came to disciplining her son. As she put it, it's better to be beaten and cry at home than to be killed outside. Fortunately, the afternoon wasn't wasted. Naruto finally awakened the Kagura mind's eye, though it was still unstable when he got too excited. Naruto felt like a bronze tier player in some online game, constantly reminding himself to watch the minimap but getting ganked every time he focused too much on one thing. As evening approached, everyone wrapped up their training. Kushina clapped her hands and announced, "All right, that's enough for today." Hinata, wait a moment. You made some mistakes in your movements earlier. I'll go over them with you. The rest of you can head out. Everyone else dispersed, but Naruto waited around so he could walk home with Kushina. Kushina spent a little extra time coaching Hinata before glancing at the sky. Oh, it's gotten late. Hinata, it's not safe for a girl to walk home alone at this hour, but I need to stop by the store. Kushina tapped her chin thoughtfully. Naruto, why don't you take Hinata home? Naruto blinked in surprise. Huh? Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 58. Love War. Naruto and Hinata walked together on their way back to the Hyuga household. Naruto had his hands in his pockets, recalling the ambiguous expression on his mother's face when he left home. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. By now, Naruto should have understood what Kushina was implying. No matter how dense he might be, it was challenging for someone like Hira, who usually acted on her thoughts without hesitation, to start using more subtle tactics. Naruto was also aware that Hinata had a crush on him. As for whether he liked Hinata, a girl with a gentle personality, strong heart, and good looks, so it was obvious that he did. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Considering the customs of the ninja world, Naruto had been an official ninja since graduating from the academy, so there wasn't any concern about puppy love. After all, back then, a bunch of 5 or 6-year-old girls were madly in love with Sasuke, which was puppy love. As Naruto realized this, he suddenly thought of his mother setting him up on a blind date. Even though he and Hinata had known each other since childhood and could be considered childhood sweethearts, Naruto felt a bit uncertain and didn't know what to say. Hinata walked just half a step behind Naruto, her head lowered as she played with her fingers. Hinata was caught off guard when Kushina suggested that Naruto walk her home. Her mind is in a whirl, and she agreed before she knew it. Now, as they walked together through the streets, it felt like they were on a date. Hinata was so shy that she wondered if she should say something but worried that it might make Naruto uncomfortable. So, one was too embarrassed to speak, and the other was too shy, leading to a silent walk to the Hyuga household. As they reached the door, Hinata finally gathered the courage to turn around and say, "Naruto-kun, thank you for walking me home today." "It's nothing, Hinata." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave, thinking to himself that his social awkwardness was the reason he had only one girlfriend for 20 years in his past life. Behind him, the door that had just closed opened slightly, and a small head peeked out. watching Naruto's back until he disappeared around the corner. After returning home, Naruto was interrogated by Kushina. After he truthfully revealed what happened, Kushina poked him in the forehead with her finger. Sasuke would be familiar with this gesture. Then she grumbled before returning to the kitchen to continue cooking. The next day followed a similar routine, simple tasks in the morning and training in the afternoon. However, the training ground had been changed to a different location. In the evening, Kushina found another excuse to keep Hinata around a bit longer, giving her extra training before instructing Naruto to walk her home again. After leaving the training ground, Naruto realized that this particular training ground was the farthest from the Hyuga household. His mum was being deliberate. The atmosphere today wasn't as awkward as the day before. Naruto tried to initiate conversation. After all, they were both ninjas and could talk about ninjutsu and missions. Although Hinata's voice was as quiet as a mosquito when they talked, Naruto could sense the excitement in her tone. On the third day, Kushina arranged for Hinata and Naruto to practice taijutsu together. The reason was that Hinata wasn't decisive enough in combat. She wanted someone tough who wouldn't mind getting hit to help her train. Naruto was instructed to only dodge and defend, not fight back. As for Naruto's other techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, and Flying Thunder God, they were left to his clones to practice on their own. Naruto thought to himself, "Mom, you know how to push me." At first, Hinata couldn't bring herself to attack Naruto. Worried about hurting him, she didn't act decisively until she noticed how easily Naruto could dodge or counter her attacks. This made Sakura, who was secretly watching from the sidelines, feel annoyed. She muttered to herself, "Hinata wasn't this hesitant when she hit me the other day. She had me sore all over." Yes, Sakura had been secretly observing Naruto and Hinata. She had felt something was off the day before and was convinced that Kushina was trying to create opportunities for Naruto and Hinata to spend time alone together. Today, seeing Naruto and Hinata exchanging glances, Sakura was certain something was going on. She felt a pang of envy. If only Sasuke's mother would help create opportunities for her. But then Sakura reminded herself that she was in the same class as Sasuke now, which gave her an advantage. She just needed to improve herself, and Sasuke would surely notice her. Sakura clenched her fists in determination and resumed her training with renewed vigor. That evening, under Sakura's watchful eyes, Kushina once again found an excuse to keep Hinata behind. For the third time, Naruto walked Hinata home. Along the way, they discussed the morning's mission and what they had learned during their training. Naruto often caught Hinata giving him admiring looks, which made him feel good about himself. In response, Naruto, a self-proclaimed dense guy, began trying to show concern for Hinata, asking if the training was too hard and such. Naruto's clumsy attempts at small talk made Hinata's heart flutter with happiness. About 20 days passed this way. Naruto's skills with his mini-map technique became more refined, and he could now use his summoning techniques effortlessly. However, he had never tried summoning a largest toad yet, especially not the toad that once helped Jiraiya boast about his strength. Currently, Naruto's shadow clones are still focusing on mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, while Naruto continued his taijutsu training with Hinata. At this point, even the dogs could see that something was going on between the two. Akamaru, woof. In recent days, Naruto noticed more people in the village wearing different forehead protectors, signaling that the Chunin exams were approaching. On the morning of June 24th, no team went to pick up a mission. The 6 students and 1 dog waited at the training ground. Soon, Kakashi and Kushina arrived, each holding 3 application forms, which they handed to their students. Kushina spoke, "As you can see, Kakashi and I have recommended you for the Chunin exams. Let me warn you, the Chunin exams are dangerous, so think carefully before deciding whether to participate." Kushina continued speaking. "If you choose to participate, bring your application form to classroom 301 at the academy by 3 p.m., 7 days from now. Of course, we're not forcing you to take the exam, we're just giving you the qualification. If you feel unprepared, you can opt out at any time." Kiba was the first to jump up, shouting, "Of course I'm participating." Shino adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Since we have this qualification, We should give it a shot. If you want to know why. There was silence in the air. 3 seconds later, everyone looked at Shino with an expression that asked, why? Shino felt a bit frustrated. Usually, they would interrupt him by now, but this time they didn't. Now he felt awkward. So Shino had no choice but to continue, because read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 59. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Shino continued with his thoughts, because forget it, don't talk about it, it's a long story. Kiba interrupted impatiently. Hinata, what about you? Kiba asked. I want to participate, Hinata responded firmly. She remembered Naruto's overwhelming shadow clones, his stunning water-style jutsu, and his powerful summoning jutsu. Hinata felt that if she didn't work harder, she would only fall further behind Naruto-kun. Besides, both Kiba and Shino were good people, and she didn't want to hold her teammates back. Sasuke and Sakura had already decided to participate, so they didn't say much. After expressing their intentions, they returned to training. Around noon, an unnamed shadow clone suddenly succeeded in performing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The unnamed clone was ecstatic. I did it. But then he was surrounded and beaten by numerous clones, led by clone number 001 and Naruto, who shouted while hitting him, "Ugh, it's him again." He was the first to master the Rasengan. He was the first to summon Gamakichi. Get him. Kill him. The unnamed shadow clone was beaten into oblivion. As for why he was beaten after mastering the Flying Thunder God, well, you'd have to ask the second Hokage, Tobirama-sensei, for that answer. In short, after the unnamed clone dispersed, the other shadow clones received his memories and began trying the technique. For a moment, yellow hair fluttered all around the training ground, golden light flickering. Occasionally, multiple shadow clones would choose the same teleportation point, and unable to adjust their posture in time, they bumped into each other awkwardly, leading to some embarrassing collisions before they suicided out of shame. The other shadow clones also ended themselves after receiving the memory. The reason was simply if they died, the embarrassment would be left to the original Naruto. Meanwhile, the real Naruto, who is training with Hinata, is too happy to concentrate after receiving the memory of learning the Flying Thunder God. This distraction led to him being smacked hard in the abdomen by Hinata. Ugh! Naruto bent over in pain, taking a deep breath. Oh no, Naruto-kun. Are you okay? Hinata hurriedly supported him. Naruto waved his hand. It's fine, just a little pain in my liver. But after absorbing all the clones' memories, Naruto's liver hurt even more. Seeing Naruto's face getting paler, Hinata quickly fetched Sakura. Sakura's hand glowed green as she examined Naruto. She sighed. Good thing I got here quickly. Hinata was nervous. Is it because I was too rough? It's all my fault. Yeah, relax. Sakura interrupted Hinata's incoherent self-blame. I meant it's a good thing I got here before he healed on his own. There's nothing wrong with his internal organs, just a minor bruise. Huh? Hinata tilted her head, confused. Seriously, Hinata, you got all worked up over a tiny hit. Sakura leaned in closer and whispered mischievously. So, how far have you two progressed? Have you hugged, kissed? No, nothing like that. Hinata stammered, blushing furiously. I'm fine now, Naruto reassured Hinata, trying to comfort her. I just made a little progress with my ninjutsu and got distracted. I'm okay. Hinata nodded, finally relieved. As Sakura walked away with her medical kit, she couldn't help but feel a bit sad, wondering when Sasuke would ever come around. Naruto reached out and patted Hinata's head. I've got some questions to ask my dad. I'll be back soon. Okay, Hinata replied obediently. After saying goodbye, Naruto ran to the Hokage's office. Dad, my shadow clone just successfully used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Oh? You already mastered it? Minato said, finishing a document and setting it aside as he smiled at Naruto. No, it was my shadow clone who learned it. Isn't that the same thing? Minato asked, puzzled. If the shadow clone learned it, doesn't that mean the original Naruto also learned it? But I still have a problem. If I don't solve it, I won't dare to use the Flying Thunder God. What's the problem? Well, what would happen if the Flying Thunder God technique failed? If it fails, you'll just stay in place and waste some chakra at most. Is that the issue? No, I mean, if it partially fails, could I end up split? Yeah, like if my head teleports but my body stays behind, or something like that. Minato was stunned. After a moment, he explained, that's not going to happen. When you use the Flying Thunder God technique, it takes everything in direct contact with your body or things connected to your chakra. This isn't something the caster controls. For example, if a shuriken is stuck in you, it'll teleport with you when the jutsu is performed. The human body is a single entity, so it can't be split. Oh, so you're saying there's no way my clothes would stay behind while I teleport, right? Naruto asked, feeling relieved. Minato chuckled, of course not. Why do you have so many strange ideas? It's just stuff I've picked up, Naruto replied, shrugging. After reading so much fan fiction in his previous life, all kinds of strange ideas had formed. Some authors even tried to explain the Flying Thunder God as a four-dimensional space-time jutsu. And the worst part? They never finished their stories. One last question. Is it possible to change the style of the Flying Thunder God's mark once it's set? Not exactly. The essence of the Flying Thunder God mark is a chakra-based seal, arranged in a specific pattern to form a symbol or text. You can rearrange it to create a new mark, but any differences might complicate the jutsu's perception. You need to practice the new mark enough to be able to use it instantly in battle. So it's better not to waste energy on creating a second one. Oh, I see. So it's like using different weapons in a game. It doesn't matter if you use different types as long as they're just for teleportation. But the key placement might affect how fast you can teleport. After understanding, Naruto became excited. The marks he'd been practicing with were all swirl patterns, and he felt they lacked uniqueness. Now he could design new marks just for fun. Naruto placed one hand on the desk, letting chakra flow from his palm to create a black seal, slowly forming three large characters, request monthly pass. Naruto admired his work and then teleported back to the training ground using the swirl mark left by his shadow clone. In the office, Minato was left scratching his head. What's a monthly pass? Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1. Vote 2. Left. Chapter 60. Rasa Kaimaru. Of course, Naruto didn't perform all these elaborate tricks just for fun. Well, it wasn't just for fun. For example, if a mission took him through an interesting place, Naruto could leave a Flying Thunder God mark on a landmark. Later, he could take Hinata for a visit when they had some free time. Of course, this kind of behavior falls under the category of uncivilized tourism, so kids shouldn't learn from it. Moreover, Naruto has a bigger plan. He intends to have his shadow clones travel all over the world, leaving Flying Thunder God marks at intervals and mapping the coordinates. That way, Naruto could create a large-scale teleportation map of the ninja world. When the time comes, with Naruto's Kagura mind's eye for precise positioning, wouldn't he be able to start a logistics company? Use Uzumaki Express, mission guaranteed. The art of sealing is perfect for you. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu enables ultra-long-distance delivery, and the Kagura mind's eye ensures last-mile accuracy. Uzumaki Logistics is the best choice in the logistics industry. A broken bar back at the training ground, an excited Naruto increased his weight to 100 kilograms and started running laps around the area. In the sealed space, Kurama yawned out of boredom. He used to think Naruto was an interesting kid. Later, when Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kurama was amazed. It turns out humans can die so happily, they can even exhaust themselves over trivial matters, and they can pose in such bizarre ways. This kid, so small and determined. I can feel his strength growing, even though he doesn't realize it yet. Despite everything, He keeps moving forward. It's almost admirable. No, it's inspiring. I never thought I'd see a human like this. There's something special about him, something that makes me think. Maybe, just maybe, he could be the one to change everything. I never thought I'd trust a human, but with him I think I might finally be ready to believe. After a while, Naruto, having finished his laps, drenched in sweat, took a few deep breaths, and hurried off the training ground. He needed to order some special kunai. Naruto looked around Konoha's largest ninja tool shop but didn't see the girl with the bun hairstyle. He wondered if this shop was owned by Tenten's family. Naruto took out one of Minato's kunai as a sample and requested an order of 100, urgently needed. The shopkeeper grinned. He recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the special kunai used by the fourth Hokage? He had made these many times and was quite familiar with them. As Naruto left the shop, he touched his shrunken frog wallet and couldn't help but sing. I see this life like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line, and in my face are flashing signs, seek it out and ye shall find. Tilda. As expected of the arms business, so it's so expensive. Kid, you've got the scent of Shukaku on you. Huh? Naruto stopped and opened his internal map. About 2 streets away, 4 chakra signatures were moving together. It was a team of Suna shinobi. Kurama sat up with interest. Go fight him. Naruto refused. Don't cause trouble. They're here for the Chunin exams. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to beat them up without reason. It might even lead to a diplomatic incident. You think about stuff like that? Kurama was surprised. This kid used to be so impulsive. What changed? Being reckless isn't a good thing. We can't go around causing problems like Boruto. Boruto is truly Sasuke's apprentice, doing whatever comes to mind without thinking. As long as it's on a whim, my dad can never guess what I'll do next. Who is Boruto? Kurama asked, sensing something off. It's said to be a non-flammable material. Throw it into Amaterasu, and Amaterasu will go out, Naruto explained with a straight face. Kurama glared at him, grumbling something the fox didn't understand. Naruto steered the conversation back on track. That's not important. Anyway, when the exam starts, I'll have a legitimate reason to fight Shukaku. Kurama, who couldn't fight Shukaku for now, lay back down out of boredom. I want some barbecue. Naruto pulled out his deflated wallet, and with tears in his eyes, he created a shadow clone, handing it the last few bills. Kurama took control of the clone and happily headed to the barbecue restaurant. Naruto watched his clone's cheerful retreat and concluded with a life lesson: without money, you're not worthy of raising a fox. Back at the training ground, Naruto told Kushina about the news that the Jinchuriki of the One Tail was coming to take the Chunin exams. Kushina's expression turned serious. If it were just the One Tail, she was confident she could handle it herself. The problem was, if Tsunagakure had any intentions, it couldn't be as simple as sending just the One Tail Jinchuriki. In that case, Konoha could suffer significant casualties, and this needed to be discussed with Minato. Naruto's face also turned serious. He couldn't figure it out. How could this Kazekage dare to make a move? He wasn't sure if Orochimaru was involved in this, but even if he was, would he dare to come to Konoha? The Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out. Both the 3rd and 4th Hokage were around, and Jiraiya had returned to the village. Was he looking for his death? Did he think he could take on the village? Naruto couldn't understand because he was thinking clearly, but Rasa wasn't. Rasa only knew that Konoha was strong and that a real fight would likely result in a loss, but he didn't know just how strong they were. In reality, Rasa was desperate and didn't want to take any extreme measures. If he could develop his village smoothly, who would want to risk their life in a fight? But Rasa was under immense pressure. Tsunagakure's already poor. The desert lacked everything except sand, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind had little interest in funding their village. As a result, Rasa, the 4th Kazekage, had to personally use his gold dust technique to subsidize the village by panning for gold. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, controls ordinary sand, the 3rd Kazekage controls iron sand, and the 4th Kazekage, Rasa, has the powerful ability to control gold dust. When this guy fought, wealth and riches were scattered all over the battlefield. If someone were killed by him, it would certainly be called a glorious funeral. But panning for gold could only be a temporary measure. Over time, gold would become less valuable. To secure some benefits, Rasa had to take the risk, hoping that everyone would be satisfied. Konoha is so strong, yet you still withhold our funds, sir. What if the Land of Fire decides to go to war in the future? Anyway, at most, some lives would be lost. It wouldn't be too much of a loss. Just when Rasa was formulating a plan, a notorious figure in the ninja world, one of the legendary Sennin, Orochimaru, betrayed the village and came to him, seeking revenge on Konoha. It was a case of opportunity knocking at just the right time. As everyone knew, Orochimaru was once pursued by Konoha, and his desire for revenge was understandable. So, the two struck a deal. This was the first encounter at the entrance to Tsunagakure. The moment Rasa saw Orochimaru, he knew he was dealing with a snake who had lost his humanity. Chapter 61. Orochimaru's plan. In the last chapter, we mentioned that the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, and Orochimaru reached a preliminary agreement. They want to strike against Konoha, but there is some disagreement on how to do it and to what extent. Orochimaru wants to kill the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and deliver a message to his former teacher. Rasa disagrees, as killing a Kage is too extreme. He only wants to weaken Konoha, not provoke a full-blown conflict. There is no need to go that far. Orochimaru agrees on the surface but insists that his deep-seated hatred requires a more severe blow against Konoha. Rasa concedes that it makes sense. In negotiations, when one party steps back, the other should also compromise. As a gesture of sincerity, Rasa offers to use the village's most powerful weapon, the one-tail Shukaku. Orochimaru appears satisfied but secretly makes other plans. Thus, a superficial alliance forms, and the two further discuss the so-called Crush Konoha plan. At this time, news of Jiraiya's return to the village hasn't yet spread. However, Orochimaru understands that, given Konoha's current strength, relying only on himself and the alliance with the Sand Village won't be enough to achieve his goal. He needs additional resources, but there is no need to inform Rasa about this. It's all right to tell you, Minato says at dinner, responding to Naruto's question. Jiraiya-sensei went to find Tsunade-senpai, which is why you haven't seen him lately. Tsunade? Yes. Even though we suspect that the Sand Village might be planning something big, they haven't made any overt moves yet. All we can do is take precautions. If Tsunade-senpai returns, even if war breaks out, our losses will be minimal. Naruto thinks to himself, of course. She's the legendary healer who could heal the entire village single-handedly, and she's the one who can rally all of Konoha. But what if she can't be found? Whether or not Jiraiya-sensei succeeds, he will return before the exams start. I won't allow the enemy to make any moves in Konoha, so you should focus on the exam. Until your generation is ready, we elders will handle these threats. Minato smiles warmly. Naruto nods and continues eating, feeling that the food tastes even better. Orochimaru, let's see if you can survive this. By the way, after Orochimaru's betrayal, did he go directly to the Land of Sound to establish the Sound Village? Naruto suddenly remembers that in the original story, Orochimaru betrays Konoha because he is obsessed with immortality, and that's when he begins experimenting on himself. But since Itachi hasn't defected yet, maybe Orochimaru didn't leave the Akatsuki, and he could have even invited Pain to join forces. I'm not prepared for this level of threat. Fortunately, Minato's words reassure him. No, according to Jiraiya-sensei's investigation, Orochimaru did join the Akatsuki to avoid Konoha's pursuit, but he deflected for unknown reasons and was subsequently hunted by members of the Akatsuki. Is that so? One more thing, Dada, when you fought Obito, didn't you leave the Flying Thunder God mark on him? Naruto asks, thinking that the mark is still there. They could gather a team of strong allies like Kushina, Kakashi, Guy, Shizui, Fugaku, Itachi, Jiraiya, and more, and attack them all at once. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about these constant threats. I did, but it wasn't effective after that, Minato admits, a little embarrassed. But the mark was lost during the battle. Can someone erase the Flying Thunder God mark? Naruto is surprised. Isn't it supposed to be permanent? It wasn't erased. My Rasengan was too powerful, and it obliterated everything below Obito's chest, causing the mark to disappear. We still aren't sure how he survived, but someone must have rescued him. Okay, so even if Obito survived, he's not exactly in one piece. Is he even human anymore? Does Sage know the full details about the Akatsuki organization? Minato doesn't correct Naruto's nickname for Jiraiya and replies, I told Jiraiya-sensei everything I knew, including that this information came from your dreams. He wouldn't do something reckless, like storming into a Megacure alone, would he? Naruto asks, worried that Jiraiya might feel it is his responsibility to correct the mistakes made by his former students. Even with his strength and intelligence, what would happen to Konan and her 600 billion paper bombs? Don't worry, I've convinced Jiraiya-sensei not to take any immediate action. He won't do anything without discussing it with me first. Alright. Naruto processes the large amount of information he receives today and considers what steps to take next. In any case, strength is the foundation of everything. If there's any doubt, becoming stronger is the priority. Once this exam is over, Naruto decides that he should also start training as a sage. In the following days, Naruto's shadow clones begin practicing ninjutsu related to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, such as the time-space barrier that Minato uses to deflect a tailed beast bomb. Meanwhile, Naruto himself continues his physical training, sparring with Hinata, Sasuke, and the ever-energetic Kiba. One difference is that Naruto no longer needs Kushina to make excuses to walk Hinata home. The two are now holding hands freely. One day, a little girl suddenly runs out from the Hyuga clan's gate, pouting and glaring at Naruto before pulling Hinata back inside. Sister, I've been waiting for you for so long. You haven't spent time with me for almost a month. Hinata hugs the little girl and apologizes. This is my sister, Hanabi. She's been very attached to me since she was little. Maybe it's because I haven't had much time for her lately, so Hanabi struggles slightly but then hugs Hinata tightly as well, thinking happily, it's been so long since my sister held me like this. She turns back to Naruto, almost as if to show off. Unfortunately, Naruto doesn't notice whether she rolls her eyes or not. He thinks this little girl is cute. Even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have minded. After all, if he marries Hinata in the future, he'd have to deal with the whole clan. Who knows? Maybe the fox spirit inside him makes him immune to their stares. It's alright, Hinata. Naruto knows about Hanabi. Hanabi seems to be attached to her sister, and Naruto wouldn't get upset over such a small thing. Hinata says seriously, Naruto-kun, please do your best in tomorrow's exam. I'll be doing my best too. Okay. Naruto gives Hinata the same warm smile as Minato. Let's both do our best. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 62. Hinata, nighttime in the sealed space. Naruto sat in front of Kurama, patting his massive paw, and spoke in a low voice, Big Fox, I have an exam tomorrow. Yeah, Kurama replied, not particularly interested. He was bored since he couldn't go and brawl with Shukaku. Naruto continued with a mock-serious tone, this exam is tough. Can you help me relax? Kurama eyed him suspiciously. What are you planning? He knew Naruto never had a simple request. I want to do something thrilling. Naruto grinned mischievously, revealing his true intentions. But after hearing him out, Kurama declined. Get lost. Just once. Naruto pleaded. How about I help you exit instead? Your friend Naruto Uzumaki has gone offline. Naruto exited the sealed space, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. In the sealed space, Kurama also closed his eyes and settled down for the night. However, a few hours later, Naruto woke up, sneaked back into the sealed space, saw the sleeping fox, smirked, and started climbing up Kurama's back. Naruto knew Kurama's sleep schedule was almost identical to his own, mainly because Kurama would get bored if Naruto was asleep. So, feeling smug, Naruto picked a tail with a suitable angle and slid down it using his reverse sand sliding technique. Wahoo! Take off at that moment. All other forms of sliding, like sandboarding and grass sledging, paled in comparison to sliding down a fox's tail. Sliding down from a height of several meters and doing so secretly while Kurama was asleep doubled the thrill. What Naruto didn't realize, though, was that the moment he started climbing, Kurama had already opened one eye but didn't move. When Naruto was about to reach the bottom, Kurama flicked the tip of his tail, sending Naruto soaring 100 meters into the air. Naruto, what's happening? He looked down to see Kurama staring up at him, grinning. Naruto felt a chill down his spine and tried to talk his way out of it. Ahahaha, Big Fox, you're awake? I was just, slipping, and I happened to touch your tail. Believe it or not? The last word dragged out because Naruto started to fall faster. Big Fox, I was wrong. Naruto's earlier laughter turned into screams. Kurama ignored him. As Naruto was about to land, Kurama caught him with his tail and then flung him into the air again. Having fun, are we? Kurama asked with a menacing grin. Naruto screamed as he rose and fell. Kurama caught and tossed him again. You can play, right? Naruto continued to contribute to the background noise. You haven't had enough, have you? This time, Kurama stood up, angled his tail, and let Naruto slide down again. Then, using his other tails, he created a roller coaster-like track and let Naruto spin around 81 times. When Kurama finally let him down, Naruto's eyes were swirling. Big Fox, I think I might have developed a fear of heights, Naruto muttered before passing out. Kurama caught Naruto with a tail, preventing him from hitting the ground, and gently placed him on his head. Lying down again, Kurama recalled a prophecy. In the future, there will be a boy who will call out the name of the nine-tailed beast and play with it. It's him. The old man won't recognize anyone else. Kurama grinned, the happiest he had been in 1,000 years. Early the next morning, Naruto finished his breakfast alone. Minato, Kushina, and Kimimaro had already left, leaving a note for Naruto. It was the first day of the exam, and they had much to do. Naruto first went to the ninja shop to collect his custom kunai, then headed to the training ground as usual. His reporting time wasn't until 3 in the afternoon, and he had agreed to meet his friends there. Before everyone arrived, Naruto released some shadow clones to apply a sealing technique to the kunai handles. The clones didn't mess around, as seriousness is in the mood. When Sasuke and Sakura arrived, Naruto handed them each a kunai. Sasuke, familiar with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, had a good idea of what was going on. Sakura, however, looked curiously at the oddly shaped kunai with a swirling logo on the handle and asked, "What's this?" "Just hold it and stay still," Naruto said, tossing a kunai. As it flew, Naruto instantly disappeared and reappeared in midair, holding the kunai. For a moment, Naruto wanted to blurt out, "This is Flying Thunder God Jutsu." But fortunately, he held back, returning to Sakura. Sakura was speechless with surprise. Even with her current dynamic vision, she could see Sasuke's movements when he practiced the Chidori, but she didn't catch Naruto's movements at all. "This is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. No matter how far away I am, I can instantly appear wherever this jutsu is placed, and I can bring others with me." "That's amazing," Sakura exclaimed. "Then, let's practice this technique together. With it, we can improve our tactical coordination." 5 minutes later, Yuga when Hinata and the others arrived at the training ground, they found Naruto tossing a kunai up and down in boredom while Sasuke and Sakura were leaning against a tree, vomiting. After dozens of times experiencing intense spatial disorientation, they had contributed their breakfasts to the forest as fertilizer. Naruto, having experienced this since childhood and played with Shadow Clone's crazy flashes, was used to it. Seeing this, Hinata asked with concern, "Naruto-kun, what happened to them?" "Nothing serious, just ninja after effects," Naruto replied, handing Hinata a kunai and explaining the situation. Hinata accepted the kunai with surprise, realizing that with this, Naruto-kun could visit her at any time. Hinata blushed at the thought. What if Naruto-kun showed up at an awkward time? Oh, where should she keep this kunai? Naruto noticed Hinata's expression and was puzzled. Where did this trouble come from? He gave her the kunai for protection. Having finally found a loyal girlfriend after 2 lifetimes, he had to take precautions. Many eyed her because of her Byakugan. How could he not provide some form of protection? Naruto thought a woman's mind is indeed hard to understand. Girls too. Everyone focused on their regular training. Since they didn't know the content of the afternoon exam, it was wise not to overexert themselves. At noon, Hinata shyly took out 2 bento boxes she had prepared that morning. Naruto was overjoyed and eagerly dragged Hinata to a spot to eat together. Meanwhile, Sakura looked frustrated as Sasuke walked away. She angrily thought, why didn't I think to bring Sasuke bento? Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 63. Nothing. After the meal, Naruto holds Hinata's small hand, leading her on a walk to help with digestion. While Hinata's cooking is delicious, Naruto is perplexed, wondering if she has eaten enough. He recalls an episode from the anime where Hinata consumes over 40 bowls of ramen during a big eater competition, and not because she can't eat more, but because the time runs out. Naruto can't help but wonder how much she can truly eat in reality, though he finds it hard to ask. He makes a mental note to visit a snack street with her when they have the time so he can observe her appetite more discreetly. After a while, their friends start returning, and it's nearly 2 o'clock. Kiba, the most impatient among them, shouts for everyone to submit their applications. Naruto, still holding Hinata's hand, is reluctant to let go. What's the rush? Even if we go early, we won't get extra points. Besides, we might encounter some clueless candidates. Isn't that even better? Let them see how strong we are, right, Akamaru? Kiba retorts. Woof. Akamaru barks in agreement, wagging his tail. Sasuke is also eager to move. After training intensely for so long, he's itching to show off. Fine, let's go early. Naruto finally agrees, curious about what kind of opponents they'll face. He's particularly interested in seeing the current state of the boy who, like him, lost his parents at a young age. The 6 of them, along with Akamaru, set off for the academy. Naruto finally lets go of Hinata's hand. Naruto doesn't mind holding her hand, but Hinata feels embarrassed, her face almost buried in her chest. Naruto casts a kind glance at Sakura, who is walking ahead of him. He sighs, wondering why they are so different at the age of 12. Naruto lowers his gaze sympathetically. Sakura gets annoyed and feels compelled to punch Naruto. She shakes her head and condemns herself internally, thinking, Naruto is an excellent teammate. Why do I have these thoughts? When they reach the 2nd level, they spot a classroom labeled 301, with a crowd gathered at the door, disputing with 2 Chunin guards. As they arrive, they witness one of the Chunin knock down Rock Lee. Sakura frowns, realizing that the floor is covered with a genjutsu barrier. When Sasuke notices Lee's appearance, he thinks of the weird members of the Uchiha clan. He becomes enraged and uses his Sharingan, which quickly reveals the illusion. Kiba's nose twitches and Shino examines an insect on his index finger while everyone demonstrates their skills. However, Naruto is listening to Tenten. Tenten is helping Lee with his plan to feign weakness, pleading with the 2 Chunin to let them pass. Her elder brother looks on coldly, seemingly too embarrassed to play along with his comedic teammate. The 2 Chunin sneer, proclaiming that the weaklings present are undeserving of sitting for the Chunin exams. Naruto recognizes the voice. It sounds like Katetsu again, one of Konoha's infamous pranksters. Have they used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves? Leave it to those 2 to ditch guarding the village gate to oversee the exam entrance. Kiba can't take it anymore and, with Akamaru's support, speaks up. Hey, how long are you going to keep up this farce? Katetsu feigns ignorance. Huh? What are you talking about? Sasuke, always eager for attention, walks over with his hands in his pockets. HMPH, a mere illusion like this can't fool these eyes. Stop embarrassing yourselves. As he speaks, he deliberately flashes his doubled Omo Sharingan. Sakura exclaims, amazing, as expected of Sasuke. It's worth mentioning that the way she pronounces this line in the anime is quite amusing. Kotetsu and Izumo sigh as they remove the genjutsu. It was only intended to prevent inferior candidates from continuing. The onlookers murmur in admiration. So this is the Uchiha clan? Impressive. Even Tenten can't help but comment, this year's newcomers are quite impressive. Neji, however, is not pleased. The Hyuga clan has a saying, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. Even Hinata's father, Hiroshi Hyuga, often declares this after defeating an opponent, a habit that makes people want to roll their eyes. Neji has been raised with this mindset, so he isn't thrilled about the Uchiha clan, though he doesn't provoke them. With his usual good manners, he greets Hinata politely, Lady Hinata. Brother Neji, Hinata replies naturally, indicating they have a good relationship. Tenten, looking Hinata up and down, teases, so this is the little sister Neji always talks about? He always praises you, especially since you graduated, saying you're improving rapidly. Ah, thank you, Hinata stammers, not quite sure how to handle such familiarity. Tenten, don't say too much, Neji scolds her gently. Tenten giggles, sticking her tongue out at Neji. It is a heartwarming scene, almost like a husband and wife in perfect harmony. Naruto can't help but think he has discovered something. A cold protagonist, cheerful female lead. Rock Lee then approaches Sasuke. You must be Sasuke Uchiha. Hello, I've heard a lot about you from the 3 upperclassmen. They say you're a genius, and I'm looking forward to a match. Sasuke grits his teeth at the mention of those 3 eccentrics. Well, thanks to them, I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha. Sasuke doesn't underestimate Lee despite his earlier disheveled appearance. He knows that these green-clad ninjas are formidable opponents. To take them lightly would be a grave mistake. While they chat, Kiba is fuming. I was supposed to be first. I was the one who stood up and exposed them. But why did Sasuke steal the spotlight? Shouldn't someone ask me how I saw through that illusion? It's the smell. Shino's voice suddenly whispers in Kiba's ear. Kiba jumps in surprise. When did you get here? Shino ignores Kiba's question and continues his speculation. We didn't arrive too early. If this were the real exam room, there should already be candidates inside. You and Akamaru can smell the human scent, whether it's sweat or something else. Shino adjusts his sunglasses and adds, if you want to ask me how I know, because you know my sense of smell. You're so annoying. Kiba interrupts Shino's long-winded explanation. He turns to the others and calls out, hey, it's time to go upstairs and submit our applications. The group begins to ascend the stairs. Shino, momentarily forgotten, adjusts his sunglasses again, and a mysterious gleam reflects off the lenses. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 64. Chunin exams. 1. Thank you, Mutek and Jeffrey Iverson, for becoming a lead member on Patreon. Shout out to you. Enjoy. 9 of them enter the classroom one by one. Inside, the room is already packed with hundreds of candidates, gathered in small groups. Some are chatting and laughing, while others seem tense and focused. As they settle in, a small figure darts over and latches onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke, you finally showed up. We've been waiting forever. Ino pouts playfully, clinging to Sasuke and shooting a glare at Sakura. Sparks fly between the two girls as they lock their eyes. Sakura steps forward and grabs Ino's arm. Let go of Sasuke. No way. Ino tightens her grip. Let go. Sakura's forehead creases in frustration. Not a chance. Ino sticks out her tongue and makes a face. Sasuke frowns and pulls away from the two girls, breaking free from their grip. Ino finally lets go, but the argument with Sakura continues right on the spot. Naruto can't help but wonder if Ino's more interested in getting Sakura's attention than Sasuke's. Shikamaru and Choji follow closely behind. The room is filled with experienced ninjas and others from different villages. making the three of them feel a bit uneasy. Yugi's finally made it. This exam is such a drag, Shikamaru grumbles. Choji continues munching on his snacks and offers his bag of chips to Naruto. Want some? No thanks, Naruto replies. It's not every day that someone from the Akimiki clan offers to share their food. Choji must consider him a friend. In return, Naruto rummages through his belongings and pulls out a large package of snacks, handing it to Choji. Since the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto has made it a habit to carry extra food, water, and other essentials. Whoa, Naruto, you're the best, Choji exclaims, hugging the snack package just as he finishes up his stash. Naruto glances around the room, noting that Konoha has the most participants, followed by Suna. However, aside from Gaara's team, most are just average ninjas. Hey, are all the rookies here to take the exam this year? Tenten asks in surprise. But you guys have some bad luck. This year's exam isn't going to be easy. Sakura and Ino pause their bickering and turn to listen as Tenten continues. This year's Chunin exams have the highest number of participants in years, which means it's going to be tougher. You newbies should have trained a bit more. Noticing that Neji seems close to these genin because of Hinata, Tenten doesn't mind sharing some advice. Newcomers are often seen as easy targets. They'll likely be picked on right from the start. Sakura and Ino look a bit uneasy, while Hinata silently encourages herself. Kiba, full of confidence, smirks. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Akamaru barks in agreement. Such a hassle, Shikamaru mutters, gazing up at the ceiling, already thinking of a way to opt out. Choji continues eating, unconcerned about the warnings. Who after all, food is far more important than any intel. Sasuke stands beside Naruto, cool and confident, clearly agreeing with Kiba's attitude. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, but everyone here is just cannon fodder, Naruto thinks, debating whether to voice the insult when a puff of smoke erupts at the front of the room. Ibiki Morino, dressed in a large black trench coat, strides onto the stage with a group of proctors. Listen up, you maggots. Quiet down. The first exam starts now. I'm the head proctor, Ibiki Morino. Submit your application forms, then get your number plates and take your assigned seats. The candidates line up, handing in their forms and receiving their number plates. Naruto glances at Hinata as they both line up, thinking, what is this, some kind of love lottery? With these number plates, the two end up sitting next to each other, and Naruto can't help but wonder if his mother, Kushina, has somehow threatened Ibiki to make this happen. Once everyone is seated, Ibiki begins explaining the rules. First rule, each of you starts with 10 points, and there are 10 questions on the test. It's a point deduction system at 1 point lost for each wrong answer or unanswered question. Second rule, the test results are calculated as a team. The most important rule, if you're caught cheating, or if the proctor even suspects you of cheating, you lose 2 points each time. You want to beat Chunin? Then take this test like real ninjas. If any one member of your team scores 0, the entire team fails, and the final question will be given 45 minutes into the test. The exam is 1 hour long, starting now. The candidates flip over their test papers. Sakura, brimming with confidence, begins writing immediately. As a top student, she believes no written test can stump her. Sasuke and Naruto, who also have strong academic records, feel secure as well. Sakura quickly breezes through the first 9 questions, her speed even surpassing that of some Chunin who already know the answers. She looks up, surprised to see so many others still frozen, not even starting. A moment of realization hits. Here these questions are far beyond what any genin should know. Naruto is also working through the questions. The first one is a coding problem. Naruto examines it closely. It looks like some kind of ancient script, almost like the poneglyphs from One Piece. Do I need to summon Nico Robin to answer this? The second question involves calculating the trajectory of a shuriken thrown by ninja and predicting the characteristics of an enemy who might appear within the shuriken's range. When did throwing weapons become rocket science? Naruto thinks, bewildered. As he continues through the questions, they only get more absurd, like analyzing complex chemical reactions. Naruto finally drops his pen. Sorry to all the geniuses out there. I can't answer a single one of these. Sasuke finds himself in a similar predicament, but then he remembers Ibiki's words. Take this test like real ninjas. Understanding the hidden message, Sasuke activates his Sharingan, copying the movements of the candidate in front of him and writing down the answers. The Uchiha clan's trademark technique is perfect for assing tests and copying homework. Meanwhile, the other candidates use their unique skills, as some employ Byakugan, others send bugs to gather information, and some communicate with their ninja dogs to get the answers. All in a day's work for a ninja. Chapter 65, Chunin Exams. 2. Naruto knows the purpose of the exam is to test their intelligence-gathering skills, but he realizes he doesn't have any jutsu that could help him cheat. Could he use the Flying Thunder God jutsu to teleport to Sakura's side, swap their test papers, and then teleport back? The proctor isn't blind, and that would get him kicked out right away. Maybe he could contact Kurama, the fox spirit inside him. It'd be like phoning a friend on a quiz show. But asking the Nine Tails for help, forget it. It's better to wait for the 10th question and just turn in a blank sheet. Who knows, maybe he can pass with a blank. For some reason, not writing anything feels like the most Naruto thing to do. Naruto isn't worried, but someone else is. After Sakura finishes answering the questions, she notices Naruto resting his chin on his hand, staring off into space. His pen has rolled to the edge of the table and is about to fall off. Sakura is baffled. Why has Naruto, the strongest student since graduation, suddenly become the weakest link? Sakura, are you kidding me? Sasuke is almost done, and you're just sitting there. Move it, idiot. As time passes, some people get caught cheating by the proctor and are thrown out along with their teammates. The boldest move is by Kankuro's puppet, which has disguised itself as a proctor and even catches a few cheaters without being exposed. Ino, who is sitting behind Sakura, sees that she has stopped writing and assumes she's done. Even though she usually teases Sakura, Ino has to admit she admires her skills. So Ino focuses on Sakura and tries to copy her answers using the mind transfer jutsu. But as soon as she enters Sakura's mind, Sakura punches her right out. You were just trying to steal Sasuke from me, and now you want to copy my answers? Get lost. What? Ino's head spins. How could her jutsu fail like that? Failed once, failed again. Left with no other option, she has to switch targets. Still confused. A broken bar. 45 minutes have passed. The students have copied almost everything they need. Now it's time for the final question. First, you need to decide if you want to answer the 10th question. If you choose not to answer, you'll get 0 points, and your teammates will also be disqualified. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you'll never be eligible to take the Chunin exams again. Ibiki Morino's words create intense pressure on the candidates. Some give up, afraid of losing their chance to become Chunin forever. Naruto, though, thinks it would be fun if he could stay a genin forever. Then he drags Sasuke around, fighting battles in other countries using a giant robot like a Gundam. If anyone came to investigate, Minato could just step in and say, "Don't worry, it's just these two genin from our village having a little sparring match." A broken bar when Ibiki announces that the remaining candidates have passed. Only 20 teams are left out of the original 51. It's even fewer than in the original timeline because Naruto hasn't jumped up to cause a scene. As Ibiki is about to congratulate them with a smile, a black cloth suddenly covers the scene. On the cloth, the words "Second Examiner, Anko Mitarashi" are written. When Anko mentions that at least half of them will be eliminated, Naruto sizes her up and down. "So, it's you, Aunt Anko. I wonder if my mom ever tried to set you up on a blind date with Kakashi." The candidates follow Anko to the site for the second exam. As Ibiki gathers the exam papers, he notices Naruto's blank sheet. The fourth Hokage's son turned in a blank paper. Isn't he supposed to be talented? Should I go after him and disqualify him? Ibiki can't help but laugh at his thoughts. A broken Barranco begins explaining the rules for the second exam. Each team will receive a scroll, either marked with heaven or earth. They need to collect both scrolls and reach the central tower within 5 days to qualify. Before receiving the scroll, they have to sign a waiver of liability. After that, whether they live or die is out of Konoha's hands, and the final decision rests with the village. Most candidates hide their scrolls carefully, afraid someone might see which one they have. Naruto, on the other hand, openly holds his heaven scroll. If everyone sees it, maybe half of them won't bother him. As for the other half who decide to target him, Naruto is ready to flip them off and shout, "Come at me!" If he can win, he'll fight. If he can't, he'll run. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, could he even die in a fight? Naruto even thinks about taking his teammates home for a meal midway through the exam and returning when they're full. He wonders if Minato ever went home for dinner in the middle of a battle, leaving the enemy to wait while he came back and finished them off in one blow. Naruto waves to Hinata and enters the designated entrance with Sasuke and Sakura. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, is a dense, jungle-like area filled with poisonous insects and wild beasts. Naruto seriously doubts whether this forest is where the first Hokage fought and left his mark. There's no place in all of Konoha with trees as thick and lush as the ones here. What should we do next? Sakura asks. Naruto excitedly pulls out 3 tents from his scroll and says, "Let's set up camp, hunt for food, and light a bonfire." "I've never been camping before." Sasuke and Sakura both sweat drop. What about the exam? Couldn't he be more serious? "All right, fine," Naruto says, noticing their annoyed expressions. "We'll look for the scroll first." With that, Naruto activates his Kagura's mind eye. His current range is about 5 kilometers, but it can extend up to 10 kilometers. Yes, about 500 meters away, there's one large and 2 smaller chakra signatures. The smaller ones are about the same as Sakura's, and the larger one has several times Kakashi-sensei's chakra. Sasuke, Sakura, what kind of unit is a Kakashi? Oh, 1 Kakashi is the amount of chakra that Kakashi-sensei has, Naruto explains casually. Sasuke doesn't pay much attention to Naruto's made-up unit and says in surprise, "Is there such a strong presence among the genin? Having a lot of chakra doesn't necessarily mean they're stronger." Broken bar. Naruto thinks of 3 people who might have that much chakra. One is Gaara. If it was him, he would have already started yelling about wanting to beat everyone up. Another is Orochimaru, although Konoha hasn't found any trace of him yet. Naruto isn't sure if Orochimaru is involved in the exams. The last one is Karen. Naruto is thinking about how to convince her to stay in Konoha. After all, she's technically part of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe she's even a distant cousin. He can't just let her go back to Kizugaki to suffer. "Let's go take a look, and make sure you have the kunai I gave you," Naruto says as they move forward. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 66. 66. Karen. After walking for a while, Naruto raises his hand. "We've been discovered," he says. It's not surprising, given how openly they've been moving. Both Sakura and Sasuke silently grumble to themselves. Sure enough, 2 large men jump out of the bushes the next moment. One of them unsheathes the long knife on his back, eyeing the 3 young ninjas. "Oh, looks like we've run into one of Konoha's rookie teams. We're in luck." The other smirks, just as confident. "If you know what's good for you, hand over your scrolls now. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next." Sasuke turns to Naruto. "One each?" "Sure," Naruto replies casually. "I'm not in the mood for a fight, but since you're being so polite, I guess I'll oblige." The man with the knife can't hold back any longer. "How arrogant, you 2 brats," the other one chimes in. "You won't even know what hit you." Naruto wants to laugh but holds it back. For a fight, it's better to be serious. Sasuke throws a kunai, and Naruto follows suit. The 2 grass ninjas dodge and are about to sneer, Newbies will be newbies. Is this all they've got? But before they can finish, lightning crackles around Sasuke's body, and his left hand has already pierced one of the men's chests. Naruto vanishes in an instant, reappearing at the spot where he threw his kunai, and slams a Rasengan into the other man's skull. In truth, defeating these two doesn't require much effort, but both Naruto and Sasuke want to test out their new techniques. For Sasuke, it's the first time his Chidori strikes a person, and for Naruto, it's the first time he uses the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in combat. Besides, these two Kusunin aren't good people. Their intentions were lethal, so there's no guilt in taking them down. The two Kusunin collapse and Sasuke coolly shakes the blood off his hand. Naruto pulls out a canteen from his scroll and tosses it to Sasuke to wash his hands. Reflecting on his actions, Naruto thinks the move looked pretty cool. Sakura, check their bodies. I'll scout ahead to see if there's anything left, Naruto says. Sasuke follows without a word. These two weaklings were the ones Naruto sensed earlier. He's curious to see how strong the third one might be. Sakura quickly searches the bodies of the two Kusunin. It's not that Naruto doesn't care about her, but as a ninja, she wouldn't be squeamish about corpses. Moreover, Sakura is studying medicine, so examining bodies is no big deal for her. Naruto and Sasuke soon find the third person's hiding spot. It's a young girl with red hair and red eyes, wearing glasses and a Kusunin forehead protector. She's about the same height as Sakura and is leaning against a tree, looking at them in fear. Sasuke frowns. Are you sure she's the stronger one? Sakura, who found nothing on the two Kusunin, looks at Naruto, puzzled. In terms of chakra, yes, Naruto explains casually. But it seems she hasn't learned much ninjutsu, or even had much training. The blonde one is handsome, and the black-haired one behind him is even more handsome, the girl thinks. Sakura, noticing the way the girl is looking at Sasuke, quickly steps in front of him, eyeing her warily. Karen snaps back to reality, realizing now isn't the time to be distracted. She holds out the earth scroll with trembling hands. This is our scroll. Please, don't kill me. Sasuke and Sakura both look at Naruto. She might have relatives from my clan, Naruto says as he takes the scroll. Do you know the Uzumaki clan? Karen is taken aback. Do I have relatives among Konoha's ninjas? But this handsome guy seems approachable. No, I don't know. I see. Naruto muses. It's not surprising. After the fall of Uashigakure, the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan likely went into hiding. At the time, they probably didn't dare tell their children about their lineage, fearing it would bring disaster. Thinking of this, Naruto says, come with us. With your teammates gone, you probably don't plan on continuing the exam, right? Yes, Karen replies. She had been sent to take the exam by a bald man from Kisagakure, tasked with healing her teammates by letting them bite her. Now that they're dead, there's no point in staying. She could be attacked by wild beasts at any moment. It's better to go with this kind of ninja if she has relatives in Konoha. It would be better to take refuge there than continue being used by those in Kisagakure. Naruto contacts Kushina via a communication link and asks her to meet them at the Hokage's office. Leaving with someone from another village requires approval from the Hokage. So, Naruto creates a shadow clone. As soon as the clone appears, it sticks a small disc labeled 001 on its chest. Seemingly out of nowhere, Naruto resists the urge to punch him and pats the clone's shoulder. Come on, this is serious. Can you act more responsibly? Don't worry, I got this, the clone, labeled number 001, says confidently before placing his hand on Karen's shoulder and vanishing. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Naruto mutters under his breath. Ignoring the clone, Naruto shakes the two scrolls at his teammates. Let's go. Time to head to the central tower. The tower is only 5 kilometers away. It won't take long if they move quickly, though they might encounter other candidates or dangerous creatures on the way. Better to reach the tower early and avoid unnecessary trouble. The other clone arrives at the Hokage's office with Karen in tow. Hey, Puvi Sage, what are you doing here? The office is occupied by only 2 people, Jiraiya and Minato, who seem to be in the middle of a discussion. Naruto, shouldn't you be taking the second test? How did you get here? Minato asks, eyeing Karen, who hasn't yet reacted to her surroundings. "And who's this? Did you meet a pretty girl during the exam and couldn't wait to introduce her to your parents?" Jiraiya quips, noticing Karen's red hair. "Oh, as expected, a further and similar taste. I'm just a shadow clone," number 001 explains. "The real me is still taking the exam." "This girl here? Well, she might have ties to the Uzumaki clan. I figured we should let my mom confirm it." The door to the office bursts open, and Kushina storms in. "Where is she?" Number 001 guides the timid Karen toward Kushina. "Mom, is this my long-lost sister?" "Minato." "Karen?" "Jiraiya." Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote to left. Chapter 67. Trauma. Kushina looks at Karen's red hair, senses the chakra in her body, and thinks, "This child must be from my clan." Naruto pushes the timid Karen, who tugs at the corner of his shirt, forward and says, "Don't be afraid, everyone here is family. Tell us about yourself. How did you end up in Kizugakure? Has everything been okay?" Jiraiya, standing nearby, hears Naruto refer to him as family and smiles happily. Kushina looks at Karen with concern. "Yes, I might even be your aunt." It has been a long time since anyone has shown Karen such kindness, so she slowly begins to share her story. In her memory, when she was very young, she wandered with her mother, who told her that their homeland had been overtaken by bad people. They end up in the land of grass, where they are taken in by Kizugakure. But outsiders like them aren't easily welcomed. They are grudgingly given a place to stay, and even finding food is a struggle. One day, the shinobi of Kizugakure discover that Karen's mother has a special ability. Anyone who bites her and absorbs her chakra can heal quickly, even from wounds deemed incurable. From that day on, Karen's mother often goes to the hospital to help in exchange for food. She also begins wearing long-sleeved clothes all the time, even in the hottest weather. Little Karen always thinks her mother is just working hard. This goes on for a long time until one day, when Karen is waiting at home for her mother as usual, what comes instead is her cold, lifeless body. Karen sees her mother's arm hanging off the bed, covered in bite marks. Karen cries, terrified, but the Kizugakure shinobi don't let her go. Instead, they take her to the hospital. Unfortunately, Karen has the same ability as her mother. So, Karen falls into the same fate. Day after day, she is bitten by different people to heal their injuries. Even when she sleeps, she fears someone will come to take her to the hospital, as if she were born for this purpose. The shinobi of Kizugakure tells her, "You and your mother are just outsiders. The village has taken care of you for so long, you have to give something in return." Now, Karen's arms, shoulders, and legs are covered with dense bite marks. Karen is deeply scared, with her mother's tragic fate still fresh in her memory. She doesn't know when she will die just as miserably. She hates her abilities. As she recounts these memories, Karen's shoulders tremble, and she begins to cry. Jiraiya looks out the window silently. He has witnessed many tragic things, but to do such a thing to a child. Kizugakure. Minato clenches his fists, his knuckles turning white. Tears well up in Kushina's eyes. She understands the pain and helplessness of living in a foreign land. She has experienced the agony of sealing the Nine Tails when she was young, but now she has her own home and can protect herself. But this child. Kushina embraces Karen and comforts her. "Good girl, I'll be your mother from now on, and you'll be my daughter. No one will dare to bully you again." Karen, still terrified of Kizugakure, says, "But what if they come for me again?" "They wouldn't dare." Kushina's red hair flares up. "I still have to settle the score with them. If they so much as whisper your name, I'll blow their heads off." Minato adds with a reassuring smile, "I'll handle Kizugakure. Don't worry, you're my daughter now, and your father is the Hokage." Looking at Kushina's flowing red hair and Minato's warm smile, Karen suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of security. She throws herself into Kushina's arms. "Mama!" Wow! Karen cries, releasing all the grievances, pain, sorrow, and fear she has held in for so many years. Kushina holds her close, one arm around her, and gently strokes her red hair, as bright as her own, with the other. Time seems to pass slowly as Karen's voice grows hoarse, and her crying gradually subsides into small sobs. Naruto, watching the scene, turns to Minato and asks, "Dad, do you know how many Kizugakure shinobi made it to the second round?" Minato looks at the report Ibiki has submitted to him. There are 9 in total, including Karen. So that means there are 6 left. What are you planning? Of course, I'm going to collect some interest. My sister's been bullied. How could I, her big brother, not do anything? However, Minato pulls out a file on Karen from the candidates' materials submitted by Kizugakure and says, "But according to this, Karen is older than you, Naruto." Huh? Naruto is embarrassed. "So I am the younger brother?" "There's one more thing." Minato, trying to lighten the mood, pulls out another report. "Care to explain why you got a 0 on the written test?" Fatakashina, noticing that Karen has calmed down, teases Naruto. "Getting a 0 on a test, Naruto, now you have to call Karen sister." "I'll let it slide for Karen's sake, but otherwise." Naruto glances at Karen, who has wiped her tears and put her glasses back on, and reluctantly says, "Sister, well, little brother with a 0 on your test, please take care of me." Karen responds solemnly, then looks at Naruto's conflicted expression and bursts into a giggle. Ha ha ha. The whole room joins in the laughter, and Naruto's earlier wounds are momentarily forgotten. "Well, I should go and report to the main body." Naruto's clone suddenly looks away. "We're just a clone after all, let's make the main body suffer with this," and then resolutely dispels himself. The clone's memory returns to the original Naruto. About an hour later, along the way, Naruto and the others defeat a team from Otagakure and take down a tiger and a bear, all while continuing their journey. Naruto, who has just lectured Sasuke on the famous saying, "Set fire to the mountain, sit in the bottom of the prison," suddenly stops and looks up at the sky. "So I'm destined to be the younger brother? It isn't so bad with Kimimaro, but even Sasuke is older than him, and now there's Karen, who's also older." Naruto sighs, thinking back to when he was 3 and used to say offhandedly that it would be nice to have a younger brother to boss around, or a younger sister to look after. Sasuke notices Naruto's pensive look and asks, "What's wrong?" Sakura also stops. "Did you sense an enemy?" "No." Naruto snaps out of his thoughts and says determinedly, "I just want to do something." Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 68. Sister. Naruto briefly explains the situation to his 2 teammates, avoiding too much detail about Karen's past of being tortured in the village. He considers it a personal matter and only mentions that Karen has had a tough time. Sasuke picks up on the key points. "So, Karen is your sister?" "She's your sister too," Naruto replies. "What does that have to do with me?" Sasuke initially brushes it off but then remembers his sensei with fiery red hair. Sakura asks, "So, are you planning to stand up for your sister?" "She will become your sister in the future, too," Naruto says, trying to form a connection. "Huh?" Sakura is momentarily confused. Naruto chuckles and adds, "When you change your last name to Uchiha in the future." Sakura's cheeks turn pink as she glances shyly at Sasuke. "Naruto, how can you say something like that?" "Inner Sakura, if only you could talk like this more often." Sasuke is bewildered. Why would Sakura change her last name to Uchiha? Could there be some connection between her family and the Uchiha clan? He thinks of Uchiha Azumi, a woman he doesn't particularly like. Although she originally had a civilian surname, her mother was a Uchiha, and she later changed her surname back to Uchiha after awakening her Sharingan. Sasuke has always been cautious around her, not because he could tell she had intentions toward his brother. Could it be she wants my brother to teach her how to train? Absolutely not. My brother already has so little time to train with me. I can't let her take even more of it away. Ignoring Sasuke's paranoid thoughts, Naruto summarizes that 20 groups have advanced to the second round, and after excluding his group and the 3 groups he has already dealt with, there are 16 groups left. Naruto creates 16 shadow clones, waves his hand, and says, "Each clone will confirm a group, open a small map, and search the area thoroughly." "Yes, sir." The 16 clones scatter and quickly leave Naruto's sight. One of the clones pins the number 001 card to its chest, another transforms into Naruto, and a third clone's cheerful expression turns into a blank stare. Naruto says, "Let's keep moving toward the tower." If the clones don't find anything, they can also block the entrance. Sasuke and Sakura have nothing to say. Helping their sister is now their duty. The Kagura mind ability used by the clones might be slightly weaker than the main bodies, but it is sufficient, and the Forest of Death isn't particularly large. Since the exam has just started, the groups entering from different entrances are still relatively spread out. Soon, the shadow clones locate each group and rush toward them. 13 of the clones are unlucky and don't encounter any grass ninjas. They are initially disappointed because they've lost their chance to take action and rack up appearances. But then they cheerfully choose a method of self-destruction. The unfortunate candidates witness little yellow-haired clones happily running into their line of sight and then, in front of their eyes, either committing suicide with a kunai, using Rasengan on themselves, smashing into a tree, or even grabbing a venomous snake to get bitten. These 13 groups discuss the strange behavior of the suicidal yellow-haired clone. "That was a shadow clone, right?" "Yeah, why did it show up just to kill itself in front of us?" "You're stupid. The shadow clone is a reconnaissance jutsu. If it destroys itself after seeing us, it sends the information back to the original. That means our location and the movements have been exposed." Many teams quickly move and change their routes to avoid ambushes by the yellow-haired team. Of course, some are confident enough not to care, like Gaara's team or the Sound Village's Dosukai Nuta's team. They aren't afraid of being tracked and continue on their original paths. Even the Konoha team assumes Naruto's shadow clone is just there to gather intel. Tenten complains, "What's that guy thinking? Can't he just dispel the clone properly? Why does he have to stick his head into a lion's den? It's creepy." The Inoshikacho team also encounters a shadow clone, and Shikamaru calmly says, "Naruto probably won't bother us, so let's keep our ambush position." Finding another good spot is too troublesome. Choji munches on his snacks and nods. "Yeah, Naruto gave me some precious snacks earlier, so he definitely won't come to steal our scrolls. How about we trade a scroll for some snacks?" With him, Ino face palms in despair, unable to handle these two lazy and food-obsessed teammates. However, Clone 001 and an unnamed clone get lucky, and each finds a team of grass ninjas. Clone 001 cheerfully blocks their path, wielding a makeshift Xuanhua axe made of branches, and shouts, "I own this road, and I planted these trees. If you want to pass, pay the toll." Meanwhile, the unnamed clone simply but confidently declares, "You're surrounded by me." The lucky Easter and unlucky Easter clone is Naruko because she encounters Hinata's team. Naruko is initially thrilled. What luck to run into Hinata. Surely, the main body will reward him with a bunch of appearances for this. But when Naruko jumps out to greet them, he notices something is off. Hinata takes 2 steps back, looking shocked and lost. Kiba's jaw drops, and he points at Naruko like he's seen a ghost. "Were you a broken Barakamaru?" barks in confusion. The scent is right, but the appearance is strange. Shino adjusts his sunglasses, the lens reflecting a calculating light. Naruko is baffled. "Is something wrong with me?" He strokes his blonde ponytails, then freezes as he realizes he can't see his toes. Crap. I'm done for. Did I turn into a woman? Let the main body explain this to you later. Seeing Hinata's wide-eyed shock, Naruko manages a bitter smile. He's probably about to lose his appearance count. Naruko quickly dispels himself. Note to self, what do I do if my girlfriend discovers my hobby of cross-dressing? Asking for advice online, urgently. That's Naruko's last thought. Ha 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 ha. Naruto bursts out laughing while walking with his 2 teammates, leaving Sasuke and Sakura staring at him in confusion. What on earth is he up to? After all this time training together, how could he not recognize Hinata's chakra? And what's with cross-dressing to advance the mission? Chapter 69. Rebellion of the Clones. 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/IamXno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Big Fox, come out and blow up Konoha. Naruto is tired of it all. He wants to destroy the village. I won't, Kurama responds, uninterested. Why should I destroy Konoha? I'm watching this show with amusement. Don't disturb me. Besides, what did Konoha do wrong? It's not like you didn't cause this yourself. This kid is full of violent thoughts every day. He needs to be educated. Isn't peace better? Clone 001 also receives Naruto's memories at the same time. His expression, which had been joyful at unlocking a new jutsu, suddenly turns menacing. All this just to make me lose face in front of my future wife. You guys are dead. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Clone 001 nearly drains all his chakra, and in an instant, a massive wave over 30 meters wide and 10 meters high surges forward, crashing down on the three trembling grass ninja. They are tossed around like clothes in a washing machine, spinning and rolling with the waves, their limbs completely unresponsive. Before they fall unconscious, all three grass ninjas have the same thought. Do you call this a water release jutsu? When the water subsides, Clone 001 spots a large wild boar nearby and kicks it hard on its rear. The enraged boar charges forward, and Clone 001 runs to where the three grass ninja have fallen, stops, and willingly allows himself to be trampled by the wild boar. As for whether the boar stops after hitting him, that's none of his concern. On the other end, another unnamed clone also receives Naruto's memories. His mouth twitches slightly before he regains his usual stoic expression. The three grass ninjas who had been mocking the unnamed clone's poor accuracy now laugh even harder. With such a big mouth, I thought you'd be strong. But you can't even throw a kunai properly. Of the three kunai thrown, two are off target, and the only one on course looks weak. So the grass ninja in the middle casually catches the kunai. The other two fly past the grass ninja on either side. What they don't expect is for the three clones to suddenly appear right beside them, standing in a triangle formation, surrounding them. Each clone holds a Rasengan and thrusts it forward. Forbidden jutsu, instant prison shadow clone jutsu. The three grass ninja are sent flying by the impact of the Rasengan, colliding with each other, coughing up blood, and falling unconscious. In the forest of death, the smell of blood will soon attract wild beasts. The unnamed clone doesn't kill them, but he doesn't care about what happens next either. Naruto's real body clutches his chest. The revenge he sought has been achieved, and he's even shown off his Hokage-level skills. But why doesn't he feel satisfied? How will he explain this to Hinata when he gets back? Naruto walks mechanically beside his two teammates, like a lifeless body, with a white soul seemingly floating out of his mouth. Sasuke notices Naruto isn't in a good state and occasionally helps lift branches that might scratch him. Sakura looks at Naruto with concern, though she also envies the attention he's getting. Eventually, the three of them reach the central tower without further incident. The last part of their journey is surprisingly smooth. Once they arrive, Sasuke and Sakura follow the instructions written on the wall and simultaneously open the scrolls of heaven and earth. By this time, Naruto has nearly regained his strength. He looks at the figure emerging from the smoke alongside his teammates. Long black hair, a forehead protector, a tear mole at the corner of the right eye, a delicate face, and a purple coat. "Why are you here?" Sasuke exclaims, recognizing the person he least wants to see is Izumi Uchiha. "Hello, Sasuke, Naruto, and you must be their teammate, Sakura." Izumi Uchiha greets them with a smile. Yes. Sakura quickly responds. Seeing the Uchiha crest on Izumi's clothes, she wonders why Sasuke seems to dislike her so much. "Sister Izumi, why is it you?" Naruto asks. He's met Izumi a few times when visiting Sasuke's house and has once seen her give a dango stick to Itachi, who ate it happily. "I heard from Itachi that you all were participating in the Chunin exams, so I arranged for Anko to be in charge of your group." Izumi can't understand why Sasuke has disliked her since they were kids, but she hopes that with more interaction and care, things will improve. Izumi clears her throat. "Now, I'll explain the significance of heaven and earth. This is very important for becoming a Chunin. Sasuke reluctantly listens to her explanation alongside his two teammates. The gist is that a Chunin should be capable of leading a team. Needing both brains and brawn both are essential. That's about it. You're the first team to complete the second round of the exam. Keep up the good work. Izumi bids farewell to the three with a smile and disappears into smoke. So, what now? Sakura asks. We wait here for the other candidates to finish the exam. In the worst case scenario, it could take up to 5 days. It's so boring. How about I create some shadow clones to take our place? And we can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to sneak out and come back when it's time. Sasuke thinks it might be better to train outside rather than just wait around. Sakura doesn't mind as long as she's with Sasuke, and she can train anywhere. So Naruto creates 3 shadow clones and lets them assign roles among themselves. However, as soon as the first clone appears, it shouts, "Freedom or death," and stabs itself to death. The second clone shouts, "I'd rather be free in death than live in chains," and also stabs itself to death. The third clone begins, "The mere body," before Naruto punches it, finishing the sentence for it, "Would you rather have a seat?" Damn it, why are you all rebelling? Naruto understands what they mean. The main body doesn't want to stay bored here, and neither do the clones. This is a case of what you don't want to do. Don't force onto others. A macron a micro a inverted exclamation mark a squared a macron I diaresis micro a Naruto feels like he's on the verge of losing his mind. Sasuke and Sakura watch this scene unfold with barely contained laughter. At first, they find Naruto's clones to be unruly and strange, but after getting used to them, it's quite entertaining. Not many things can make Naruto so frustrated. What is this? The only one who can defeat him is himself. Naruto, now accustomed to his clone's antics, pulls out a deck of cards from a scroll and a bunch of snacks like peanuts and melon seeds. Forget it, let's just play cards while we wait. Naruto Uzumaki, the man who can pull out anything from his scrolls, from sleeping bags to snacks and cards, is prepared for anything. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 1 comment. Vote 2 left. Chapter 70, Cheating 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are playing cards in the lounge, and the loser has to put a sticker on their face. At first, it's just normal entertainment with winners and losers, but Sasuke usually avoids games like this. He wants to emulate his father Fugaku's serious and old-fashioned demeanor, thinking he wouldn't be playing cards with his two teammates. So, Sasuke ends up losing the most, and the stickers on his face completely cover his eyes. Then something miraculous happens. After that, Sasuke starts winning every game as if he has God's help. Sakura is in awe, unable to believe how quickly Sasuke improves at playing cards, falling into her usual fangirl mode. Naruto, however, senses that something is off. While Sasuke is shuffling the cards, Naruto casually lifts one of the stickers from Sasuke's face. Sasuke's smooth movements halt, and under Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, Sasuke's eyes shift from their Sharingan state back to normal. Caught red-handed, Sasuke feels the tension rise as Naruto's expression turns from suspicion to disgust. No wonder you've been so eager to shuffle the cards every round. I thought you were just trying to get familiar with the rules or find a strategy, Naruto grumbles. But you were using your Sharingan to track every card's position. No wonder you were winning. Naruto, now fuming, adds, when the Sage of Six Paths finds out you're abusing the Sharingan for something like this, you should apologize to every generation of Indra, you bastard. Naruto throws down his cards in frustration. If I ever play cards with the Uchiha again, I'll be an idiot. That goes for the Hyuga clan too. You guys, with your special powers, have no business in gambling. He continues to rant. I remember hearing Izumo and Kotetsu joke that the Hyuga clan uses their Byakugan when playing cards, and now it all makes sense. This is ridiculous. Deciding he's had enough, Naruto declares, I'm done with these trash games. They're ruining my youth. He tosses the cards aside and goes to retrieve some scrolls, eager to study instead. At least learning makes me happy, he mutters, diving into his notes on space-time ninjutsu. Sakura, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, is left in shock. Not knowing what else to do, she decides to join Naruto in studying. She picks up the medical scroll Naruto had given her and Sasuke previously, focusing on how to use it. Now she can carry some medical books with her, thanks to the sealing technique she learned. Sasuke, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly puts away the cards. The game wasn't the problem, it's getting caught that's truly humiliating. Resigned to his fate, he pulls out some ninjutsu scrolls and starts studying alongside his teammates. Meanwhile, other teams in the forest aren't as relaxed as Team 7. Most are cautiously navigating through the woods, searching for other teams to steal scrolls from while trying to survive the harsh environment. It's not that Naruto doesn't want to help Hinata's team, he does, but in the end, he decides against it. Even after defeating 2 teams from the grass village, he chooses not to take their scrolls. Naruto knows Hinata is stronger than she appears. She doesn't want him to solve everything for her. She wants to become a Chunin through her efforts. Naruto respects that and decides to keep an eye on her from afar, ensuring her team won't be ambushed by someone like Gaara. As for the other teams, Naruto isn't too worried. It's not like Gaara would personally go after Hinata's scroll, especially considering their current relationship. As the days pass, teams gather all their scrolls and make their way to the tower. On the 5th day, Hinata and her team appear on Naruto's minimap. Naruto quietly slips away to meet Hinata. Seeing that she isn't injured, he advises her to rest and then leaves. A few hours later, Izumi Uchiha enters the lounge and informs Naruto that they need to gather. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura follow her. Naruto asks curiously, Sister Izumi, don't you have to go to the police force? Izumi smiles and explains, I switched shifts with some friends. I'm here to watch Sasuke's match for Itachi-kun. Sasuke turns away, sulking. HMPH, if he cares so much, why doesn't he come himself? Izumi thoughtfully taps her chin. Itachi-kun has an important mission. He said he'll come next time. Sasuke doesn't look pleased. Naruto, holding back his laughter, thinks to himself, sure, Sasuke, I believe your brother. He'll come next time. A broken bar. The 3 of them follow Izumi to a large square, where a pair of giant arm statues stand. The leading teachers of each team and all the examiners are present. Okay, that's it for now. Make sure to perform well in the test. Izumi waves them off and rejoins the examiners' team, chatting quietly with Anko. Kushina smiles, waving toward Naruto and his team. Karen, hiding behind Kushina, clings to her other hand. Karen has been staying at Naruto's house for a few days now. Although Kushina has taken her out a few times, Konoha is still unfamiliar to her, so she sticks close to Kushina. The bond between them has grown strong. They almost seem like mother and daughter. Karen's appearance has changed drastically. Her once messy red hair is now neatly trimmed and combed. She wears a Konoha forehead protector, and her clothes and shoes are brand new. Kushina has dressed her just like she dressed herself as a child, except Karen also wears glasses. Nearby, Gai is enthusiastically chatting with Kakashi, striking various odd poses. Lee, with stars in his eyes, admires Gai while Tenten sighs, rubbing her forehead. Kakashi, you are not youthful today. Kakashi, appearing distracted, obviously isn't paying much attention to Gai. He resists the urge to pull out his favorite book in front of his sensei's wife, finding the situation rather dull. On the other side of Gai stands Asuma, a cigarette in his mouth, smiling as he watches his students. Naruto scans the candidates who have passed. Among them are 4 teams from Konoha, the famous Konoha 12, a team from the Sand Village, a team from the Sound Village, and a team from the Rain Village. Naruto muses to himself, noting that there are fewer teams than in the original timeline. Kabuto isn't here, having stayed behind at the orphanage where he's happily playing the role of the king of the kids. A broken bar. Suspicious title. In the original story, Kabuto's teammates are spies for Orochimaru. Naruto isn't sure where they are now. Then again, Naruto has unknowingly altered the course of events by intercepting Kabuto's team and changing their route. Unfortunately, they ran into Gaara and are no longer around. As for the Rain Village team, who should have met their end at Gaara's hands, they too have changed their route, surviving and passing the second exam, thanks to Naruto's interference. Once all the candidates have assembled, they line up in front of the stage. The chief examiner, Anko, announces that they have successfully passed the second exam. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminates the stage, and Konoha's most handsome shinobi appears. Congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato announces with a warm smile, congratulating the candidates. The students are in awe. What a fast body flicker. I couldn't even see him move. Is this the power of the Hokage? And he's so handsome. Ear-broken bar. Minato then explains the significance of the joint Chunin exams, emphasizing that the performance of the candidates reflects the strength of their respective villages and could influence the number of missions their nations receive in the future. Alright then, I'll hand it over to you. With that, Minato returns to the stand. Naruto, standing below, is secretly relieved. His father's speech is simple and to the point, avoiding the common pitfalls of long-winded speeches like the will of fire. Read up to 20 chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 71. Naruto vs Hinata. 120 plus advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Cough. High Hgekki ring coughed twice, but Naruto couldn't tell if he was clearing his throat or genuinely coughing. I'm the examiner for this exam, High Hgekki ring. Next, I'll be conducting the qualifiers for the third exam. It's a one-on-one arena. The examiner explained that since the third test would invite important figures from various villages, the competition time was limited with so many participants. Some needed to be eliminated. So the preliminaries for the third test would determine who would participate in the official competition. If any participants are unwell or do not wish to compete for other reasons, they may withdraw now. Since this is an individual competition, withdrawing at this time will no longer affect your teammates. The candidates complained in their hearts, "You're the one who should quit if you're not feeling well." Naruto looked at Hi-Eight's pale face and weak voice. He couldn't help but complain about his father in his heart. This man is so ill, why not let him take a leave and rest instead of making him work overtime? Then, after a moment of thought, Naruto realized, this guy's girlfriend is so pretty, maybe if he goes back on vacation, he'll end up worse. Working overtime might be his only way to rest. My dad is far-sighted. Since no one has withdrawn, the third test qualifier will begin now. The participants for each match will be randomly paired on that screen. As soon as Hi-Eight finished speaking, the screen on the sidelines began to scroll and finally stopped. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Hinata. Naruto felt the malice of the world. When I used to watch the anime, I always thought the Chunin exam's so-called random matching mechanism was rigged. And today, I finally believe that it is random. Dad wouldn't dare to play around like this. If you could manipulate it, my mum would make you kneel on the ground. Naruto turned his head to look at Hinata. First, I got caught in the forest of death when my clone was dressed as a woman, and now, I have to endure more domestic violence. This day never ends. PFFT, Sakura couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. That's what you get for showing off your love every day. Even the nine-tails in the sealed space propped up its chin with its front paws, lying on the ground and watching with interest. Go, Hinata, Kiba. The eternal single, cheered. Without hesitation. He knew Hinata had little chance of winning, but that didn't stop him from rooting for her. Akamaru barked. Woof. Naruto didn't know what to make of Akamaru's support, but it didn't matter now. Hi-Eight looked at the screen and said, The participants in the battle stay here, and the others move to the viewing area. Sakura and Ina temporarily set aside their differences, chatting about the gossip between Naruto and Hinata, occasionally laughing like aunts. Meanwhile, all the Konoha candidates in the stands knew there was a match between the young couple. They all leaned on the railing to watch the spectacle, except for Neji, who wasn't too pleased. He felt his sister was about to be taken away. The candidates from the other villages noticed how interested the Konoha candidates were in this match and assumed these two must be strong. The Hyuga girl had the Byakugan, and the blonde boy looked a bit like the fourth Hokage, so they concluded the fourth Hokage's son versus the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. This match must be thrilling. No wonder these Konoha ninjas are so interested. Kushina was scolding Minato while holding Karen, and Minato could only smile sheepishly and wave his hand, probably saying something like, "It's just a coincidence." The examiners were intrigued, curious about the strength of the Hokage's son. Asuma, however, was different. He heard someone mention the fourth Hokage's son and looked at Naruto. He felt like he was seeing a reflection of his younger self. Asuma believed Naruto, like him, was the son of a Hokage and would always be expected to be great, no matter how hard he tried. People would think, of course, you're great, you're the Hokage's son. It seemed like Naruto would always live in his father's shadow, just as Asuma had. Naruto must be struggling. So, the thoughtful bearded man decided he would offer Naruto some psychological counseling, sharing his own experiences to help Naruto avoid repeating his mistakes. For a moment, Asuma looked at Naruto with a softer gaze than his girlfriend Kurena Yui. In the arena, Naruto and Hinata stood facing each other and suddenly felt a chill, as if something terrible was about to happen. Hi-8 coughed twice and said, "Let the battle begin." Both of them instinctively took their stances, but neither moved. "Naruto-kun, please be gentle." Hinata was still a little dazed, unsure how things had escalated to this point. Naruto was worried about how to handle the fight. Using Rasengan is out of the question. It's too powerful, and using it would be a death sentence. As for taijutsu, putting a kunai to Hinata's neck and making her surrender, that's not something a decent person would do. The adamantine sealing chains, if I dare to tie her up, I'll be the one tied up in the same position tonight. If none of that works, I could always stall for time. These people love to watch the show, so I might as well give them a good one. Naruto made a decision and performed the hand signs to summon 100 shadow clones. Hinata, don't hold back. Just think of this as actual combat training. Yes. Hinata bit her lip. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I wanted to work hard, pass the exam with Naruto-kun, and become a Chunin. Then, I would muster the courage to tell Naruto-kun those words I've always wanted to say. Even though I can feel Naruto-kun's heart now, and I know Naruto-kun likes me. Even though we can chat and train together like a couple, I can feel his care and attention. But this isn't what I want. I don't want to be a burden to you, Naruto-kun. I don't want to keep looking up at your back. I want to stand by your side with my head held high, just like Kushina-sensei stands beside the fourth Hokage. I never expected to end up fighting Naruto-kun. But since I'm destined to lose, Hinata activated her Byakugan, and her resolve hardened. Naruto-kun, please watch me or watch the efforts of Hinata Hyuga. Read up to 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 72. Naruto vs Hinata. 220 plus advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Hinata was ready, while Naruto's shadow clones were still looking at each other. How should we fight her? Clone number 001 asked. The main body forbids the use of ninjutsu, so I also want to know how to fight. Naruko, who is reluctant to be Naruko today, replied. Let's kill her, said an unnamed clone with a sadist smile. Are you crazy? Clone 001 said. The unnamed shadow clone, who was the coolest, said, grab her shoulders, wrists, trip her, whatever you need to do, as long as you can control her. That's it, let's go, everyone. Clone number 001 commanded. 10 shadow clones who didn't deserve names rushed forward. Not because others didn't want to join, but because too many would get in the way. Hinata looked at the 10 menacing little blondes but remained calm. She moved her feet and struck 2 clones with her hands. Since they often sparred together, Naruto is very familiar with the gentle fist, and Hinata was equally familiar with Naruto's moves. With the aid of her Byakugan, Hinata struck a shadow clone on the chest, making it dissipate immediately. The other palm strike was blocked by a clone's hands, but it, too, vanished. If it were ordinary taijutsu, blocking with hands might prolong the fight, but gentle fist directly infuses chakra into the body to attack. A real person could withstand it, but shadow clones can't. Gentle fist is simply the nemesis of shadow clones. With her 360-degree vision, Hinata wasn't afraid of the shadow clone assault. Her quick palm strikes made dealing with them seem like child's play. The group tactics that had been so effective against Kiba and Akamaru were useless against Hinata. A wave of 10 shadow clones lasted less than 10 seconds against her. Naruto hadn't said anything yet, but clone number 001 was already frustrated, cursing, "You idiots, hold on for at least 3 seconds. Next wave. Go." Another 10 shadow clones rushed in, but the result was the same as before. Hinata's palms fluttered, each strike or tap dissolving a clone, and she seemed to be getting more fluid in her movements. After defeating this wave, Hinata didn't stay put. She charged into the crowd of clones, almost like she had activated true Hinata mode. Naruto watched from a distance, captivated by Hinata's agile steps, her flexible form, her dexterous hands, and her serious, determined expression. Hinata's skillful charge against the Naruto clones caught them off guard. Fortunately, they quickly adapted to Hinata's offensive, and under the wise leadership of clone number 001. Wait, when did number 001 die? Then, under the wise leadership of Naruto Uzumaki, the second in command of the clones. Wait, Naruto died too? By the 3rd time. Well, the unnamed shadow clone was gone too. After 4 minutes, all 80 remaining shadow clones were defeated. But they didn't disappoint number 001's expectations. They fought with style and momentum. Most importantly, each one lasted an average of 3 seconds. The audience in the stands was amazed by Hinata's performance. Even though they were just clones, not every genin could handle them so easily. Tenten and Lee, who knew Neji well, exclaimed, "Is this the same gentle fist technique as Neji's?" Neji's eyes were full of pride, and he didn't hesitate to praise Hinata. "Not only is she on the same level as me, but her timing and adaptation are almost better than mine." Neji continued speaking. "I didn't expect her to improve so quickly after just a month of not sparring with her. It seems Hiroshi-sama's judgment about Hinata being inferior to Hanabi is completely wrong." Neji recalled his uncle, the clan head, saying that Hinata was weaker than Hanabi, and he found it amusing. With this level of offense, she could easily knock Hanabi to the ground, right? But Neji rolled his eyes toward Naruto. "What's with this guy? Can a person have this much chakra?" Then, thinking of Kushina, Neji realized some people really can. Hinata was slightly out of breath. She was tired from the intense physical duel and the chakra output needed for gentle fist. "And Naruto-kun, please continue to attack." Naruto looked at Hinata's serious expression and decided to respect her wishes, so he summoned another 100 clones. This time, no holding back. "Don't mess around like you're in some good baby rescue mission." The shadow clones surrounded Hinata and swarmed her. Hinata didn't panic. She unfolded her gentle fist technique, taking down clone after clone. But eventually, Naruto managed to land a palm strike on Hinata's shoulder, leaving a spiral mark. Hinata staggered from the hit but quickly turned to disperse Naruto with another palm strike. Hinata realized that if this continued, the attacks would become too overwhelming to block. She could only use that technique, even though she hadn't mastered it yet. She wanted Naruto to see it. Hinata took a deep breath and declared, "Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms." Hinata's small hands flew up and down, the after-images dancing. Chakra burst from her palms like steel needles, destroying all the shadow clones attacking from all directions, even from above. Naruto watched in surprise as Hinata's arms moved like a thousand-handed cannon. Did she recreate this technique? I've never seen her practice it before. Did she practice after going home? Seeing Hinata going all out, Naruto began to reflect on himself. Had he been too casual about this? Hinata had taken this sparring so seriously, but he had treated it like a game. Hinata, having destroyed all the shadow clones in one go, was gasping for air. She hadn't fully mastered the protective 8 trigrams 64 palms yet. Her chakra control wasn't precise enough, so to ensure power, she had to increase her chakra output, leaving her exhausted and barely able to keep her eyes open. Hinata struggled to maintain her gentle fist stance, her tone firm. Naruto-kun, please take me seriously. Alright. As Naruto spoke, he instantly appeared behind Hinata, using the mark Naruto had desperately placed earlier. He put his hand on her shoulder, just about to stop her, but then felt a force hit his chest, pushing him back a few steps. Gentle fist, one strike. Hinata turned around and gave Naruto a small smile despite his shocked expression before collapsing. Hinata didn't fall to the ground, though. As Naruto caught her in a princess carry, Naruto felt this was the best and smoothest use of his Flying Thunder God technique yet. Hinata-chan, why are you pushing yourself so hard today? Naruto-kun, I wanted you to see. I wanted to tell you. For some reason, Hinata, now out of battle mode, returned to her usual soft and shy demeanor. As Naruto wondered what Hinata wanted to see a winner, Naruto Uzumaki, the referee, Genma Shiranui, announced out of nowhere. Eek! Hinata suddenly remembered they weren't alone and immediately buried her head in Naruto's chest, refusing to speak. Naruto, a broken bar Genma, you bastard. Chapter 73, Sasuke vs Sakura 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones, if you enjoy the chapter. Naruto thought for a moment about the possibility of asking his father to completely stagger the schedules of High-8 Ring and Yuzuki Yugawa as a form of revenge. High-8 didn't notice anything and immediately started the next match. The names scrolled on the big screen and finally stopped. Hyuga Neji vs. Tenten. Naruto turned his head to look and thought, well done. He hugged Hinata, turned around, and walked to the side of the arena. Seeing the 3 or 4 meter high viewing platform, he decided to take the stairs. Climbing the stairs to the top of the platform would take him only a second at most, but Naruto decided to hold on to Hinata a little longer without getting tired. As they were heading up, they happened to run into Neji, who was coming down the stairs. HMPH. Neji shot Naruto a disapproving look. Naruto, what's the deal? Didn't we get along well during the first exam? Hinata buried her head even deeper, too shy now that her brother Neji had seen her like this. Kushina watched her son with pride, then glanced at Minato. Like father, like son, she thought. Some things just don't need to be taught, they're inherited. Neji and Tenten walked to the field and got into position. Naruto, still carrying Hinata, also made his way upstairs. Instead of joining the crowd or going to their parents, they stopped in a relatively open spot to watch the match. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out softly. Put me down, Hinata whispered, blushing. I'm not tired, Naruto replied earnestly. But Hinata's face turned even redder as she glanced at the crowd. There were so many people around. Realizing her discomfort, Naruto gently put Hinata down and created 2 shadow clones. Go, bring Uso here. When the clones vanished, they left behind the Flying Thunder God mark. Moments later, they reappeared, carrying the living room sofa, placing it behind Hinata, along with a small round table set with tea and snacks. Uzumaki Logistics, at your service. Please rate us 5 stars if you're satisfied. The clones gave a playful salute before disappearing. Though they loved to joke around, they knew when it was time to be serious. Naruto pulled Hinata onto the sofa, poured her some tea, and handed a snack to her mouth. Hinata, already accustomed to Naruto's playful shadow clones, took a small bite of the dessert, feeling sweetness not just in her mouth but in her heart. Sasuke glanced over at them, wondering why Naruto hadn't joined him. Sakura looked enviously at Naruto and Hinata, then back at Sasuke, and again at Sasuke. If only Sasuke was half as attentive as Naruto, I'd have 3 kids by now, she thought. The second qualifier, Neji Hyuga vs. Tenten. Begin. Tenten jumped back a considerable distance, simultaneously throwing a barrage of shuriken and kunai, trying to create some space. She knew Neji too well. A close combat was not an option. Neji also knew Tenten. If she managed to maintain distance, he'd be up against a barrage of ninja tools, risking either getting crushed or exhausted. With the help of his Byakugan, Neji deftly dodged the shuriken and deflected the kunai, all while closing the gap between them. These two were like natural opposites, one excelled at long-range combat, the other at precise positioning. In the end, Neji's superior skills shone through. He fended off an array of Tenten's ninja tools, sickles, machetes, maces, and managed to get close enough to place his finger on her neck. "I surrender," Tenten said. She had anticipated this outcome. Even though she still had her twin rising dragon's jutsu, she knew Neji had his eyes and 8 trigrams 64 palms. "Winner, Neji Hyuga," announced High 8, declaring the result. Naruto thought the match was thrilling, but lamented the absence of commentary like the kind he used to provide. He took Hinata's hand and silently switched out the tray of snacks. "Wait, I just had 2 pieces from this plate. How did they disappear so quickly?" As Neji and Tenten left the field, the screen began to scroll again. Haruno Sakura vs. Uchiha Sasuke, PFFT. Naruto spat out a mouthful of tea. "What is this? Some kind of annual blind date event?" "Naruto-kun, it's nothing." Naruto wiped his mouth, then frowned. In his attempt not to spray tea all over the table, he'd ended up soiling the armrest of the sofa. Would he get scolded for this at home? Sakura also frowned, but it was more out of envy for the scene between Hinata and Naruto. She imagined losing a match, only to be carried off like a princess and then cuddling while watching the next fight. But knowing Sasuke's style, she'd be lucky if he held back 30% of his strength for her sake, even if he was in a good mood. Sasuke was a bit surprised by the matchup but didn't say anything, simply leaping off the stand. As everyone knew, in the original story, Sasuke only had 3 categories of people in his life: Itachi, Naruto, and everyone else. Now that his family was still alive, he probably added his parents to the list, but Sakura still wasn't someone he took seriously. Facing off, Sakura and Sasuke waited for the signal. When High 8 announced the start, Sasuke didn't even activate his Sharingan. He just walked forward and slashed at Sakura's neck with a kunai. But Sakura dodged. After training with Naruto and Sasuke for so long, her reflexes and reaction speed were far beyond those of an ordinary genin. Sasuke continued with a series of Uchiha-style taijutsu, his movements fluid and almost dance-like. With his good looks, it was as if he was performing, truly living up to the Uchiha name. During the battle, Sakura stayed focused, taking it seriously. She utilized substitution jutsu, shadow clones, and shuriken to distract and evade, demonstrating a solid foundation and an incredibly strong will to survive. Sasuke wasn't surprised as Sakura's survival skills had been honed through countless battles with him and Naruto. In the end, Sasuke placed a kunai on Sakura's neck, and she raised her hand to surrender. Naruto realized how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Putting a kunai to his future wife's neck and forcing her to surrender, that's just something only Sasuke could pull off. After changing out another tray of snacks, Naruto thought bitterly, if this guy wasn't so handsome, he'd be single forever. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The screen started scrolling again and eventually settled on Naruto vs. Temari. Naruto calmly took a sip of tea and didn't forget to offer Hinata another snack because this was turning into a blind date session. Wait a second. Naruto suddenly noticed a pattern as he reviewed the roster from the previous matches. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hinata Hyuga, Neji Hyuga vs. Tenten, Naruto vs. Temari, and then there was the last one, Haruno Sakura vs. Uchiha Sasuke. This. Naruto smirked, realizing the truth. Sakura didn't just want to change her surname to Yukiha, she wanted to make Sasuke change his surname to Haruno. Or even if Sakura does take the Uchiha name, she'll probably be the one calling the shots. Read up to 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 74. I'm against this marriage. 20 plus advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Back in the stands, Sasuke tried to approach Naruto, but Sakura pulled him back. Sakura did a great job. I'll be your wingman, Naruto thought. Sasuke couldn't spot Naruto, so he had to hold back his urge to act. Naruto took a sip of his tea and continued to watch the battle, only to see Temari stepping on her giant fan and gracefully floating down from the stand. After Shikamaru complained about the trouble, he wanted to raise his hand to surrender, but Asuma appeared in an instant and grabbed him by the back of his collar, pulling him back down. Watch closely. Asuma lit a cigarette. After dragging Shikamaru back, he felt better, and his anxiety about not seeing Kurenai for a day was relieved a little. Shikamaru fell to the ground, lying on his back, doubting his life choices. Only by quietly watching the clouds in the sky could he calm his mood. How long are you going to lie there? Temari said irritably. It was bad enough that he wasn't as handsome as the previous little guys, but now he just looked like a lazy bum, which is annoying. With no other choice, Shikamaru got up with difficulty and walked over sluggishly. With that dazed look, Naruto felt that he might unleash a sleepy attack at any moment. After Hi-8 announced the start of the match, the scene could be summed up in one sentence: Temari is showing off with her fan, while only Shikamaru is getting beaten. With a single swing of Temari's fan, she unleashed a powerful wind release jutsu. Shikamaru could only run around in embarrassment. Before 2 minutes had passed, Shikamaru already had 3 bloodstains on his arm. If it were just wind release jutsu, it wouldn't be so bad, but the real trouble was Tenten's kunai and shuriken, which added more damage to Temari's attacks. Yes, it was Tenten's kunai and shuriken. When the well-off Kunoichi fought Neji, she scattered her ninja tools all over the battlefield. She didn't pick up any of them, and now they were littered across the square. So Shikamaru was in a tough spot. The heavier weapons, like the maces and machetes, were finer. They just lay on the ground and didn't fly around. But the small ninja tools, like shuriken and kunai, were mixed into the storm and came at Shikamaru like stones in a sandstorm. Shikamaru finally managed to hide behind a statue and took a few seconds to calm down. The statue's surface was also covered with scars from the wind blades. Crouching behind the statue, Shikamaru began to think of a countermeasure, hands forming a circle as he pondered. Naruto couldn't help but want to narrate his thoughts. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Shikamaru. After about 10 seconds, Temari became impatient and was about to go around to deal with him when she saw a sharp shadow stretching out from behind the statue. Although she had never seen this kind of jutsu before, Temari knew better than to let such a strange thing touch her. So, Temari hurriedly dodged sideways, with the shadow following in pursuit. Temari then retreated, and after a few meters, the shadow seemed to reach its limit and retracted. Temari closed her fan and drew a line in the dirt with it, saying, I don't know what that shadow does, but it seems this is the limit of your jutsu's range. Shikamaru stepped out from behind the statue, picked up a bunch of ninja tools scattered on the ground, and with the shadow shuriken technique, threw all the tools at Temari. Temari swung her fan, knocking down the tools that could have hit her. She taunted, so, aside from that strange shadow jutsu, you can't even use a shuriken properly? Then she saw Shikamaru's shadow, combined with the shadows of the various ninja tools that had fallen in front of her, stretch forward. Seeing this, Temari hurriedly jumped back a couple of steps, letting the shadow lash out harmlessly in the air. Temari drew another line in the dirt and said, so that's it. You're trying to use the shadows of other objects to extend the range of your attack? Temari turned her fan sideways and said confidently, I won't be careless anymore. You're out of moves at this distance. Then she realized she couldn't move. What? What's going on? Temari's face turned pale. She had calculated the distance. Shadow imitation. Successful. Shikamaru controlled Temari's body and looked back. A thin shadow had passed through the ninja tools behind her and connected to her shadow. This. How could it be? Temari said in shock. Those shuriken that missed earlier. Yeah, I threw those ninja tools not to hit you, but to extend the range of my shadow from behind through the shadows they created. I knew you were good at analyzing situations and that you'd think you understood everything once you gathered enough information. That would make you drop your guard, allowing me to set up this trap. As Shikamaru spoke, he had already controlled Temari's body, raising her giant fan as if to smash her head with it. Are you still not going to surrender? Temari gritted her teeth and struggled a few times, but found she still couldn't control her body. Finally, with great reluctance, she said, I surrender. The winner, Shikamaru. Naruto smacked his lips. Tacticians always have such clever minds. Looking at his empty plate, Naruto fell into deep thought. Given Shikamaru's family background, his future wife should be able to support him for now. But if his parents retire and he's still just a Chunin, his salary definitely won't be enough, especially with that troublesome woman he has to support in the future. He should think of a way to make some extra money. Maybe writing a novel with Jiraiya. Those zeros on Jiraiya's bank book are very tempting. However, if Kushina found out he was writing that kind of novel, she'd kill him. A broken bar. Yeah, writing a novel is a dead end. Naruto reached for a plate of fruit. This time eating just snacks was getting monotonous. The examiners in the stands were amazed. The strength gap seemed so big. In the first half, Temari beat Shikamaru so embarrassingly. How could he still pull off a comeback? Asuma blew up with pride at the perfect time. Shikamaru's IQ is over 200, so it's completely reasonable for him to come up with this kind of strategy. Over 200. Asuma sighed like a bragging parent. It's just his personality, a broken bar, too lazy. Geniuses, they always have something a little different from ordinary people. For a moment, the scene turned into mutual admiration for Asuma and his student. Asuma thought silently, it's a pity that Kurenai is so focused on her disciple lately that she didn't come to watch with me. I would have loved to show her how brilliant my student is. The big screen in the arena began to scroll again. Gaara vs Yamanaka Ino. What nonsense is this? Naruto stood up abruptly, slamming the table. I'm against this marriage. Read up to 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 75. Gaara 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's reaction. Naruto-kun, huh? Naruto suddenly realized this wasn't a friendly gathering but the Chunin exams, and he quickly explained, oh, I mean, that Gaara guy is really strong and cold. If Ino ends up fighting him, it could be dangerous. Hinata, also feeling nervous, looked at Gaara, who is eagerly waiting to enter the arena. He seemed incredibly fierce. What should we do? I hope Ino just forfeits, or the examiner steps in to save her. Naruto wasn't too worried about Ino's life being in danger. With so many examiners present, they probably wouldn't let the heiress of the Yamanaka clan get killed. Besides, his father is still here. No matter how fast Gaara's movements were, they couldn't be faster than the flying thunder god jutsu. Asuma must have realized something too. He exchanged a few words with Ino earlier, then finally nodded, signaling her to enter the arena. Ino's thoughts were simple. If Sakura could last a while against Sasuke, then forfeiting without trying would just let Sakura win by default. Her competitive spirit made her decide to give it a shot. Moreover, she didn't believe a shinobi from Sand Village could be stronger than Sasuke. She had no idea how much Sasuke was holding back when he fought Sakura. Preliminary match number 5, begin. As soon as Hi-H Gecko finished speaking, Ino immediately made a hand sign, preparing her Yamanaka clan's secret technique, ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. Ino's body slumped to the ground as her jutsu hit Gaara. Surprisingly, it worked smoothly. Gaara didn't move, allowing her jutsu to connect. However, Gaara's body trembled slightly, and his expression twisted into something dark. 3 seconds later, Ino's consciousness was forced back into her body, and she scrambled back, terrified. She stared wide-eyed at Gaara. A monster. Gaara, clutching his head, screamed in pain before raising his gaze. His voice filled with malice. "I'll kill you. Kill you." Gaara waved his hand, and the cork from the giant gourd on his back popped off, releasing sand that surged towards the terrified Ino. I forfeit." Ino managed to shout, her voice trembling. Immediately, a gust of wind blocked Gaara's sand, scattering it. Gaara didn't stop, his bloodlust only growing. He continued to control the sand, trying to push it through the wind. The sand villages Jounin, Baki, quickly descended to restrain Gaara. The plan wasn't ready. Gaara couldn't lose control here. Temari also hurried down, grabbing Gaara and trying to calm him down. Kankuro's expression darkened as he followed, ready to assist. Asuma instantly appeared next to High 8, his eyes locked on Baki, his hands ready to draw his trench knives. Baki quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. Gaara occasionally loses control of his bloodlust. If I'm right, that girl must have used the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu, which might have triggered Gaara." So Gaara, with his hand still on his head, gradually calmed down, his usual indifferent expression returning. He followed Temari back to the stands. Sakura jumped down to Ino's side, her hands glowing with healing chakra as she checked Ino's condition. After confirming there were no serious injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. Ino still hugged herself, trembling, clearly terrified. Sakura waited for her to calm down a bit before helping her stand. Despite their rivalry, when something serious happened, Sakura cared for Ino more than anyone else. "Ino, what did you see? Why are you so scared?" Sakura asked, concerned. "Monster." "Ino," Asuma interrupted her, "you mustn't tell anyone what you saw today." "Huh?" Sakura was curious, but since Asuma had spoken, she didn't press further. "Yes." Ino gritted her teeth and, with Sakura's support, slowly walked back up to the stands. Naruto watched Ino's trembling form, wondering if she had seen Shukaku. "Incredible, Ino, you almost got hit by one of the Sand Village's deadly weapons." "Hey, Kurama, is Shukaku scarier than you?" Naruto wondered if his tailed beast could be that terrifying. "Him?" Kurama scoffed. "That one-tailed bastard is nothing compared to me." "Then why was Ino so frightened?" Kurama glanced at Naruto, annoyed. "You're just as dense as always. When you were 3 or 4, you weren't scared of me. You even dared to talk back." That girl's reaction is what a normal human child should have when seeing a tailed beast for the first time. I guess you're right." Naruto realized he had been taking Kurama's presence for granted. After all, Kurama was lazy, loved stories, and enjoyed watching the chaos unfold. Naruto almost forgot that a tailed beast was one of the strongest forces in this world. He had a perception of Kurama, another tailed beast from his previous world. This was the first time Naruto truly understood the fear that tailed beasts instilled in ordinary people. As he watched Sakura help Ino to a seat, Naruto offered his spot on the couch. "Even if you're on a date, you can't ignore someone in need, especially an acquaintance." "Thank you," Ino said weakly, sitting down. Hinata and Sakura sat on either side of her, talking softly to ease her nerves. Shikamaru and Choji also came over to check on her. Sasuke looked around. "They're all busy. Can I go to Naruto now?" "What's up with that red-haired guy?" Sasuke could tell Gaara is strong, but he didn't understand why Ino was so terrified. "I'll explain later," Naruto said with excitement on his face. "That guy isn't an ordinary ninja." Shino's voice suddenly cut in. Naruto and Sasuke turned to see Shino standing nearby. "When did you get here?" Shino, holding a small insect on his finger, ignored Naruto's question. "The bugs are afraid of him." Kiba, who had followed Shino, was trying to calm Akamaru, who was trembling in his arms. Akamaru whimpered, hiding in Kiba's embrace. Naruto gently patted Akamaru's head. He had watched Akamaru grow from a small pup to a dog bigger than Kiba. Seeing him scared like this made Naruto emotional. "Shukaku, just wait." Naruto glanced at Gaara. "Scaring my dog like that? I'm not letting this slide." "Winner, Gaara." The next match will begin shortly. Hi-8 finally announced. The screen displayed the next matchup, Zakubumi vs Shigure. Naruto glanced at the screen. Who are these two? Are they just background characters? There was no sense of anticipation. Read up to 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment to comment. Vote to left chapter 76. 76. Duels 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Zakubumi is a ninja from the Hidden Sound Village, with black hair styled in a wild manner. In the anime, Team Dosu traveled to Konohagakure to participate in the Chunin exams with the secret goal of killing Sasuke Uchiha. Before the exam started, Zaku and his teammates overheard Kabuto Yakushi talking about their village and decided to attack him. After Zaku threw kunai as a distraction, Dosu attacked Kabuto and damaged his hearing. To prevent the situation from escalating, the exam proctors, led by Ibiki Morino, appeared and settled things down. After Zaku passed the written portion of the Chunin exams, he moved on to the second phase alongside his teammates. Zaku has air vents in the palms of his hands, which he uses to unleash wind release jutsu and sonic attacks. It's rumored that Orochimaru may have modified him. Shigure was a ninja from the Hidden Rain Village, with brown hair, 2 scars on his face, and stitches at the corners of his mouth. He carries 7 umbrellas on his back and has a rather aged appearance. In the original story, Shigure and his 2 teammates were killed by Gaara's sand waterfall funeral jutsu, which is as deadly as it sounds. These two seem much more normal compared to the usual shinobi from Konoha when they first appear, and their meeting is just a series of trash talk. Shigure starts, "Kid, you're out of luck for meeting me. If you know what's good for you, you should surrender." Zaku retorts, "Old man, maybe it's time for you to retire." Hi-8 Geke Ring waved his hand and announced, "The 6th match of the preliminaries, begin." Shigure pulled out 5 umbrellas from his back and threw them into the air, forming hand seals. Ninja art, Senbon Rainstorm. The 5 umbrellas spun rapidly, unleashing countless Senbon needles. Under Shigure's chakra control, they surrounded Zaku from all directions and rained down upon him. As the saying goes, when it rains needles, you better find cover. But Zaku wasn't one to sit idly by. Powerful gusts of wind erupted from his palms, blowing the Senbon away as he dashed forward, escaping the barrage from all sides. Of course, Shigure wasn't about to let him off easily and continued to guide the remaining Senbon to pursue Zaku. Zaku charged ahead and closed the distance between himself and Shigure. Wind release, decapitating airwaves. Shigure quickly removed an umbrella from his back to block, but the powerful air current sent him crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Ah, damn! Zaku was also hit from behind by the remaining Senbon, turning him into a pincushion. Fortunately, the needles weren't strong enough to hit any vital spots. The winner is Zakubumi, Hi-8 announced. Medical staff carried the 2 away for treatment as the screen began selecting the next battle. "The next one is me. It's got to be me." Rock Lee couldn't help but chant, eager to prove himself. Kakashi watched Lee, reminiscing about a young Gay Eye. Gay Eye seemed to sense this, turning to flash Kakashi a thumbs up and a gleaming smile. Kakashi chose to ignore him. The screen finally froze. Shino Abaram vs Kintsuchi. Lee deflated like a wilted plant but quickly perked up again, determination burning in his eyes. "The next one will be me." Shino and Kin entered the arena. After Hi-8 announced the start of the match, Kin made the first move, throwing 2 Senbon with bells attached. Shino dodged calmly, and the Senbon embedded themselves into the wall behind him. Shino's brow furrowed slightly at the sound of the bells. Kin then threw ordinary Senbon. Shino swiftly dodged again, but the sound of bells behind him caused him to freeze. He noticed that the earlier Senbon were connected by wires, and with a simple tug from Kin, the bells rang. Suddenly, Shino felt dizzy and fell to his knees, Kin standing triumphantly before him. "I used the sound of the bells to cast a genjutsu. You shouldn't be able to move at all, right? Now, I'll finish you with this." As she prepared to throw another Senbon, Kin froze in place. A large swarm of black insects had surrounded her. What a broken bar! What is this? Kin screamed. Shino broke free from the genjutsu and stood up. I'm from the Abiram clan of Konoha. He pushed up his sunglasses, speaking calmly. Insects aren't affected by genjutsu. Naruto, as a friend, wanted to remind Shino that villains often meet their end because they talk too much, and explaining your abilities to the enemy during battle is a foolish move. But he decided against it. Shino's enemies probably wouldn't remember anyway. Next, Shino directed his insects to swarm Kin. Kin quickly raised her hand. I surrender. Shino's jutsu is truly terrifying, especially for those with entomophobia. The winner, Shino Abiram. Shino retracted his insects and casually walked back to the stands with his hands in his pockets. Several of the girls in the audience looked at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Sasuke pondered for a moment. Those insects could be dealt with using fire release, and Naruto could probably handle them with water release. Sasuke felt that the Chunin exams so far hadn't been very challenging, except for Neji and Gaara. Broken bar. There was something off about him. Something dangerous. He wondered if there was some hidden power at play. Lee, looking at the scrolling screen, regained his energy. He began practicing headstands, rooster stands, push-ups, and other bizarre poses, praying frequently, choose me, choose me. But once again, he was disappointed. Kankuro vs Tsubame, the preliminaries, match 8. Begin. Kankuro unfastened the large bundle on his back and placed what looked like a coffin on the ground. Tsubame wore a bamboo hat with 2 umbrellas strapped to his back. His ninjutsu was similar to Shigure's, starting with a rain of senbon, though the quantity was far less. Tsubame didn't expect to land a hit with his first move. After seeing Temari and Gaara's performances earlier, he assumed the Sand Village ninjas were all incredibly strong, so he was already planning his next move. But to his surprise, the guy across from him got struck by a few senbon after only dodging a bit. Am I going to win? This guy must be the weak link of the Sand Village trio. I'm so lucky. Tsubame was overjoyed, but his joy quickly turned to dread. Kankuro suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out dozens of senbon that struck Tsubame, who had let down his guard. As Tsubame looked on in shock, Kankuro dropped the sand-covered disguise of a shell, revealing his true form. A puppet. It's a puppet. Tsubame was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a puppet master in action. The real Kankuro emerged from a cocoon-like bandage on the ground. Looking at the now paralyzed Tsubame, he said, my senbon were coated with poison. If you're not treated in time, you'll die. Chapter 77. Gai the mentor. You welcome the new Patreon member Brandon. Thank you for becoming an elite member. 20+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. I admit defeat, Tsubame said, feeling that he could still be rescued. The winner, Kankuro, High 8 announced. The audience began to discuss. What was that? Is he a puppet master? That's pretty rare. It should be quite common in the hidden Sand Village. Naruto didn't get involved in the conversation. Instead, he wondered if, in the future, when relations between the villages improved, he could ask Kankuro to perform a puppet show or even make a cool puppet with him and practice his puppet tricks. Only Rock Lee didn't care much about puppet masters. He was only concerned about when it would be his turn to fight. But instead of continuing to pray like he did before, he suddenly figured out a pattern and wanted to try it. He watched the names on the screen flash by until they finally stopped. Inuzuka Kiba vs Akimaki Choji, as expected. Lee punched his left hand with his right fist, a triumphant expression on his face as if he had seen through everything. Gai is likely on the same wavelength as Lee, as he immediately asks, "Oh, did you discover something, Lee?" "Yes, Gai-sensei. I realized that every time I desperately prayed for my turn in the next match, it would not be my turn. So if I don't pray, then maybe it will be." Lee looked like someone who believed in reverse psychology, convinced that his desperate cursed prayers worked. But Gai didn't quite get it. To figure that out, as expected of you, Lee-sensei. Lee. Inexplicably, the two of them started hugging each other and crying, "Oh, oh, oh." This is youth. X2 Neji and Tenten slapped their foreheads. Here they go again. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. Gai and Lee were still the same. Well, as long as they didn't bother him, it was fine. The 9th match of the preliminaries begins. Kiba and Choji were familiar with each other. Choji, Akamaru and I have gotten a lot stronger, so don't be scared. Woof! Akamaru barked fiercely. Choji clenched his fists, steam puffing out of his nostrils. I'm ready, Kiba. Asuma-sensei said if I won, he'd treat me to a barbecue. For the sake of barbecue, I won't lose. Stop boasting, beast human clone. Kiba dropped down on all fours, his fingernails extending like claws, and then he charged, elbowing Choji. Choji blocked with his arms crossed, and Kiba jumped back. Not bad, but try this. Fang passing Fang. Without giving Choji a chance to breathe, Kiba spun like a tornado and charged at him. Naruto wanted to ask Kiba's family if they sold those toy four-wheel drivers to the voice-activated ones. Choji couldn't take it anymore. He got hit in the stomach, flipping several times before he finally got up. Give up, Choji. You can't beat me. I swear on the honor of the Akimaki clan I will eat the barbecue, Asuma-sensei promised. Choji's fighting spirit ignited, and he transformed into a giant ball. Expansion Jutsu. Akamaru, beast human clone. Woof! Kiba was ready to fight head-on. Fang passing Fang. Human boulder. Boom, boom. Two white tornadoes collided with a massive rolling meatball. At that moment, countless scientists in the ninja world must have lifted their coffins, ready to shout, now the momentum theorem will apply. Choji, who had the greater mass, gained the advantage, sending Kiba and Akamaru flying, unable to get back up. The winner, Akimaki Choji. Yes, Choji cheered, his joy evident as he trotted up the stairs and hugged Asuma's leg. Asuma-sensei, barbecue, barbecue. All right. Asuma wiped away a cold sweat, realizing this would be a pricey meal. This is the power of food lovers. The names on the screen shuffled again, and now only 3 were left: Rock Lee, Dosukai Nuta, and Misumi Jiruki. Whoever wasn't chosen would get a pass. Misumi Jiruki was praying for the pass, sincerely hoping for it. Lee was also praying for the pass, but because he was trying to curse himself with his reverse psychology, he even asked his 2 teammates to pray for him to ensure it worked. Neji wasn't interested in Lee's antics and didn't bother. Tenten, unable to refuse Lee's plea, whispered, "Please let Lee pass, please let Lee pass." So Lee miscalculated because Tenten was lucky, and under her sincere prayer, Lee got the pass. Dosukai Nuta vs Misumi Jiruki. When the match was announced, Lee burst into tears, collapsing into an awe posture and pounding the ground. Why? Tenten reached out a hand, unsure how to comfort Lee. She knew he wanted to fight. A bye might be lucky for others, but to Lee, it was disappointing. Just as Tenten was at a loss, a fist suddenly connected with Lee's face, sending him flying into the wall, where he slowly slid down. Lee clutched his face, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Gai-sensei. Gai embraced Lee. Lee, youth is always accompanied by loss and sadness. You just have to believe in the path you're walking and take big steps forward because hard work will never betray you. How inspiring. Gai-sensei. Lee, your youth is just beginning. Sensei. Lee. Naruto didn't know if it was his imagination, but when Gai and Lee embraced, it seemed like he could hear the sound of waves crashing against rocks and see the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. Winner, Dosukai Nuta. What did I miss? Naruto turned his head. Several senbon needles were scattered around Dosu. Did I miss a match because I was watching Gai-sensei and Lee's antics? Was Gai-sensei's shout of youth an illusion? High 8 continued. Now, would the victorious contestants and Rock Lee please come forward? Of the 11 contestants, only 10 gathered. Zaku had gone to get treated and hadn't returned. High 8 looked at the 10 in front of him and said, "The preliminaries are over. You will all participate in the final test in a month." Congratulations. After a brief pause, High 8 continued, "The reason you must wait a month is that important people from various nations will be invited, and they will need time to travel and prepare. You can use this month to improve your skills and gather information on your opponents. Cough cough. The final matches will also be one-on-one, with opponents determined by drawing lots. Come forward to draw your lots. Read up to 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 78. Training with Perverted Sage. 20 plus advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. The result of the lottery has been announced. Naruto only remembered that he was going to fight Gaara, the rest no longer seemed important. 80% of the time, he would face Shukaku, and then, he thought, he might have to interrupt the exam. By the time Naruto got home, it was already night. As usual, he had first sent Hinata at home. Of course, the sofa and the small round table had already been returned to their places. Regarding the sofa being soiled, Kushina didn't blame Naruto at all. She even praised him, which was quite inexplicable. Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Kimimaro, Karen, Naruto, a family of 9 had gathered happily. Minato raised his cup, saying, "It's been 5 days since Karen came to our home, but today our family is officially gathered. So to celebrate Karen becoming my daughter, cheers." Cheers, echoed 6 voices. The 7 cups clinked together, the sound as crisp as the laughter around the table. The adults drank sake, while Naruto and the others had juice. Kushina insisted that minors weren't allowed to drink alcohol. Naruto ate and drank happily. During the 5 days of the second exam, though there was plenty of food and fun, nothing compared to relaxing at home, especially with his family so joyful and the atmosphere so harmonious. Karen is probably the happiest of them all. She remembered how, when she first met Naruto, she thought he was handsome. Later, when she met Minato, who is now her father, she thought he was even more handsome. Then she saw Kimimaro, her older brother, who was also very handsome, and even though her father's student, Kakashi, usually had his face covered like a lazy bum, her woman's intuition told Karen that he must be a good-looking guy too. Oh my gosh, what kind of family of beauties is this? It almost seemed like Naruto, her little brother, was the one holding them back. Ah, no, how could I think that way about my brother? Karen shook her head. Her appearance was no longer important. Looking at Naruto, who kept teasing Kakashi along with Kushina, at Minato, who always had a warm smile on his face, at Jiraiya, and at Kimimaro, who didn't talk much but kept serving her food, Karen felt like she was probably the happiest person in the world. As dinner came to an end, the last bit of anxiety in Karen's heart disappeared. I, Karen, a genin of Konoha, daughter of the 4th Hokage, from now on I will help my mother with the housework every day. After dinner, as Karen busied herself with Kushina, the mother and daughter seemed to enjoy chatting together. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Minato, and Kakashi sat in the living room, sipping tea and discussing the plans ahead, while Naruto eagerly listened in, wanting to know more about his dad's ideas. As for Kimimaro, he had been dragged off by 3 younger boys for late-night training. To be honest, Naruto was looking forward to his brother being defeated by his teammates and getting his head shaved like them as agreed. He even thought about secretly giving his brother some laxatives before their match. "Are you leaving tomorrow, Sage?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, there was some news about Tsunade last time, but it was too late, so I came back before the exam just in case," Jiraiya replied. Naruto thought to himself, I bet you were more eager to see Orochimaru than Tsunade. You probably rushed back because you heard Orochimaru was planning something for the Chunin exams and didn't want to miss out. Minato said. In that case, can Sensei take Naruto with him? Huh? Naruto put down his cup. What about me? But Naruto need to prepare for the next exam, right? Jiraiya asked. Minato replied proudly, actually, Naruto's ninjutsu is already very advanced. To be honest, he's far surpassed me at his age. I think he needs to go out and learn more ninjutsu. And in terms of training, anything I can teach him, you can teach him too. That's fine, Jiraiya agreed, putting down his cup. So, Naruto, will you come with me? Naruto thought it might be good to go out for a while, but he also wanted to give some benefits to his friends. Can I bring a few more people? Jiraiya refused. You want to bring your little girlfriend? No, this is training, not a vacation. Naruto said, I was thinking of bringing Sasuke and Sakura. Huh? What for? Kakashi asked, still considering whether to teach Sasuke something during the upcoming month. It wouldn't hurt to bring 2 more. It's not like the Puppy Sage hasn't taken a genin squad before. Besides, I can give Sasuke some pointers, and Sakura's studying medicine, so I could recommend her to Lady Tsunade as an apprentice. The most important thing is, if we all leave, you, Mr. Lazy, can help my dad with more work. Kakashi was speechless. Last month, he'd gone on missions with you every day and trained under Kushina's watchful eye. It was exhausting. I barely had a few days of reprieve during your exams, and now you're going to cause more trouble for me? Damn it, I haven't even finished reading Lord Jiraiya's new book. Jiraiya appreciated Naruto's consideration for his teammates. Well, it's not impossible, but it's not mandatory. You'll have to convince them yourself. No problem. Naruto thought Sakura would be easy to persuade if Sasuke was involved. As for Sasuke, a broken bar, well, he had a plan. A broken bar. Early the next morning, Naruto first went to the Hyuga estate to say goodbye to Hinata. Fresh from her morning training, Hinata is wearing a black training uniform, slightly panting, with a little blush on her face. Hinata felt a little disappointed when she learned that Naruto was leaving, but it was normal for ninjas to go on temporary missions. She said obediently, Naruto-kun, have a safe journey. Naruto gently hugged Hinata and whispered in her ear, I'll miss you every day. Me too, Hinata stammered, blushing. It was too closey. This was at the entrance to her house, and she was still sweaty. So embarrassing. Inside the estate, Hanabi, who is training, accidentally pierces through a training dummy. Hanabi, your control is off. He or she reprimanded sternly. Yes. Hanabi bit her lip, eyes wide with determination. A broken bar. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto slipped into Sasuke's training ground. Sure enough, Sasuke was practicing his Uchiha-style shuriken techniques. Sasuke, I want you a broken bar to help you train. Sasuke quickly guessed. He didn't know why, but he always seemed to shout whenever Naruto asked him to train. A broken bar? No, I want you to come with me to train. Leave? Where to? Naruto explained the situation to Sasuke. So, what do you think? Training with the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. No, I want to train with my brother, Sasuke replied, unmoved. Training with his brother was more important than with a mere Sannin. Are you sure big brother Itachi will have time to teach you? Naruto challenged, striking at Sasuke's core. Read up to 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment vote to left chapter 79. The legendary Sucker 20 plus advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. Sasuke felt unsettled. He wasn't sure why. His mother had told him that Itachi had been extremely busy since the Chunin exams, and today, he left without even having breakfast. Seeing Sasuke's troubled expression, Naruto decided to stir things up. My dad is super busy lately, and even Kakashi-sensei got dragged into extra work. There's no way your brother has time right now. Even if you ask him, he'd probably just say, forgive me, Sasuke. Next time. Naruto, mimicking Itachi's tone perfectly, delivered the final blow by poking Sasuke on the forehead. You're so annoying. Sasuke swatted Naruto's hand away. He thought about his brother's usual behavior but couldn't find a good comeback. I get it, Sasuke muttered, saying goodbye to Mikoto with a sense of defeat. After gathering his things, he and Naruto went to find Sakura. Sakura-chan! Naruto yelled from below her window. Sakura lived in a small, 3-story building near Ino's house. Naruto had passed by with Sasuke while heading to school, so he knew exactly where she stayed. What's all this noise? It's early. Sakura poked her head out groggily, still in her pajamas. But the moment her eyes locked on Sasuke, She snapped awake. Sasuke-kun. She quickly ducked back inside, frantically fixing her messy hair. After a moment, she reappeared with a sweet smile. "What's up?" "We've got a mission, and we need to head out," Naruto explained briefly. Now fully awake, Sakura moved with a speed that rivaled Lee in his training. In the blink of an eye, she was dressed, packed, and out the window, shouting back inside, "Mom, Dad, I've got a mission, I'm heading out." Naruto vaguely heard Sakura's mom shouting from inside, "How many times have I told you not to jump out the window like that? You're going to ruin your image as a proper young lady." With their team now assembled, Naruto smiled in satisfaction. Sasuke, still sulking over missing training with Itachi, and Sakura, glowing with excitement, followed Naruto as he led the way to Konoha's gate where Jiraiya was supposed to meet them. At Konoha's village gate, "That guy broken bar, is he Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin?" Sasuke asked in disbelief, pointing at a lecherous old man with white hair. "Yeah, it's him," Naruto sighed, clearly embarrassed. "You'll get used to it." Sakura stared, wide-eyed. "How do you get used to that?" Their surprise was understandable. Jiraiya was crouched in a corner, crystal ball in hand, with a creepy smile on his face. The image in the crystal ball, the women's bathhouse. Drool was almost escaping his lips. "It's not that bad. Kakashi-sensei is kind of the same," Naruto muttered. Naruto's words silenced both Sasuke and Sakura. Did all-powerful ninjas need weird hobbies? Surely not. The Hokages had always been strong, and they didn't seem like the type to have peculiar habits. The two pushed the strange thoughts from their minds, but little did they know they had brushed close to the truth. The first Hokage, revered for his strength, was quite the gambler. The second Hokage had sibling issues, the third was a notorious peeper, and the fourth, well, his sunny smile concealed a middle schooler's heart. Determined not to let Jiraiya's behavior slide, Naruto called out, "Oi, Puvi Sage, we ready?" Jiraiya quickly tucked away the crystal ball and stood up, adopting the demeanor of a serious elder. Even Jiraiya had to care about appearances in front of new students. "These must be your teammates, Naruto." "They're fine young ninjas." Sasuke observed him thoughtfully. Judging by how fast Jiraiya had hidden the crystal ball, he probably was stronger than Kakashi. Sakura responded politely, "Thank you for your kind words, Jiraiya-sama." Sakura, kind words? I don't want praise from this perverted geezer. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed, perhaps out of embarrassment. "Well, if everyone's ready, let's head out." "Wait a second." Naruto raised his hand. "Give it." "Give what?" Jiraiya feigned ignorance. "The crystal ball." "That's from the Hokage's office, isn't it?" "You must be mistaken." "Oh? Should I ask my mom if she remembers otherwise?" "Is that necessary?" "Yes." As a good young man of the new era, Naruto wasn't going to let such behavior slide. Sweating, Jiraiya finally gave in and shoved the crystal ball into Naruto's arms. "All right, fine. But I picked it up." It's not like Minato would have left something so valuable lying around. "Good thing I found it." After Naruto sent the crystal ball back to Minato using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the four of them officially embarked on their journey to find Tsunade. Naruto was excited to meet the legendary Sokka and thought about making some extra money by challenging her to a few bets. Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha compound, Itachi returned home shortly after Naruto and Sasuke had left. "Itachi, why are you back?" Mikoto asked, surprised to see her eldest son. Itachi smiled. "I managed to take a break this morning. I came back to train with Sasuke and help him get ready for his next exam." "Where is he?" Mikoto's face fell. "Ah." Sasuke left with Naruto. "They've got a mission outside the village." Itachi's expression faltered. "I see. That's unfortunate. I rarely get time off." Mikoto smiled, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry. Sasuke's in good hands with Jiraiya-sama leading them. It'll be fine." "True, but I don't have anything else to do now." "Maybe I should just head back to work," Itachi said, his sense of duty kicking in. "There is something you could do," Mikoto said, suddenly remembering. "Izumi has been by the house several times recently, but you were never here. You should go see her, at least as a courtesy." Itachi hesitated. "Well, I suppose, but..." "No buts. I know a nice little shop that sells dango. You and Azumi used to go there all the time when you were kids, right? Mikoto knew her son well. After his responsibilities to his clan, his Anbu team, and his family, few people could get his attention. Izumi is one of them. Alright, Itachi sighed and headed out, changing into his casual clothes. As Mikoto watched him leave, she smiled to herself. Finally, with Sasuke out of the house, she could focus on something else. Mother's wisdom at work. Read up to 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 80. Search 120+ advanced chapters on patreon.com/iamxno. Drop some power stones if you enjoy the chapter. What kind of person is Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked curiously, now understanding the purpose of their journey. Jiraiya thought for a moment before replying, well, if I had to say it, she's a troublesome woman who loves gambling. Excessively. People in almost every village know about her. Sakura was silent for a moment, confused. Are you sure you're talking about the legendary Tsunade-sama? Jiraiya continued, speaking of which, she's earned a nickname as the legendary sucker. Ha ha ha. Are you serious? How could she have such a title? Sakura is struggling to accept the reality as the newly minted medical ninja like many others. She idolizes Tsunade. It was hard to reconcile that image with someone having such bad habits. There's no mistake about it. She's always loved gambling, but her luck is so terrible that she almost always loses. That's why they call her the legendary sucker. Jiraiya chuckled, clearly entertained by his old friend's misfortune. How could this be? Sakura's idealized image of her idol was crumbling. Then if she's so well known, shouldn't it be easy to find her? Jiraiya shook his head. It's not that simple. She despises aging, so she uses special aging to alter her appearance. Though she's in her 50s, she looks like she's in her 20s. He grinned and continued, plus, when she loses everything, she borrows money and runs off. She'll change her appearance to look like she's in her teens, 30s, or 40s to dodge her debts. Ha ha ha, the old days were something else. Sakura suddenly felt disillusioned. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sennin, is a shameless pervert, and now Tsunade is revealed to be a gambling addict. What would Orochimaru be like? A total madman? Well, about that, even Sasuke is shocked, thinking, the great Sannin addicted to gambling and not paying their debts? How could such a disgraceful person exist? He glanced at Naruto and had a sinking feeling that Naruto could end up the same way if he wasn't careful. So, how do we even find her? Sasuke asked, focusing on the more practical matter. Well, I got a lead on her whereabouts a few days ago. We'll check the next town for more information. As they traveled, Jiraiya shared about his adventures throughout the ninja world. He spoke of the different customs and the political situations in various nations. Occasionally, he'd slip in remarks about the best hot spring inns or places with mixed baths, but overall, he carried himself as a reliable mentor. By evening, they arrived at a small town and checked into a hotel. Jiraiya announced he was going out to gather intel and told the trio to explore on their own. Naruto chimed in, actually, there's no need to stay in a hotel. I could just take you all back to Konoha with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I've already marked this spot, so I can teleport us back tomorrow. No, Naruto, Jiraiya said sternly, from now on, unless it's necessary for combat or training, you are forbidden from using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Huh? Why? Naruto complained. There's no cooldown, and I've got plenty of chakra, so why not use it? Jiraiya raised a finger. Listen, I brought you out here to train and help you grow. True training isn't just about ninjutsu. It's about strengthening your spirit. Only by leaving your comfort zone and seeing the world with your own eyes can you truly grow. A ninja endures. If you keep teleporting back home, you'll never grow. Sasuke and Sakura listened intently, feeling a deep respect for Jiraiya. Despite his quirks, there was wisdom in his words. Oh, Naruto admitted the point but had a nagging suspicion that Jiraiya just didn't want him interrupting his drinking plans back in Konoha. Jiraiya soon slipped away, and the trio decided to explore the town. This was only their second time leaving Konoha, with their first trip to the land of waves being rather somber. This time, they intensely enjoyed themselves in this bustling town, which seemed geared towards travelers and merchants. The streets were lined with hotels, hot springs, shops, and snack vendors. Naruto sampled some snacks, thinking they weren't bad. Quietly, he left a flying thunder god mark on the street, planning to bring Hinata here later. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind: why not bring Hinata some snacks right now? Jiraiya might have forbidden him from using the technique to return home, but nothing was stopping him, right? So Naruto packed up a variety of snacks for later. Meanwhile, Sakura was enjoying herself shopping with Sasuke. Although they weren't alone, Naruto was always running around, giving them time to browse together. Despite Sasuke's usual aloofness, he was curious about the various items for sale. However, he seemed reluctant, although he resisted when Sakura dragged him to different stalls to play games like dart throwing and goldfish scooping. Sasuke won a bracelet from the dart game and handed it to Sakura, who was so overjoyed that she had tears in her eyes, wondering how to repay him. I owe him big time. Maybe I'll repay him with myself? Sakura's thoughts spiraled wildly. Sasuke felt chills down his spine. Am I sick or something? A broken bar. As night fell, the trio returned to the hotel after having a great time. Naruto laid out all the snacks he had packed, guessing that Hinata had just finished her evening training session. In Hinata's room, she and Hanabi were startled by the sound of food bags falling onto the table. The aroma of freshly cooked snacks filled the room. Dong, dong, dong. More snacks appeared one after another. Hanabi was dumbfounded. Father said there's no such thing as free food, only hard work, but here it is, falling from the sky. Hinata smiled, realizing what had happened. On the table was a kunai that Naruto had given her, marked with his flying thunder god seal. Finally, a note appeared, written in Naruto's handwriting. He explained where the snacks had come from, ending with a few words that made Hinata blush. Hanabi saw the note and couldn't help but grumble, it's that guy again. Though she ate the chocolate banana happily. It's pretty sweet,